flirt with me.
Sometimes you gotta flirt. You ever been so lost that you just can't find yourself? You ever been pushed back to the limit and now you need some help? Even if it's one call just from one friend that knows you best. Good things are coming, yeah, I know good things are coming. We had no time to react, things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast, yeah. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh yeah, ooh. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback.
There'll always be a queen of the dance floor, no matter what the hell I've been looking for. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild, the starter playing with my tongue. How could I dance with another one that's sinner? How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another one that's sinner, dancing so damn well? Get closer to the queen with my best moves. I try to show plenty of my best grooves. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild, the starter playing with my tongue. Put my heart on the line, going all in. You want to chew, you have to bite, and I'm biting. How could I dance with another one that's sinner? How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another one that's sinner, dancing so damn well? How could I dance with another one that's sinner? How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another one that's in her dancing so damn well? How could I dance with another one that's in her? How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another one that's in her dancing so damn well?
There's a voice in your head, and it won't say no. There's a fire right in front of your eyes, and you can't let it go. Let the fire burn in you. You are stronger than you know. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. There's a fear and a doubt in your mind that you can't let show. Just come out with your head held high. Let the whole world know. Let the fire burn in you. You are stronger than you know. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. You can make it if you try. You can make it if you try. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it on.
adrenaline. You take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Celebrate the day, yeah. Come on, just celebrate the day. The time is now, let's stop all our crying. We need to leave all our worries behind. We cannot hide, cause there's no denying. We're gonna take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by, never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Jump on this ride, cause destiny's calling. A place where people together can sing this melody. We've all gotta scream it. Come on, let's take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by, never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate Spread your wings and fly over the sky. Spread your wings and fly over the stars. The day has come, let's celebrate you home. And that's what I like to say, that is what I pray. And I'm still looking for a way. Hey, hey, 100 steps to find you.
See, I've been waiting all night for you to come and make it right. I thought you never heard me like the way you did tonight. I don't know what I'm feeling. In my head it just keeps ringing, and I just wanna press rewind, 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 rewind. And I try to find the words I couldn't find in front of you, in front of you. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? thought you'd make me happy, but you just left me empty. Always just the same thing, around and around in circles while we're hiding all our feelings. And you might say it's worth it, but it's not. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye. Goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? I don't need you, 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 I today, not today, not today. No one knows what you can do, not until you show and prove. Taking what's within and send it out. No one knows just what's inside. Everyone can criticize. There's a voice that's in you, let it shout. And people say do what you're told, but not much longer till we're old. The time is now to show what you're about. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. There's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out. Nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. There's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out. Nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Won't back down today. I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well. And it took too long, where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body had it died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body had it died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body had it died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body had it died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me.
You used to make me smile, you used to hold my hand. You used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I'm taking all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I won't be back for more, well that's for sure. I'll be flying now underneath the sun. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you There's no holding back no longer. Fly to the sky. The music makes me stronger. 'Cause I'm gonna try living by the hours. Baby, I'm gonna fly like a butterfly to flowers, yeah. Flirt with me, baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby, flirt with me. Yeah. Fly higher, fly. There's no holding back no longer. Baby, I'm gonna fly like a butterfly to flowers. Yeah, yeah. Flirt with me, baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby, won't you flirt with me? Yeah. Baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, I want you to give it essentially. Baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 flirt with me. Baby, come on, flirt with me. Come on, essentially. Baby, won't you flirt with me? Baby, flirt with me. Sometimes you gotta flirt. You ever been so lost that you just can't find yourself? You ever been pushed back to the limit and now you need some help? Even if it's one call just from one friend that knows you best. Good things are coming, yeah, I know good things are coming. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback, oh. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. 'Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback, oh. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but Things are getting better real fast, yeah. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh yeah, ooh. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
There'll always be a queen of the dance floor. No matter what the hell I've been looking for. The blood rush is a bright light. The heartbeat pumping so wild. The start of playing with my tongue. How could I dance with another? One's a sinner. How could I dance with another? Could I dance with another? One's a sinner dancing so damn well. Get closer to the queen with my best moves. I try to show plenty of my best grooves. The blood rush is a bright light. The heartbeat pumping so wild. The start of playing with my tongue. Put my heart on the line, going all in. You want to cheat, you have to bite. And I'm biting. How could I dance with another? One's a sinner. How could I dance with another? Dance with another. One's a sinner dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another? One's a sinner. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? One's a sinner dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another? One's a sinner. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? One's a sinner dancing so damn well.
There's a voice in your head, and it won't say no. There's a fire right in front of your eyes, and you can't let it go. Let the fire burn in you. You are stronger than you know. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. There's a fear and a doubt in your mind that you can't let show. Just come out with your head held high. Let the whole world know. Let the fire burn in you. You are stronger than you know. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can what you gonna do? Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it
This is the time to take a stand, 'cause things aren't going as we planned. I think it's time to start anew. So many hurt and so much pain, but we won't let it be in vain. If we come together, we'll go through. Be the change you wanna see. Go make history. I can feel there's a change coming. It's in the air. Some people keep holding on, but I don't care. We've been waiting oh so long, and I feel it oh so strong. But I know that this ain't fair. But there's a change coming. We might feel we're all alone. We can't do this on our own. This is something worth fighting for. If we're brave, we won't regret. And we can't let the world forget that we won't take this anymore. No. Be the change you want to see. Go make history. I can feel there's a change coming. It's in the air. Some people keep holding on, but I don't care. We've been waiting oh so long, and I feel it oh so strong. But I know that this ain't fair. There's a change coming. 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 I can feel there's a change coming. It's in the air. Some people keep holding on, but I don't care. We've been waiting oh so long, and I feel it oh so strong. But I know that this ain't fair. There's a change. There's a change coming. There's a change. Oh, there's a change. There's a change coming.
adrenaline. You take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call of my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline.
You can take these bones and break them into pieces now to make my soul and cast me out in the sea. You can fill me with hope, take it all away again. I thought you should know that you ain't ever gonna break me down. 'Cause it's better
在体验时候，一个人进去领上面条件交了闪，卧不录了狂野身上顶端了盛大登场，小航拉马呀！哎，我说，许晋成越选择直接逮子赛，会不会一旦输出他快把这个反击风暴把他给挡住了？哇，快马还没死，15回血了还在输出，仿佛战神一般。
但是您这个血量得多
被大招打伤了，我已经杀死了！
这什么
哇，这个烟花！
哇，直接闪现 Q 进杀不了，这啥呀这个？在小号脸上把虞姬给杀了，而且自己还没死，打出回血，真的回血，这里面还在回血。兄弟，这是什么怪物？
结束应该是后不要走了。
哎，姿态走到之后还在拉扯呀！哇！
Give me all of your gold, watch me blow it all away. You can save my soul, so I can sin and lose it again. Gotta fix this head I'm in before it spins so far out of control. Before I lose it all, 'cause it's better than the devil you know.
主动的感觉，对，给大招对了3个，这太完美了，突然发这个金身，哇，防不住啊！大大概这么除了新红娘就给了一个治疗，这一个过到了俄菲琉斯，俄菲琉斯直接被秒了，马克这边好攻，突破天灵3被秒躲掉，破败王也要死，马克这波操作有点秀啊！
哎呦，死麻了中路，主要是连了好几波了，在中路，哎，又是狂暴，又是你的狂暴，又勾起了自己 DNA 连一下。吴小璐，武大将军来了，他来了，疾跑 击塔，这波看到了，左边兵一个野两个 TP， 没有错，但是要搜出2手3个人，前期整局开通，一下这边感觉掉了，应该是偷掉了，哇，逼我。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL playoffs. My name is Asterix, and I'm joined by Lyric in person. It is a grand day where we can cast together in person. We said that for our makeup games, but for playoffs, man, that is a different beast. And you're looking good. You're wearing a Sheen's clothes, apparently, but you're looking good.
I was going to say, came here, washed my shirt, actually dried my shirt, and the dryer wouldn't lock. So, yeah, a Sheen. I'm surprised it fits me. I think a Sheen is the same height, if not shorter than you.
I think so.
But you know, we're good.
It's good. Honestly, being held hostage by a dryer is a good way to start. So I'll welcome you back here to the stream. Again, we had playoffs starting yesterday, and now that we're into the thick of it, it is going to be back-to-back action. It is going to be a very extensive schedule, but I'm sure you're going to be happy with that, especially with what's on the docket for today. But Lyric, let's talk a little bit about playoffs because it is pretty straightforward so far. We opened up with BLG versus RA yesterday, and I feel like that series started in a very unexpected way.
Yeah, we saw RA come in, a team that we know has loved to play around their top half of the map. QQ wants something strong. Lian and Stride both putting a ton of resources up there. Game 1, they picked the Scion. Yep. BLG were caught off guard. RA win that game, and it looks like maybe RA going to come out with the win. But BLG after that, turn it around. Fofo taking that game 1 of Strive playing LeBlanc very personally, picking it up himself. And BLG pretty much hammering it home, and now, you know, kind of moving beyond today, because we'll get to that in a bit.
True.
Playing against Top Esports tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, right, for Top Esports starting in the second round. A pretty big deal considering that their early split was a bit questionable, but then they made a run. They got that win streak, and now they have to beat down BLG. That's tomorrow, as Lyric just said, but today is a different matter of fact. EDG versus FPX, our 2021 Grand Finals for summer, are two World Championship teams, right? Even though one of them, the roster's changed, they still have 2 out of the 3 LPL titles at Worlds.
Yeah, again, just, you know, a bunch of history there. Obviously, Viper LWX playing in that most recent final.
Yep.
Even going back to Worlds with FPX having Clid playing against JJ in the World 2021 semifinal. So a lot of, you know, matchups we've seen before just kind of put together in different teams with this FPX kind of amalgamation of different rosters.
It feels like recently, you know, EDG and FPX have started delivering, especially EDG again, like the good old days. And if you missed out on the 2021 Summer Grand Finals, well, we've got these pieces of clips for you to remember.
I mean, great ward here from Scout, though. Yeah. Spots out. Tien may actually still get caught, though.
Oh, no. Scout, is he going to have to flash? It's a 2v2 in the mid lane to start this series off. Doing B in. There's a stun coming down onto the jungler. He's locked up low HP and taken out for first blood. Scout starts this one off with a bang, and in they come from the bottom lane. Mako locks him up. Doing B goes down.
And we were
at a rise. They take this so damn fast, down to 4,000 already. They're just going to look for the burst. In comes the hook. Baron down to 2,000, and now the fight instead. The shockwave coming on through in a second. They're looking for an opportunity here. Tian playing this one safe. Baron will reset. FPX actually going onto the Baron themselves. There's the shockwave straight onto Plandre. Shuts him out of the fight. LDBX caught up. And Scout takes over. The rune's coming up strong. And now EDG in control of the fight. Doomby flashed upon his Scout. Gets the triple. Gets the quadra. And gets EDG the Baron. Way in. Nuguri up on the top side of the fight. Can he get the big slicing maelstrom? Plandre in Mega Gnar. FPX can just wait this out for the time being. A Scout takes the chunk as well. Moonlight Vigil in with the quickness. In with the kick. In with the combo, but they haven't got a kill just yet. Plandre still surviving on the top side of the fight. Realm Warp out to the back of the fight. Scout trying to turn things around. He's alone in the back of the fray though, and he does not have the damage. A kill for Nuguri.
He's a position.
It's on the wrong side of the rift here, crucially as well. Plandre about to turn into that Mega Gnar. This has to be the steal from Tian. Can he make the impossible possible? Scout trying to move on in. Tian jumps into the pit, but he's already gone down. The Baron taken by EDG, and they look for the fight as well. Doomby will fall in the midst of enemies, and EDG push forward.
And that was the grand final of 2021 summer. It was unexpected from my end. I mean, I put it all on FPX. I decided that FPX were going to be champions once again. EDG came back in a bit of an unexpected way and, you know, went on to go and win Worlds from that.
Yeah, I mean, right? Because FPX had not dropped a game going into that final. They looked insane the regular split. Obviously, Doinby having the split of his life. The pentakill with Lee Sin really being the standout to me. But EDG in their prep, it is unbeatable in my opinion. Like they're so good at coming in, being able to play where teams are strong and shut them down.
And we can talk a little bit more about the versatility today, but first I want to touch on FPX, because if you're just tuning in for the first time, you're watching LPL playoffs because you need to catch up, well, FPX are a very new Phoenix, and we can start with the late edition of Clid coming through, right? It was H1 at the start of the split. Clid has come in and been a bit of a scary man. But again, with FPX, we return to that bottom lane, which has had a change up with its support.
Yeah, LPX and Hung, the defining focal point of this roster with their aggression coming out. You can see top 3 in kills plus assists at 15 means they're looking for kills. They're fighting those 2v2s. They're always around each other, 4th in duo proximity. And LPX overall, 2nd 480 carries and kills at 5. They're consistently looking for these plays. Hung, of course, we have so many highlights of, in LPL, we kind of come onto the rift. We're like 30, 40 seconds in. Hung already missing his flashes, already looked for the play, and a lot of this enabled by their mid-jungle. We know Clid and Care play a lot for their bottom side. Clid loving the Viego, the Xin Zhao, something that can affect that bottom lane early on. And for Care, it's about these roaming mid laners, the Ahri and the Vex.
And it's not a surprise while that transitions forward, right? FPX find bottom lane leads. We know how aggressive they can be. It feels like this team is willing to contest everything.
Yeah, I mean, this team, like you put it, they're willing to burn it all down, right? Kills at 15. We can see extremely high first Heralds, first Drakes. They're contesting everything on the map. And for FPX, right, I feel like their identity is just very simple to boil down. It's about bot lane, and it's about pretty much endless aggression. Clid, I feel like, is the most aggressive jungler that we have in playoffs right now. Me and Ox were talking about it the other day, that he's the type of player who is going to be like halfway through his wolves. He's going to smell, a play happening on top or bot. He's going to drop wolves. He's going to start moving there immediately and look for those kills.
Which is why we see the success of FPX, right? Again, the aggression from Clid is such a standout point. Exactly what the doctor ordered, and even as we come back to Care in the mid lane, this mid laner who I know when you were doing a lot of your prep, you were telling me he sacrifices quite a lot in the mid to make sure that plan can be enacted even further.
Yeah, he's, extremely low CSD at 15, which I feel like is partly due because he's not the strongest laner, but also because of how much he is moving. Not always for the kills. Sometimes it is just kind of shadowing for LWX and Hung and setting them up for success. But surprisingly, also right now, rank 8 on the Korean ladder, which is extremely impressive in terms of the caliber of players he's going up against. So I don't think this guy's a pushover by any means.
I think, again, this experience of the split has been massive. So his debut split, he is in playoffs. And for FPX, that's why it all comes together towards that bottom side. There are a lot of resources sent down towards there, and we can talk a little bit about the top side of the map coming up a little bit later and how that impacts too. But for EDG, it's now time to talk about the 2021 World Champions. Now, no one in the roster's changed. It's the complete opposite of FPX. We have all 5 World Champions here, and it's the usual. When you and I were talking about this in summer, and the same piece of graphic, it was Jeje, Scout, and Viper, and it feels like we're more or less in the same spot with our world champs.
And if there's anything that sets EDG apart from other playoff teams, I feel like it's how versatile they are in terms of where they can play around the map. You can see their jungle proximity is kind of ranked 8th and 9th for all 3 of their lanes, and people might see those numbers and say, hey, isn't that incredibly low? No, because jungle proximity, right, it's a limited resource. It depends on where JJ is on the map. You can't be top and bot at the same time. So most teams, it'll be like very heavily towards one side of the map, lower towards the other. But JJ loves playing for Scout, Viper, or Flandre, depending on the draft. A lot of that is because they have such proficient laners. We can see for Scout, 2nd in kills plus assists at 15, consistently looking for the aggression. And both of his side lanes, Viper and Flandre, consistently coming out of lane with CS leads.
And I feel like using some of those key words here is crucial. Adaptability, versatility for EDG. We don't play to any one side of the map. We are not predictable is what this screams to me. And with the individual strength in lanes, further than that, I guess like at FPX in a sense, we do see a lot of aggression coming through from EDG through the heightened experience and gold leads they come out of their laning phase with.
100%, especially with JJ. JJ is someone who likes to look for these plays. He's pretty proactive early on in the game. Again, no surprise seeing him getting for Scout, look for enemy invades, and then translating that into playing for First Herald, playing for early Dragons. And EDG are a team I would describe as greedy. They want everything. They know they are good. They obviously just won Worlds, and they want to play for that. So for EDG, it's... going back to that versatility point, I feel like it really is their defining strength, and I feel like we've seen that in a lot of their series. In this clip against RA, going back to the summer finals, they're able to pinpoint where a team is strong for RA, again for FPX Doinby, and really just draft and start playing around those strengths.
And I think it's fair to say that only a team like EDG, only a really high caliber team could do this, because individual strength throughout multiple lanes, throughout all your lanes, including jungle, is kind of a rare feature to have in a team.
Oh, 100%, especially in the LPL, where I've always thought that we are more of a specialist region.
Yep.
You look at a lot of our teams, they kind of follow the same dichotomy of FPX, where you very hard all in on one specific key thing on the map. Obviously, for top esports in the past, it was things like Knight, IG, playing up to the Shy.
Yep.
But EDG, I feel like, have kind of shied away from that. And they're still very similar, in my opinion, to how they were last year. I feel like there has been dips in individual form. Like JJ and Flandre, I feel like, have not had the best seasons of their lives. But still, as we saw with a lot of the stats, their early game extremely proficient.
And we can talk about some of those criticisms as well, because I know we have a lot for FPX too, right? There are always detriments in our teams, and especially when we talk about the versatility, you can't cover everything at one time. Now, as we go closer towards this series, Lyric, as we get closer towards our pick and ban for EDG FPX, our world champions reuniting, LWX and Viper, this is such an easy sell, isn't it? Because AD carries seem crucial when FPX play bot, and when Viper is a monster in the laning phase and team fighting in general.
And even just going back to the old EDG players, right? EDG were always a team that played towards spot.
True.
So kind of very similar parallels here. Both of these guys playing in that last semifinal. Both of these guys being former and I guess current world champions in Viper's case. And you can see in terms of their playstyle, there's a lot of similarities. Both of them do play very heavily with their support. Neither Mako or Hung really roaming a lot, enabling these guys both coming out of lane with a lead. I feel like the difference starts to go in terms of how they're utilized by their team. For LWX, they are the anchor of the early game. They need to play aggressive. They need to find these leads first in kills plus assists 15 to where for Viper, not really expected of him because Scout's playing aggressive, Flandre's playing aggressive, JJ's fine. Like you do not need to rely on Viper to find early game leads. He just does that anyway.
And give me a touch up here on how supports interact with these matchups, because it's important when we're looking at ADs to look at their counterparts.
Yeah, I feel like Hung, obviously, much more aggressive than Mako. Hung is the guy who, I feel like the word flip does describe him pretty well.
That's a perfect
He's
word.
had some of the most, I want to say, highlight ints of the split where the play looks super cool. He's mechanically insane. It's like, okay, but the play itself wasn't exactly there. To where Mako, I think a lot more stable, just kind of enable Viper, set up engages for team fights, and more of an all-rounder.
Oh, that's good, because, I mean, again, Hung, we get onto the Rift in 1 minute. We get a little bit late, and Hung's flash is already down. It kind of tells his story, but it is nice to see in the 2v2 matchup, even in AD versus AD, it's easy to differ where we're looking our focus in parts of the game. If I get my English out, that'd be great. But as we get closer towards the game, pick and ban only minutes away. Let's do predictions. We always do it with caster predictions. Now, this is going to be a bit of a surprise with the world champions returning back into the Rift with a higher seed, by the way, 7th seed versus 10th. I'm the only one. Yeah. I scratched that out last minute, and I changed to FPX. Now,
You got exposed by production.
I did. I flipped a bit. Not because everyone else was EDG, but more so because you sold me on how heavy they can play towards bottom lane, how LWX and Hung can flip lanes, but also, take over games in that way. I feel like FPX have a really strong dynamic right now.
Yeah, to add a bit of weight to your argument, play devil's advocate
Please
for
do.
my own prediction.
Help me.
Like we were saying, EDG are a very greedy team. All of EDG's lanes like to play far forward, like to play aggressive under the enemy turret. And for a team like FPX, who pretty much strive on those opportunities, I feel like that is a point where FPX could win. I still feel like for my prediction of EDG, that EDG are just too solid. I feel like they'll come in, they'll have a really good game plan. They beat FPX in the regular season
That's also true.
by actually focusing on the top side. They know FPX don't play around Shallow, who they just hammered home that top side of the map and got Flandre extremely strong. We're playing through side lanes. FPX really had no answers. So I feel like in best of fives, EDG will probably be one of the most surprising teams in playoffs.
Where FPX, you already talked about it, the dynamic plays towards bottom lane. It's not like EDG where the versatility's there. Shallow, who often left on an island. You and I were discussing this only yesterday.
And it's crazy, too, because Shallahu is really good. Like Shallahu, I don't think he qualified for, being in conversation as a rookie because we haven't really seen him on any of the rookie graphics.
Yeah.
But if he did, I feel like he would definitely be in that conversation. Despite the fact he gets no resources, he's winning out in lane. He can hold 1v2. Even if he gets set behind, like we saw in their recent game against OMG, he was what, 0-3, 0-4, maybe 1-4, and then he was 1v2 killing people in sides after he was allowed to farm back up and get in the game.
I mean, again, he's a new player. He only came in after Nuguri. If you didn't tune into FPX last year, this was the guy that when FPX were having problems with Nuguri, Shallow who stepped on in, and the dynamic of the team was much better. Really good little comms episodes that we put up on the LPL channel that explained it in depth. But for FPX, you know, a new roster, LWX the only one left remaining, going up against EDG when there's 5 world champions. And we talked a lot about the versatility. I think we can also mention some of the flaws of EDG as we get into pick and ban, because we talked about JJ being able to play to multiple lanes, but you're also telling me he wastes a lot of time at individual points in the game.
Yeah, like I feel like that's where we're really seeing JJ struggle this split, is that you can tell he wants to be proactive, he wants to play on the strength of his laners, but he'll just waste a lot of time. You know, maybe it's waiting in the bot brush, waiting for enemy to overextend, look for this gank. It doesn't happen, and he gets impatient. He goes in himself. His bot lane can't follow up. He dies. Invade enemy jungle with Scout. You know, maybe the coordination's not there. He gets bursted out before Scout's able to follow up. We have seen problems like this for EDG, even moving past JJ. Since they're a team who I think likes to brute force their wins, that they thrive on pretty much outplaying you in the 1v1s and 2v2s. If it's like, hey, we see an enemy on side, and maybe dragons come up and you can start getting the setup for it, no, they're going to go for that pick and kind of overextend themselves and give opportunity to the enemy, you know, to bring jungle, to bring mid and pick you off.
I mean, that's why I went for FPX in prediction last minute, because I was like, actually, we've seen the faults of EDG. It was the, I guess, later half of the split where they started falling down. EDG started strong. JJ started really strong in the first couple of series, but you're right, it's a downhill slope from there. And EDG being 7th seed as a world champion is, I think, surprising when, you know, there's teams like Top Esports above them. JDG, who we thought were going to flop again this split. V5 secured first in a split after they won Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough one for EDG. And even going back to EDG's start, EDG playing, you know, a lot of the weaker teams who didn't make playoffs in the early half of the split, and once we saw them playing up against the top dogs, is when they really started to struggle.
As they're on your screen, it's Flandre, JJ, Scout, Viper, and Mako. Again, nothing's changed here. These are the boys who are in charge of the 2021 year, as FPX have completely changed, bar one man in the bottom lane. Shala, who on the top side, who replaced Nuguri for a couple of series last split. It's Clid. Care is the new mid laner, LWX and Hung. And I'm going to touch on that point because we all expected Gory to come through for the majority of the split. It was Beichuan early on when Clid couldn't get in. He, you know, had to wait a little bit, of course, due to requirements. And then we saw Gory come in. And unfortunately, it looked like Gory sacrificed quite a lot, but just wasn't the right fit for FPX.
Yeah, to where I actually feel like Gory was maybe slightly stronger in lane from what we saw in the LPL than Care has been. Like, he was just pretty much losing lane and also not moving on the map, not finding big impact in team fights unless we were going like really deep into the trenches of like 35, 40-minute games, which is where Gory can start to come online. But with how FPX like to play, I feel like especially with Clid, because again, Clid is so aggressive. Clid just loves to fight, loves to look for these kills. Expect to see the Volley Bears, the Lee Sins coming out today. I feel like that wasn't a match made in heaven to where Care, sure, he's going to be losing like 2 waves in a lot of games come the 15-minute mark. At least he's going to enable Clid's aggression.
I mean, again, skirmishes we talked about here for FPX and things like the Vex, the Ari, pulled out here. And as we get closer to pick and ban as well, we only saw yesterday's series. You and I were talking in rehearsal a little bit before about, it's only been 1 series. We've only seen 4 games on 12.5B. You know, we're looking a little bit at LCS last night. LCS still in regular season. LEC with G2 versus Fnatic. And it feels like we're still in a very stable point. Jungle priority coming through, hopefully, here today. We're going to have to see what more this gives us, because EDG and FPX, when they want to play towards the bottom side, and you expect EDG to match, then hell, let's bring that skirmishing and aggression to Summoner's Rift. Welcome, and so as EDG are on blue side to start things off. It is that Volley Bear first pick.
Yeah, and you know, with the Hecarim and Lee Sin bans coming out, he is the strongest early skirmishing jungler available. Are still some, you know, options open. Obviously, even though we do have the things like the Jinx nerfs coming through, some small nerfs to Aphelios, both of those have still been extremely prevalent here on the patch. Both teams have actually favored the Aphelios side of the trade and matchup because both teams do like to play aggressively in that bottom lane. You know, once you do get to that Gale Force, you can look for the Gale Force all in, throw out the Moonlight Vigil, and have a lot of pressure in the 2v2.
And I think LWX has shown he can be one of the most aggressive Aphelioses in the league. So a nice comfort pick for the AD carry starting us off. Now we're going to see, Lyric, if we go for a support or an early jungle in response, because there's quite minimal that can match the Volley Bear in terms of skirmish.
Yeah, and for FPX, this is another key pick. Shala, who absolutely loves playing the Jace. I feel like when Care isn't really a main carry of the team, getting Shala on his pivoted Jace, something that can put a lot of damage, is really crucial. A bit surprised we didn't see the Thresh come out, because that has been Hung's standout champion so far this split. But now EDG having an opportunity to answer for Flandre, I would expect this to be locked in.
True.
The Graves to come through has really been something he loves. It guarantees him prio in that top side to be able to push. and now, ooh.
Okay, we got a cheeky bait.
I was going to say, this is something that has been changed, right? Because
Yep.
Rise, we saw kind of buffs to his passive in terms of the AP you get for mana, and nerfs to the Q base damage, with AP scaling also getting a buff. So a lot more AP Rise expected to come through rather than the tank Rise, which we saw all split long.
And we know in the LPL, this has just been such a great partnership as well. Volibear jungle, Rise through mid. And you were all touching on this a little bit before. 3 really strong picks for EDG to cement that advantage we talked about in the opening segment.
And just very clear identity, right? You see Volibear plus Rise always indicates kind of pivoting towards sides at the level 6 mark. Both ultimates set up for that Realm Warp to go to that side lane. Volibear ultimate to find the dive itself. And now having Flandre on the Graves kind of gives you an option of play styles. I feel like it's why Flandre has really just pivoted to the... let's say OP picks in top lane, because both Gwen and Graves champions that have a variety of styles.
So does Cares Corki, apparently. I mean, a variety of styles here when we just really haven't seen much of Corki outside of maybe Do and B since the nerfs.
And it's a pick you'll still see in other regions. I know LCK is still playing it. You do still see it a bit in LCS as well. Obviously, the only thing that really ever changed was that package timing and changing the way you play around neutral objectives. But for FPX, another very clear identity coming through, setting up for the poke, setting out for the kite back, and going to allow EDG to run into you. That's also where Aphelios strives as well. So for FPX, you want to start seeing some frontline, some disengage coming out.
Okay.
I'm curious where FPX will go with their next pick. I feel like you look for jungle on 4 and then save counter pick for support, because if EDG end up going with, let's say, a generic Leona or Nautilus, that always does open you up for something like a Braum to come out, and then you do have even more disengage to play out with that poke.
That's a really good point. So for now, it looks like FPX are going to start banning away AD carries. It's double against Viper here. Lyric on EDG's side. What is the AD pool you start looking at here for the 2v2?
I feel like there's still a lot of options open, and looking at Viper, I'm sorry,
that's all right.
Because Viper has been playing a lot of different things in solo queue lately. He's been playing things like the Draven. He's been testing the Samira. He's been testing the Varus. So I'm actually interested to see where he goes. Jhin was another pick he leaned heavily towards in the regular season, but going up against the Aphelios, I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see where they go. I don't want to see anything that doesn't go with the full all-in style, so things like Caitlyn come to mind of where he's leaned in the past. I don't think that really fits their composition whatsoever. Okay. Enable the engage, find some damage, and they will be solid. Kai'Sa still being another pick that is, you know, quite heavily contested in recent patch.
Okay, well, for now, FPX, we're going to see which direction they go for jungle. Then we can talk a little bit more about that bottom lane. Nocturne comes out again. We saw this yesterday too.
And yeah, I'm really surprised as well. When we're setting up for them playing for this kite back, so them playing for the poke, Nocturne a lot more heavily playing for sides. You do have the Jace to be able to play for, but I feel like, you know, there were a few other directions they could have looked for with that. But now EDG, there's no way, right?
Well, Lyric, don't set me up for that, because there is a way, apparently.
This, another champion that Viper has been playing in solo queue lately.
All right.
I'm, you know, pretty curious that he would pick it now. Typically, when you do pick the Ziggs right, it signals that you're going to be playing up towards the top side of the map. You can wave clear quite easily, having your bomb, your ultimate to be able to influence skirmishes that happen around mid or mid jungle as well. So for EDG, I feel like they're setting up very clearly to play a lot for Flandre up in that top side.
I mean, we talked about versatility of EDG, and going up against FPX when we know FPX would be looking at bot. It seems that EDG have got a game plan of their own. Now, support was the last pick. It was the counter pick that you wanted to see. Which direction?
Yeah, I mean, I expect the Rakan to be locked in. For FPX, now they have the Nocturne, having something that can easily follow up, set up for these plays. Also, really good at being able to roam around the map and try and match Mako's Leona, because I expect Mako to not really be in lane at all once you get past those first few levels, and playing a lot with Scout, kind of looking for, let's say, mid-jungle support around mid, set up that skirmish, get prio, move up to top side, and start setting up these dives and start setting up these plays for Rift Herald.
And so you've already set up for EDG. It looks a lot about top side Flandre here on the Graves. Transition onto FPX, because we started building a lot of range here, but the Nocturne pick feels like we've changed direction, or at least adjusted a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like FPX's draft is a little bit weird in that regard. You're going to wait until 6 for it to really come online with that paranoia to start making plays. And I expect answering plays, because EDG are going to be the ones who have pressure and have prio on moving to the top side of the map. So we're going to see him counter-gaking, we're going to see him answering, and then later on in the game is where FPX's comp really comes online, right? You have Corki, you have Aphelios, you have Jace. That is insane late-game damage and late-game poke.
True.
if EDG can't find a way of getting onto you, then you will be able to win out in, let's say, like contests over mid wave, or if you're on Dragon first, they will not be able to enter. They will have a really hard time.
I'm also really curious about what FPX decide to build in the jungle too, right? Because we've seen a couple of Nocturne builds now. Stridebreaker yesterday, I think it was from Le Yen. A couple of days before, we got either the Tarzan or did we get the Archie Nocturne that had Iceborne Gauntlets?
Yeah, Frostfire Gauntlet coming out.
Yeah, different directions.
Yeah, I mean, right, I expect to see something like the Stridebreaker or you know, a more damage-oriented route coming out from him. He doesn't need to. He does have, you know, 3 carries, so if he did opt into something, let's say, like more tanky, more of a frontline role, I think it actually makes sense with the damage profile coming out from the side of FPX.
Well, either way, I'm excited to see it. We return with a Nocturne, and we welcome you to a bit of a 2021 Summer Finals rematch. FPX's roster may have changed, but LWX is still sitting there saying, bring it on. EDG versus FPX, our round 1. Our 2 out of 3 world champions in the LPL, and one of them has to go home. This is not the double elimination. This is the first round, and someone's got to die. The fact that we get this so early on, Lyric, I mean, a bit of a surprise to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely crazy, right? I mean, FPX, glad to see them make it here when they were one of the most exciting teams in the first part of the split in the LPL. Started to struggle as we got further along, but still had a lot of very impressive wins and a lot of really exciting games. And EDG, it kind of goes the opposite of, it's just very surprising to see them starting so early in the playoff bracket.
That's right, and if they got knocked out in the first round too, it would be even more surprising, right? EDG, the world champions, out in the first round. Getting a little ahead of myself, but as we get into this game, let's come back to what we talked about, because you talked a lot about EDG setting up topside. I want to know what that looks like early on in the game.
For EDG, I mean, actually, it looks like they're going to full-on commit to this invade. So, looks like committing to a bit of a split map. I think it's completely fine, right? Having Viper on the Ziggs on the bot side will be able to just clear waves. You don't expect Clid to be able to impact too much on the map, having this Nocturne early on.
Yeah.
But I feel like JJ is like a wide berth of options. You can look for ganks mid, or you can look for ganks top. I feel like the real difference maker will be once we start getting past like first reset points for bot lane, you know, level 3, level 4, to where Mako starts influencing the map. You expect him to look towards mid first. You get pressure on Care. Maybe you can find those kills. It really does feel like he's probably the weakest member on this FPX roster. That's when you can start pivoting up to dive Shalahu in the top side.
So I should ask, do you expect Hung to match? Is it all about how he tracks Mako and continues roaming alongside?
Yeah, I think it will be very important for Hung to look to cover. For FPX, I don't really think they can answer in terms of the early game skirmishing unless EDG really egregiously overextend.
Ignite for the flash, Mako getting low, LWX burning him down, and there's the aggression we see out of the 2v2. We haven't talked about it yet. I love the conversation about supports roaming, but the conversation I love more, Lyric, is the 2v2 from FPX continues to reign true.
And when you're going up against EDG, having the Zig, something that really doesn't provide too much in terms of these early trades in lane, they're able to find the level 2 first. They know they have the advantage with the all-in, and then just go for it. So Mako losing that summoner, when we're talking about the impact he can find on the map later on, feels really important. But Clid, going to look for impact of his own. Doesn't matter if he's on Nocturne, he's still Clid.
That's right, he wants to go for the blood, and Flandre at half HP might find himself in predicament as Jeje's nowhere nearby. Under turret he stands, Flandre knows how deep he is in the mud. Flash for flash, Clid a little bit later, and Flandre pulling the trigger early so that he doesn't give over the goal.
And remember, for EDG, they were just playing up to this top side. We saw Jeje take away the whole top side jungle coming out from Clid. So thinking that they'd be fine, maybe assuming him going for those bot side camps, but no, Clid wanting to find this gank. Jeje will have a massive advantage in terms of jungle camp. So look at it right now, 24, 2, 12. Still has his whole bot side jungle up. They have push in mid, scouts coming back to lane now with that TP, and looks like they're going to try and guarantee this bot side scuttle. They got to be careful of FPX's bottom lane though. Yeah,
really pushed out deeply. LWX and Hung, note the longsword start here, and maybe not too important, but still worth mentioning with the damage. Jeje starts it off, Clid moving down, and it looks like Mako wants to match as well. Hung in the brush, has to dart away. Mako threatening, and just like that, double scuttle looks to be more of a reality, Lyric, but as I say that.
Oh, JJ goes for the flash.
Yeah, we get a flash on in. We get a cleanse as well from LWX. A little bit awkward here from JJ, but as he gets veered down his first blood, over to the Phoenix. A 1-for-1 trade though as Scout looks to bring it into fruition for a little bit more. EDG chasing up, they can't get the root down. And suddenly it just turns into a bit of a barn burner.
Yeah, it just ends up being a 1-for-1 overall. For EDG, I mean, you look at Viper having no mana as well, so you're turning down onto the bot side first. Viper not really having the damage to be able to follow up with, consistent bursts being able to come out. He does get bursted down, but still, 1-for-1, you still do have all your bot side camps up in that first clear. A lot of Clid's camps will be responding now.
Yep.
We'll go straight into the replay. EDG thinking they have the numbers advantage. Mako can't find the Zenith Blade, which feels very impactful. Viper actually just moves back down to that bottom lane, and this is where JJ goes in. I feel like the key thing here, Scout getting zoned out a little bit from being able to put off any damage at first, allows for FPX to turn on to JJ.
As we return to live, and we're back into the action. The flash here from Scout on top of Xiao Lao, and EDG want to play towards top side. Scout's the one to do it.
Nice to see from EDG, and we knew this was their game plan, right? Drafting the Rise, drafting the Volibear to be able to look for these plays. We were expecting to be once Mako got onto the map and they'd start making these 4-man roams. Not even doing it. We see Mako and JJ both heading towards the mid lane to cover, but Scout finding an opportunity to find that kill on top side right away. And for EDG, we've kind of hit on for FPX about playing around side lanes, but EDG also have a great time kind of setting up in that 1-3-1 later on, considering they have both the Rise and the Graves. You've got to be careful of the Nocturne, but you'll always have Viper ultimate to be able to follow up, and they should be able to guarantee numbers advantage too, with the fact that, Mako and JJ will have more agency.
That's true. Mako moving around. We already talked about the roaming capabilities too. For EDG, their top laner now with a kill. Worth mentioning that was a double longsword back with the Vampire Acceptor already picked up. A lot of access to damage up here, sustained for Flandre. Importantly enough, Lyric, I feel like for EDG, that 700 gold lead is a great start, considering that they've got their eggs in the right basket, and Clid has just been on a tear. Excuse me, JJ has been on a tear on this Volibear in the early jungle.
And EDG are just going to keep it up. I feel like for EDG, the kill top side's nice. It still doesn't really change too much in terms of the early game win cons that we set up. For FPX, we hit on a lot that it's going to be very late game focused, right? Again, Corki, Jace, Aphelios, kiting back, not letting them find contest. If you can kite out the initial engage, you'll be solid. But it's going to be a lot about answering on the opposite sides of the map to where EDG is looking to play, and that's exactly what Clid is doing right now.
Getting a response with the vertical jungle. It was JJ who started this off after the top side. He's now bot. He's making a response of his own, looking to pressure bot and, I guess, put LWX and Hung behind, which was one of the conditions we talked about for FPX and the strengths that they've been playing to all season.
Yeah, and I was going to be curious if they were able to get some kind of wave set up to be able to look for a dive, but it doesn't look like it. For EDG, again, you don't typically expect to see people play around the Ziggs too heavily. You could, having the satchel charge available, if you can start getting that bot lane tower low, look to take it very early on, but you'd probably need a Herald play to come out first to set up for something like that. And, I mean, hey, turns out only 40 seconds until the Herald.
Let's go. First Herald of the game as well, and we were mentioning that both of these teams are aggressive within their lanes. They like to play for all objectives. There is no objective that is forgotten here from FPX or EDG, so expect a big fight, Lyric, and I guess that means we look at items a little bit closer and notice the difference here. Scout already picking up the lost chapters, so getting closer towards the Everfrost. We have Flandre with some items too. In comparison, Shallow, who's some rated Clid here with the pickaxe, so we do have some damage profiles to look at as we get closer to this one.
Yeah, and for EDG, again, already rotating their support very early on, setting Mako up with that early reset to be able to get the control set up, to be able to contest Herald. I think they have a much stronger, 4v4 skirmish coming out at this point in time. For FPX, I think you just look, maybe try and get some of your camps out of your top side jungle first, like we see Clid doing now with the Raptors, and start pivoting down towards the bottom side of the map. FPX leaving LWX and Hung there. They might also be a very bloodthirsty team when it comes to contesting objectives, but I'm glad that they're conscious that they wouldn't be able to win out in a fight right now.
Okay, so backing away, EDG just going to be given over. Again, we don't see Corki for a reason, right? Package delayed until 10 minutes into the game, Lyrics, so we have to wait a little bit longer for that one for Care. So FPX are going to lose the Herald. They've already lost the first Dragon as well. EDG starting the game off with a nice momentum boost. And, coming into this series today, there's a lot of people out there that'll be like, oh, well, EDG should be the stronger team. EDG should be the ones favored here. It's nice to see that FPX have had a response already and that we've seen the early game, playing towards that bottom side that, once again, we talked about.
And I think a lot of it also just goes back to the draft being a little bit unexpected. Now kind of having 2 days of, I guess, we're just starting today, but having 2 days of playoffs and LPL started, seeing RA swap up their game plan in yesterday's series, seeing FPX at least come out in game one and have a very different take than what I expected. We've hit a lot on the Nocturne for Clid, and that being a bit weird. Yep. But even for Care. Care's been a big player when it's come to a lot of higher agency mid lane champions. Ahri, by far, his most beloved champion. Things like the Sylas, things like the Vex, things that can look to tussle early on.
Yeah, because this is more a gory pick, isn't it, funnily enough?
It is. It is, pretty strange. Is Shallow who...
Did it spot him out
He
there?
knows!
He does, but the Realm Warp coming up might not matter if he knows, because Jeja has everything available. A Chilling Smite with a Sky Splitter Bear Slap, and Scout now spreads the Rune Prison to Shallow, who flashes late. It's an Ignite down, it's a kill, and it's EDG once again putting the eggs in the top lane.
And it's one of those things where I feel like the saying ignorance is bliss really comes in handy. Sometimes it's better not to know, as he still had to burn the Summoner thinking he can get out in the end, but we do see FPX still being able to respond, stealing away the camps in EDG's bottom side jungle, but that's not going to stop EDG from putting down this Herald, opening up this top side early on, and this looks just like their series in the regular split. Put all of your attention up towards Shallahu because you know FPX aren't going to play there. Even drafting the Ziggs in the bottom side just to allow that they have all this wave clear so FPX can't set up any response dives on Viper and Mako.
Shallahu on an island, and look, Jeja's doing it again. Shallahu has to pay the respect. I mean, for an inner turret at the top side, FPX right now, conditionless as they go in with the Paranoia through to mid, but buying time is Scout. He gets hit up, excuse me, the root down. He survives. FPX, that ain't a kill.
Great stopwatch coming out from Scout. Did have to use the flash as well, but still not allowing for the return play to be able to come out, not giving FPX anything on the map. Now they're going to be able to get their resets. Look at Flandre already picking up the Immortal Shield Bow. And for FPX, I mean, at least right now, nowhere near the amount of damage to be able to kill him. Yep. This is great for EDG. Now they can start playing more heavily towards the bottom side. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. You can start pivoting this into more dives. Just hard force your win condition to come through pretty early on in the game.
I mean, it's a 3K gold lead. We've got Immortal Shield Bow top. We've got Everfrost mid. We talked a little bit about what Scout could do in the Realm Warp. I love that FPX put their attention towards him. He survives from the last play, and EDG are all the better for it. A second Dragon to be picked up here, Lyric, and it just feels like this time around, EDG have come in with such a strong game plan, knowing the weakness of this current FPX.
And again, I kind of feel like FPX put them in this hole, but I'll pause. Mako roaming around.
It's always about the action, always about the blood. The individual leads matter not here. FPX's bottom lane getting crushed. The turret turned off, and the Cleanse late healed up with the Severum, though, but Flandre flashes underneath the turret, takes it up. The Shield Bow helps him out. A double kill for EDG, and in the top side, Scout solo killing Xiao Lao Hu. It's Edward Gaming returning to championship form.
And we've seen some great rotations come out from EDG in this game, but I still feel like Brute Force is the best way to describe them. They know exactly what they can do to find all these early game leads. Care trying to find an advantage in the mid lane, but even Flandre having the TP to come respond. And for EDG, they can just keep this going, push aggressively into the enemy jungle, get that vision down towards the bot side of the map, and keep setting up to take that bot lane turret. Once you do that, you can start having side lane control and rotating on mid. I think a very easy plan for EDG to open up the last two turrets. We're going to see here, though, I mean, the big thing is with EDG moving their forces over to the spot side and taking the top lane turret, it gives them the numbers advantage to be able to wrap around and set up for this dive. The execution able to come out just because of things like the Immortal Shield Bow still there on Flandre for him to be able to tank it through. And then here in this 1v1, Shala, who just not expecting it, Scout comes in, hits the Everfrost, and able to finish it off.
I mean, the wave clear insane from Scout. He's ahead. Even after getting dove mid, Scout is ahead in this game. 3-0 with a bounty. 3-0 Graves up in the top side. EDG, their solo laners are taking over. I love that you brought us back to our topic at hand. Brute forcing. EDG this game, it has been about the early game. It has been, if you missed the opening, about how EDG, with high individually skilled players, can take over in each and every respective lane. Viper's been a quiet one this game, but we know what the Ziggs does. It wave clears, it waits around. The rest of EDG just be the better for it. I mean, Lyric at this point is FPX. What do you do to coast through and get that late game condition you were talking about?
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really feel like there is a way. Like, I don't feel like there's a way that's in your hands. Everything right now is up to the side of EDG. For FPX, I feel like, I guess, step one, getting a defensive vision line set up in your own jungle, you know, getting some control words there, spotting out EDG when they come in. To be fair, EDG can just clear those since they do have pressure in all three lanes. But at least have information, try and secure your own jungle camps, and just buy time, right? You're going to give up the next dragon. You can't look to fight right now. Just try as hard as you can to get more gold onto LWX and Care, so then when it comes point of soul, you can actually look to contest that objective.
2, 3 items right now waiting for Care. I'm looking at LWX, and he's only on the Gale Force for now. So as EDG once again to use that word brute force towards the mid lane, they move up towards the top side. Herald spawning. 3,500 gold is going to bridge deep further.
And, you know, even though League of Legends is nowhere near snowbally as it was, like, say, back in Season 3,
yep.
League of Legends still the game where, you know, the winning team has more options. One of my former analysts, when I was on Flamingo, the Flanalista, said to me, you know, macro is a luxury of the winning team, which, you know, like, obviously there's options when you're losing, but just so many more cards in your hand when you are on the side with pressure. Again, in terms of EDG come back on the map, they can start making their way down towards that bottom side, push out mid and bot, get vision in the enemy jungle, and what can FPX really do? They can try and contest, but you're just putting yourself in a losing battle where you can't win out in skirmishes. So,
especially when you look at EDG, and they're not like a one-dimensional comp, right?
No.
They don't do one thing only. And that's kind of also what we talked about in the opening segment, like the versatility of EDG, I guess, in this game, as well as playstyle, is also the draft.
Of course, and I feel like a lot of it also comes down to FPX's side, where in draft we were questioning for them. We were expecting, you know, maybe things like the Braum, maybe more kind of peel-oriented junglers. Sure. EDG did ban out the Trundle, which was a great call to them. Obviously, a great pick up against the Volibear. Could have been something that FPX would have taken on 3, but even if you would have taken something like the nerfed Xinjiao, obviously much weaker, your ult duration being a little bit down, I still feel like it would have fit better because we set up for the poke, we set up for the kite back for the disengage, and you kind of round it out with some side lane play, with some all-in, which just feels like it doesn't give you the tools to stall out the game like your 3 champions wanted.
I mean, look at this right now. FPX getting dove. We paused because EDG are going to do it again. JJ going balls to the wall, but hung under turret, trying to buy time. Golden is his. LWX, ultimate melee range. The Herald gets the charge, but Scout is behind enemy lines. This Rise performing like he did at Worlds. A bit of deja vu if you're a Damn One fan, as EDG don't give a damn.
No, this is why we expected EDG to come online in playoffs. I feel like they kind of ramped up in that last 2 weeks of the split, even after the shaky start. But in best of 5s, I really feel like this is a team that you can believe in, and it really would not surprise me for them to make a deep run. Scout having an absolute banger of a game so far, was one of the members early in the split who I think was sleeping a little bit, as Flandre getting extremely close.
I mean, with the Ziggs ulti as well, EDG are just flinging out the ults. Care has the package though, Lyric. We're on the 3rd Dragon, and FPX may be out on the base first. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping our eyes on Care, being able to set up that package. The problem is EDG have so many members you have to focus on, right? Scout coming out. And both Scout and Flandre, both relatively tanky.
Sure.
Scout, I think, did go with the Frozen Heart. Obviously, we saw Flandre going towards that Immortal Shield Bow. Vampiric Scepter, so probably Bloodthirster next. You know, kind of the zombie Graves build where you really are just nigh unkillable. So they can tank out this poke and try and set up an all-in coming out from Mako with that ult.
It looks like they're waiting out Care's package as well. So the level 11 Corki, the one tool that maybe could change things around here for FPX with such a gold disadvantage could be huge. Poke big as Solar Flare does fly through as well from Mako. Dragon hasn't been started. FPX have done some damage, but right now it looks pretty even with the health bars. The package comes through and FPX are going to try again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I would have liked to see Flandre wrap around. You have push and bot. You could try and look for a bit of a flank, but they're not going to go for it. Scout flashing in.
Scout, yeah, he wants Care, and with the bombs away, EDG send FPX down to another grey screen. It's 3 members running for their life, but Scout is so scary. This Rise, helped out by Maker. The flash doesn't play, not connected, but LWX tries to spin to win, but at this point with Viper in as well, it's FPX who don't want to be anywhere near the blue team in this game. LWX is trying his heart out. He's got the right guns. He's kited away, but he's out of mana. And EDG make this a sure thing in game 1 of our round 1 series.
And it's just great to see that Scout was the one who was the decider. He's the one who pulled the trigger, knowing, hey, we can win this fight if we can find the engage. Sure, they cut it out Mako's ultimate, but you can't dodge the flash EW coming out from Scout. We're going to see here, they wait out the package time, which is really crucial, but Scout going in, finds the lockdown onto Care. This allows for the follow-up from Flandre, super fast with the flash. And then from here, there's not really too much FPX to do. They got to start kiting out, playing, throwing out a bit of damage from Shallahu. But with multiple flashes coming out from different members, there's really no way for FPX to keep EDG at arm's length and guarantee they get that damage off. It's already a little bit too late for them. As LWX, you know, kind of skirts around. There could have been a cheeky moment here where he could have hit the little blast plant, hit JJ further away. Wouldn't have done anything. Would have been hilarious, though.
But, and it also would have been like that moment, like, can he do it? I mean, that's what I've been asking all game for FPX. Can they find anything? In front of that Dragon Lyric, I was saying the same thing, like, okay, Care's package, we can see a way that they can hurt EDG, but again, what you said about this game was that it's up to EDG for FPX to find a win. It's up to EDG to make the mistake. It looks so far gone, and it looks like EDG have just come into this series so well prepared as FPX getting engaged on again. JJ on top of Hung. Mako's here with the solar flare, but it won't be thrown out. Further to my point, it looks like EDG are confident, knowing they've done all the hard lifting work in the early game.
And now for EDG can just play out through top and mid, right? Get vision set up in that top side, siege down these waves. And, you know, you can play a little bit around a Baron Bait. I don't think you got to fully commit, but if you want to try and pull them out, try and find picks, like the opportunities there. The very safe case would just be waiting out that 2 minutes, 50 seconds, playing for Dragon, just kind of fishing for picks in their enemy jungle, hoping they walk in. And if they don't, just stealing away their jungle camps. But it does look like EDG are going to set up to at least get some vision around this Baron and kind of toy with the idea of trying to force FPX out of their base.
And I mean, they've done their due diligence with the vision line as well, right? EDG have cleared out all wards from FPX. It's blind, apart from this one on top of Scout, but FPX are moving into a choke. JJ's over the wall. Flandre soloing the Baron with his double lifesteal items. Now, it's still doing too much damage, but EDG at least have a start.
Yeah, I mean, he's going for it. You finally see JJ starting to make his way over. Viper going to be able to contribute damage from over the pit as well. And Scout, I mean, Scout is so massive right now.
Yeah.
2.5 items. He's going to be able to do a nice job of zoning people out, but this was it, right? It doesn't even matter if you do the Baron or not. It's about pulling FPX out of their base, making them paranoid, making them wonder what's going on, so you can find that engage coming out from Mako, whose ultimate actually just came back up.
True. It's a pretty low cooldown, even at this point in the game, so FPX are going to have to wonder how far can we get with our vision. And, you know, Lyric, in this early game, we've had a lot of talks about narratives, we've had a lot of talks about styles of these teams, and it feels like this is a really good game one to get the judge of how FPX adjusts, right? Because in this game, when we opened things up, we saw that, well, okay, we're playing at range. We're playing a composition that wants to poke down. We saw the draft come through with the Nocturne, and that's kind of the point where it feels like FPX have pigeonholed themselves a little bit in. Is it worth talking about at this point? No, because LPX is going to die. He's just going to die. Scout picks him up with a nicely timed Realm Warp, and it's all right, Lyric. FPX are running for the hills. It's Baron o'clock again, which is probably more important.
Of course, and I mean, EDG have the setup here. I mean, at this point in time, right, you don't want to say it because it is a playoff game, but it feels like this game is pretty much, you know, in the coffin for FPX at this point. You would need pretty egregious ints to come out from the side of EDG if FPX can somehow throw a rocket, steal a Baron, buy more time, EDG start running in one by one. Like, those are your avenues of winning for FPX.
Steal a Baron? Okay, well, Baron's gone. I was expecting Clear to pull out the Paranoia, but Shallow was busy on the bottom lane turret getting some objective gold. So Baron does go down. EDG still 7,000 gold ahead in this game. We've got 30 seconds to an Infernal Soul as well, and that would just put the icing on the cake.
Yeah, for the side of EDG, even going to have some pretty solid control over Boxside River. Typically after your Barons, right, because a lot of members get chunked out quite low, you have to commit to a lot of resets on your team, and then you lose control. And the team that actually lost gets tempo on the map because they're coming out from base first.
Sure.
That's not the case because Viper and JJ were able to stay on the map quite healthy. Viper even pushing in the wave allows them to have full control, and Care having the package. I mean, again, it's kind of counterproductive that Care wanting to find a good package angle.
And it won't matter if he's not here for the time being. He's on the backside, but it looks like EDG start the fight. But JJ going in. Ultimate's going to hit him as well. He dies to the Moonlight Vigil, and Care with his package lines the river. He pokes out and returns to the fight as EDG are numbers down, but it might not matter as Care runs away, but hit by the tag of the ulti from Viper. Flandre on the wing, and they don't need JJ. FPX are that far behind. Solar Flare flash from, and EDG say thank you for the Infernal Soul anyway.
EDG's just going to be able to turn over, take that one for free, and now FPX, I mean, you get to pick up some of your jungle camps. You got to kill. There's some silver linings there, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Somewhat. At least you're trading something when you're this far behind, right? But as we look at the replay, again, it was JJ who got caught out.
I mean, right, they're looking for the play. The problem is Mako not here to follow up because Mako's trying to find an angle on LWX, which I think is a pretty solid call. But JJ not actually being entirely too squishy at this point in time. Does go down to the Moonlight Vigil in the end. But the problem is that EDG still just outright out-damaged the side of FPX. Flandre being so tanky with the build that he went, he's able to absorb damage from multiple people. and then the rest of the members able to follow up once the fight gets split. That's why going into this fight, I was going to say, it is still a little bit of a weird play pattern, right? Even with the package. With FPX going down, you kind of need to Hail Mary flip a fight, and the only way you're going to do that is by finding a Master Corgi package, which probably leads to you putting yourself in harm's way, which also goes against the way that Shalahu and LWX are going to be fighting. So I feel like this composition, once you fall this far behind, which feels funny to say, any composition when it falls this far behind is in a bad spot.
Yeah, we stopped talking about things like the potential of scaling, right?
This is when I expected the talk of fridges, of pigeons, of...
I don't know, what else? I mean, I did say that we were going to put butter in Xiaohu last time we saw him. You and I were looking over some casts from earlier in the
No,
split.
it wasn't. It was cheese and rookie.
It was putting the cheese in rookie, right? Because if anyone doesn't know, you know, you put cheese in fridges. Now, Rise is the perfect example of a fridge. If you're sitting at home and you know what a fridge looks like, which I hope you do, when we see LPL 3-item Rise, look at that. As solid as a fridge. Care just took poke, by the way. Hey, he's dead again. Viper snipes him out. This has happened one too many times.
Yeah, and for EDG, I mean, it's just finally time, right? Having the Infernal Soul available, you picked up all the kills you need. Thimblewinter now on Scout as well. You're going to be able to push and look for the end, pick up 2 inhibitors at once. And now it's just about if they're willing to pull the trigger and, right, quote-unquote flip it, looking for a dive under the Nexus turrets. But it's not.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
It's just easy. Look at Flandre sending Hung away. Again for EDG, this wasn't even close. The Scout brings minions into the Nexus turret. And his level 15 Rise sits there comfortably. Paranoia is used, but it's so defensive. A Solar Flare on top of Shalahu and JJ turning the turrets off. FPX running scared, and that's all this game has been. It's playoffs round 1, but EDG saw you were talking trash with LWX with the right guns. At the last moment wants to bring it back, but EDG with 3 members still strong. A satchel charge opens up the Nexus, and 3 versus 5. Care walks into all the damage again. I don't think he cares at this point, because they know they've lost this. The ulti again from Viper sends LWX into a wall. JJ with an ultimate bear slap. Cleared, running back to his fountain. And in game 1, if EDG saw you talking trash, well, they're here to silence all doubters as they destroy and dismantle the Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, EDG coming out with a statement game to open this best of 5. Let's remember, this team 2-0'd FPX in the regular season.
That's true.
With a very similar game plan. Put resources up towards the top side, come out in draft with like this early rotation of Volibear Rise. You know exactly what it's going to do. They compound it even further by picking up the Ziggs in the bottom lane, and they just look so well like trained on these sorts of compositions, on these champions. Again, even going to the Ziggs, you know, scouring the solo queues. Even Viper's been playing that. Like these guys being prepared for pretty much any scenario that comes up.
I mean, the versatility we talked about was there, right? Where we knew they were playing top side, but it wasn't always about that. Like JJ making his way through bot. We knew that this jungler could operate around different sides of the map. EDG got the Volibear. EDG got the Graves. 2 picks at the moment that you feel like, well, okay, perfect for Flandre, perfect for JJ. Even Scout on the Rise is to be argued too.
Oh, of course. I mean, I feel like Scout has really kind of found his stride once we got to the second half of the split, which is surprising considering that's when EDG started to fail.
Yeah.
But it's when the champion pool started to open up a lot, right? When we saw the Corki nerf come through, when people started kind of like falling in terms of their feelings about Victor. And it's like, okay, Ahri, LeBlanc, Rise even went up even higher prio from before, where he was already like 90%. And I think this is where Scout thrives. Scout thrives when he can be a playmaker, when he has the agency on EDG to push the game forward himself.
I mean, it's great stuff here from the mid lane. A big game-ending score, and honestly, could just be looking at MVP. And clean across the board from EDG. It's that individual skill, that class that we saw. Even though Viper and Mako had a quiet game, as soon as EDG start grouping up, again, there they are. Viper with some insane ultis, doing the most damage, of course, as Viper normally does. So really nice to see that EDG are returning to the strength that we saw in the individual season, when the individual season ended with them at 7th seed, at 10-6. They're the world champions, and they're in round 1.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm still just focused on the damage, because seeing that damage just like gives me the flashbacks to all the times that Care just walked a little bit too far forward. Which, let's be real, since Viper's a Ziggs, a little bit too far forward is not saying very much. It's not very far, but just always able to find that damage to come through. So, I mean, like you're saying, right? We have a rematch of 2021 Summer Finals. We have, I'd say, two teams we didn't really expect to be here, and EDG coming out with a really strong opening.
A really strong opening for a round one game under 25 minutes or under 26. To end it out was pretty insane. So we'll go to a break, but when we return, see if FPX have some fuel in the tank and what changes come next.
The spring regular season was extremely fierce. We have so many evenly matched teams. It's almost impossible to tell who will rise and who will fall from the team standings alone. However, that is what makes the LPL the most interesting league, isn't it?
So it's 33 kills in 27 minutes. We do it again. Look at the ult in the back line. FPX bring it back. It's a bouncy castle. And unfortunately for OMG, the Phoenix rises from the ashes burnt down by OMG. It feels like with this, they should eventually secure their playoff berth.
You've got iBoy still alive on the side. He's doing work on this bait. You've got to get the bait. You've got to get the bait. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! Ori smashed a team fight and a penta kill for iBoy. Doggo is caught though. Yeah, G-Code up clutch. Breathe with Meganar is trying here. Fofo with the big Emperor's Divide. The Emperor is here to stay. Fofo cleans house. BLG looking to crest into the playoffs with some mighty strength for themselves. And BLG will lock in 8th place. Now they just go on a shakes his head. JJ goes into the pit. They've still got the damage here. JJ, he gets it. Jinx steals the Baron. There is no hope any longer for Team WE as it's Landre on the back, and EDG will continue their dominance.
And Mew had to bring it all back, but he's in the middle of the team to stay using the range. Somehow WE might actually turn the fight around with the poke at first. One Fong as well, not expecting it. He's charmed with quickness, but GA pops through as the Shy takes some ball to court. You need a lawyer to get yourself out of that one, Lyric.
The fight comes on through top esports. Knight on the backside with an Infernal Soul. He's just going 1v3 on the back, and the rest of his team is winning at the same time. Knight is a monster, and UCal finds it out firsthand. Triple for Knight, and game for top esports.
Tries to get himself away from the fight. Goes golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
The Moonlight Vigil flying through the depth charge to knock him up. It's missing with the execution. And the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JDG, once again, team fight king.
He's going down. Why are you there, my friends? Why are you pushing it when he's still acquainted? He's still healing. Oh, that healing was ridiculous. They still haven't taken him down. Finally, to get him, and here comes the package across everybody. Burn, baby, burn. RNG find themselves a fight. Triple kill for Finn. The series and a shot at top 2 for RNG.
V5 blast themselves into this game. UV in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hoped so he would win. And boy, is she triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass. V5 continue to dominate the LPL and maintain their first place position.
Now it all starts again. This time, they must show all of their strength to prove who is the king of this LPL spring. Let the games begin.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky hands, mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning fast, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spending bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
See, I've been waiting all night for you to come and make it right. I thought you never heard me like the way you did tonight. I don't know what I'm feeling. In my head it just keeps ringing, and I just wanna press rewind, 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 rewind. And I try to find the words I couldn't find in front of you, in front of you. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, be alright.
We're here in the LPL playoffs, day number 2, and it is also round 1. And what this means is, Lyric, you punched me in the arm. What happened? Why did you try to hurt me?
You know, because I'm an idiot. There was a mic here before. I thought that was the mic we're using. And then I looked down.
That mic there.
So I punched you like, hey, you idiot, the mic's there.
Over there.
And I'm the idiot.
It's because we haven't been in broadcast room for a while, folks. If you're wondering where we are, we all moved to Dublin at least.
We all moved to Asheen's house.
Yeah.
His room. His clothes.
His headset.
His water.
And his good graces, because thank you to Asheen was a graphic for a while for a good reason. We want to thank him. We also want to thank you guys for tuning in for this one, because EDG versus FPX, after game number 1, was just such a clean-cut win. Congratulations to Scout, who picks up MVP in a 26-minute win. This was easy clap for EDG.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal. Again, I feel like it just goes back to the way EDG brute forces wins. Though I do feel like it was very well done in terms of the win conditions they executed. We were hitting on the side lane movement coming out from him, setting up for Flandre on that top side. They hammered that home. They got 2 turrets, I believe, off that Rift Herald push that they went for. And there was just easy pickings. You open up that top side so early on. Flandre is now coming down towards the bot side. They're interacting more with Mako. They're interacting more with JJ. And Scout really was the big facilitator. Huge Chad energy walking behind turrets, setting up those dives, doing everything.
The amount of times he walked into 4 people by himself, like Scout didn't care. 3 item strong rise, and for EDG, relying on mid lane, relying on the strength of their individual players, it's what we talked about. And you love to see it, that EDG have come into playoffs with such big energy, as you just called it, and with Scout and Flandre working so well together in tandem with JJ.
And it just goes back to where we even thought that the series would be impacted in terms of Scout being incredibly strong. And again, I feel like Care has filled a lot of holes for the way FPX like to play.
True.
But I still feel like is probably the weakest performing member of this roster from what we've seen so far. Hasn't had a lot of time to mesh. He only came into the roster at the beginning of this month. So, I mean, he's filling a very hard role. And the fact that FPX got here after the struggles they had, I think is amazing. But still, Scout able to be the difference maker in this game.
Again, showing that fortitude and why they're the world champions, right? We see a really clean game number 1 that ended in 26 minutes and about 30 seconds.
I even like that, we saw Scout go back to the tank rise,
True.
With the kind of like buff/changes to his passive, kind of incentivizing him more to go towards AP. But Scout's still sticking true with the tank rise because he accelerated so far ahead that we saw. With him sticking with that, they could do no damage to him.
I mean, and the rest of the team had so much damage as it is. Flandre accelerated, Viper just cruising along as well. There was no problem for damage in the fights either. What we saw is FPX walking in and never walking out alive. Like, Care having to deal with Viper that game, dude. That was really rough with him constantly walking into minefields.
Yeah, even Flandre. I mean, Flandre got so far ahead, Immortal Shield about Bloodthirster right away. And we saw in the one fight, I believe it was Soul, where he's zoning off 3 or 4 members by himself, and he's absorbing all the damage. But bam, 1 auto, he's back to full HP. So for EDG, kind of once again, I'd say a very team-oriented victory in terms of how they played it out. Very good prep coming into the series. Solid draft, and I feel like that's where we got to see FPX change it up because we saw them go with the Corki on 3. I feel like that is where you could have brought out the Trundle to try and answer the Volley Bear if you were going to commit to this style. I really doubt that EDG are going to ban out the Corki on 4-5, considering that, again, there's just no prio on it. And FPX have not been a team that have picked it up. It hasn't fit Care's playstyle in the LPL whatsoever. So
I mean, we can also talk a little bit about the jungle pool itself, right? Because after the Trundle got banned away, FPX went towards the Nocturne here for Clid, which didn't actually have any effect in the early game.
No, and I can kind of see what they're thinking in terms of like, okay, well, EDG are going to play out through these sides. They're going to have like tempo in terms of moving from mid. We can always match with the paranoia.
True.
But just because you can match doesn't mean you can win out in those fights. So I'm not a huge fan of it. Again, even I think going towards something more like the Nerf Xinjiao or something along those lines where, sure, your ultimate, duration is down, can still pop that, can still be a frontliner, kind of buy space for your poke threats to be able to get off their damage and, be able to play out the game that way. So there were definitely other options there for FPX, and now game 2, it's going to be on their coaching staff, Stake and Refrain, 2 people who know each other very well, have been working together through multiple organizations, obviously both coming from the LMS, to adapt and hopefully set up this FPX squad for success.
I mean, Stake has been on top teams before as well. Stake previously on RNG. Like, this guy's
Rogue
been in the
Warriors
LPL for a while.
back when they were the super
One
team.
of the best teams, the most fun to watch in 2018. Like, he's been through it all with top-tier players in the LPL. So, again, relying on Stake here for this game number 2. We've got to see how FPX adjust. Because for EDG right now, you got the opening Volley Bear, which I feel like that needs to be talked about first. Volley Bear, very strong pick at the moment, and we're looking at it with bated breath as JJ just dominated the early stages.
I mean, it seems like, in LPL, we were already gravitating away from the Xinjiao just because of the changes to things like the Gore Drinker and the Starex and all that stuff. But now with the nerfs, it's like even less prioritized. So we kind of have our top 3 junglers of Lee Sin, Hecarim, and Volley Bear being contested. 2 of those banned out once again.
Oh, yeah.
As we need to say, EDG, being the higher seed, get to pick side selection of their choice for 3 games, and they get to decide which 3 games those are. Typically, it is the first 3 coming in, and you're hoping for that swift stomp.
And you could set that up again by just going for the thing that's left open. We like the EDG ban towards Clid with some of his best champions. Lee Sin, Hecarim have been really great as of late, but EDG gets the Volley Bear again, Lyric. But at least this time, FPX with a stronger response.
Yeah, they take away the duo. I feel like it really is probably the strongest mid jungle that we see in this patch in terms of being able to help and enable opposite sides of the map.
Yeah.
Now for EDG, seeing where they're going to go in regards to their respective answers, I feel like we've seen Scout play a lot. The fact that they've banned out the Ahri, I feel like that has typically been one of the go-tos to match into the Rise because you fulfill a very similar role, being able to move with your ultimate, obviously having things like the Everfrost and Charm to set up CC plays on side, but EDG no, instead going to take the Jace for themselves, not give Xiaolahu the comfort that he had in game 1, and also taking the Xayah. So far, I'd say a decently defensive composition coming out from the side of EDG. They have the early game aggressor and jungle to set it up, but having the range tools, the anti-dive AD carry to kind of play against what FPX have. So for FPX, again, to risk not getting shut out from the jungle pool again, maybe you go towards that here, but Trundle typically being the answer we see into the Volibear, not incredibly strong in terms of like mid-jungle 2v2s, which is I feel like what you really want to play Rise for, but no. Wanting to get this absolutely smashes the Jason lane, especially once you hit the level 6 mark. You can pretty much consistently dive him, even in scenarios where you push in the wave and you die as well, where guess what? You just deny Jace one, or if you can stack wave 2 waves, and you're finding an advantage for your top side on Xiaolahu.
I mean, it makes it interesting, right? Because if we see Tryndamere up the top side, I wonder if that pivots how FPX are going to play the map, because with a team that likes to play bot so heavily, now you have a Rise, now you have a Tryndamere in side lanes. Let's see what the dynamic is when Clid finally gets his jungle.
Yeah, now for EDG, you just go towards that same ban, take that one away. We still also have the Viego open as well, if they want to opt into a more skirmish-oriented playstyle. The Xin Zhao being the other pick that we've hit on. I feel like those are really the two that come to mind in terms of champions left open for the side of FPX to be able to go towards. Viego has been Clid's most played champion this split, but Xin Zhao being his second most played, so both would be in his wheelhouse. Now for FPX, it makes sense to take away the Rakan since you do have the Xayah on the opposite side. For EDG, I feel like their comp still has options in terms of how it could pivot. So you're still playing out with a lot of range. There's still quite a few mid lane champions left open, but I feel like you could just go towards a more aggressive mid lane champion and just try and play out through sides. We still have things like the Vex left open, which Scout has really liked to gravitate towards. The Silas still being there. Like, there's still some things that can be played. Syndra, really good answer into the Rise as well.
Strong mid 2v2. Let's see if EDG pivot that way. But we've got a couple of jungle bans we need to mention. Nocturne actually banned out this game. Trundle, you were mentioning before, which FPX have once again decided that they're not going to pick up in the first 3 rotation. What else is available, Lyric? Like, we're down the ways.
Like I was saying, I feel like your answers are going to come to Viego or Xin Zhao. They go towards Viego. The Syndra being the last one we just hit on in terms of mid lane, so I feel like it wouldn't be a bad option for EDG in terms of that it gives you more range, which fits with the theme of your Jace and your Xayah. It wins out in mid, it pairs well with Volibear. It's kind of where my eyes are going in terms of how EDG can play this one out. I feel like they're just going to opt into this Leona that they're hovering right now, which will at least give them some engage options if they do want to turn and try and find fights themselves. And now to see what Scout decides, if he likes our suggestions, or if he thinks we're absolute idiots.
Well, I'm sure he's not going to think that. You said Vex, you said Syndra. No one really wants to see the Corki Lyric, but at least out of fan sentiment, we know that this also has a lot of range to it as well. Are you going to match Rise instead? What do you do?
And
just going through.
I was going to say.
Just pick it.
Right now.
Oh, that's a different direction completely.
Yeah, taking a page out of Fofa's book. Ox probably somewhere molding right now as we speak.
Good on him.
And so they're just indexing into the range, or indexing into more of a scaling composition. To be fair, this does shut out picks like Viego and Tryndamere pretty well, both being, melee champions who need to run in, get their damage down, throw out that Emperor's Divide. They're not able to follow up. But it does take the ball out of EDG's court, in my opinion, in terms of early game options available to them, especially when you do have this Volibear who I think would like to get things done. You'll still be able to be a big meat shield later on in the game, but for EDG, I feel like now you're looking a lot more at JJ, covering, especially for his top side, making sure Flandre doesn't fall behind, so then you're in mid-game, you can go in neutral, a solid footing, where your composition will be incredibly strong.
Okay, so again, not like early game in last game, where they were just playing towards top to accelerate, playing towards top or playing towards some of these solo lanes to neutralize. I like that. On the other side, FPX, though, we have a lot of skirmishing, it seems like, here from Viego. Tryndamere comes through as an early pick from Xiaolahu as well.
I feel like for the side of FPX, the big strength of their comp is that they have early winning lanes. You know, like Rise, you'll get pushed in on first wave, but then once you start getting, you know, some levels under your belt, level 3, you'll be able to just pretty much spam the wave, ignore him, and start moving around the map with your jungler. Bot lane should be able to win, having the Aphelios into the Xayah, be able to poke him out level 1 with the Calibrum. And then we already hit on for top side. You know, you'll be able to have advantageous trades early on, but especially that post 6 point, it feels like it really comes online. So for FPX, I'm looking at early game aggression, not necessarily in the first few levels, but at that level 6 mark, having the Realm Warp, having the winning Tryndamere in top side, Aphelios will already have pushed down in bot, and it feels like it opens up all the options for Clid.
So are you looking directionally towards bot, though, in the early game? Because that's what we talked about with FPX. Like, I feel like a lot of the time when we set up narratives at LPL, we always come into the games, and it goes a different direction. Care has the opportunity. But at least for the bottom lane early levels, I'm wondering how it works.
I feel like pre-6, you can look to cover or set up for bot lane if you want. And then post-6 is where I want to see FPX actually switch it up, play towards their top side, at least make sure that Shallow, who is dominating this lane, make sure that JJ isn't there shutting him down, make sure that he has the vision to do what he wants.
Well, it's an interesting dynamic here, because for FPX, after the first game, we've pivoted completely. Early Rise pick coming through. We get Hung's Thresh, which is something we didn't talk about, but it's exciting to see him on something that's so amazing as a playmaker. Weirdly enough, Hung's Flash is still available. So it's 50 seconds into the game, and yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, for FPX, instead of just going to like mark up, you know, the normal like 5-point stance on the map, instead of going for anything cheeky. And for EDG, I mean, having, you know, a decently strong level 1 in terms of like if they wanted to push in, who knows where like Flandre would be or you know, Viper and Mako linking up. So I think it's fine when you already know that once we do start getting a few levels under our belts that we are the winning early game. You don't need to add the volatility in the mix for the side of FPX. We just need to really see them push that advantage home going into the mid game, or Scout will just become such a menace. For EDG, you will still have the option of playing out through sides. You have the Tryndamere and the Rise. Spread EDG thin across the map. Flandre doesn't have the TP to answer you anyway, so feels like those are kind of how we'll see early game into mid game develop for both sides.
Let's see if this different dynamic comes through for FPX. Again, shut out in the early game in game number 1. If you're just tuning in, it was a 26.5-minute stomp from the world champions of 2021. Play missing there in the bottom lane, unfortunately, as Mako's just going to run into him in melee range. We're gonna pay attention to the junglers here, Lyric, because it is a bottom side start for JJ and Clid. You talked a lot about JJ negating what they can do up in the top side, what Clid can do overall with his bloodthirsty style.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it is just going to come down to, again, making sure your top laner has vision, making sure you're spotting out where Clid is, and preventing Shallahu from finding those all-ins. Early lane state's kind of developing exactly as we expected, right? LWX and Hung having push in bot, Azir going to have control over the first few waves in mid, and Shallahu having that kill threat up in top side. One crazy crit, and Tryndamere just suddenly wins out with a solo kill early on. I feel like we've seen it absolutely so many times. So slower first few levels than I feel like we'll get from last game. But knowing both of these teams and how aggressive the laners like to be, especially for EDG, a lot of them do like to look for, you know, solo kills or 2v2 kills. Wouldn't be too surprised if something flares up at the snap of a finger.
Hey, yeah, it's what we expected coming into this series, right? FPX and EDG. EDG brute forcing in game 1, and FPX can be bloodthirsty themselves in jungle with bot. We'll see how it develops, because jungler's heading up towards the top side of the map right now. And as Scout kind of pushes out through mid, everything looks a bit normal. I am more curious to how much damage Shallow who can get off on that top side, where junglers finally meet.
It looks like JJ going to just wrap around and maybe start heading towards his bottom side early on with how heavily Shalahoo's pressuring up in that top lane. We do see, it looks like LWX and Hung might just set up to take Scuttle themselves, so denying JJ on both fronts, and him not really going to be able to find any impact early on unless he tries to opt into any kind of skirmish, but it doesn't look like he could. So JJ going to be forced out for now. He does a prio mid.
Yeah, and he's found Clid. Look at the damage coming through. Skysplitter was just used to steal away the Scuttle, but it's a volley with PTA. It's coming down again. The lightning for the slow. And JJ has flash available. Now he's just like, hey, Shallahu, do you want to beef as well?
And this is a bit of an awkward position for Shallahu, knowing that he's here, right? Because you look at where the wave is, can't be pushed in.
He walked into him, though. Skysplitter's going to time out perfectly. Shock Blast combination at half HP, and JJ negating, as we said in draft.
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky kind of... Oh, actually, let's not talk about that cheekiness. FPX now might
JJ
try and
backed.
bait something.
JJ backed away. Flandre low on mana. Remember, this is the Ghost Jace, by the way, as we'll see which summoner has to be burned. He jumps back in. playing it cautiously on Xiaolai, who gets a good trade, but not overextending past the minion wave for now.
Oh, Hung?
Okay. Ignite goes down, grab him there as well. They stick him in place. LWX with some good trade of damage, but it is Mako who has to burn the flash while Hung drops the Ignite. Now on the top side, we return again as instant flash here, but it won't be enough. Ghost was burned as well, but Clid and Xiaolai who have the damage. They flash on top, and FPX burn the blood in the top lane.
And this is exactly how Clid loves to play. It doesn't matter that he's had those camps up in bot side. He's going to wait, force his play out. This Hung
cleansed?
fishing again. You're right. Cleanse coming out from Viper. JJ going to be spotted out by a ward, so EDG not going to be able to answer on the opposite side of the map.
Much better start for FPX. 600 gold lead here off the first blood in the top lane. It goes to Clid, who we know is going to keep getting active as a Gravitum comes through. Mako too far forward in the lane. They had the jungle there, but they're overconfident. A dark passage from Hung helps out as he picks up the kill. The flash from JJ, but LWX responds. They're safe under turret. FPX are rising again.
And this is what you expect from FPX bottom lane. LWX first in kills for AD carries to 5 minutes.
Yep.
And I believe he's second if we go up to the 10-minute mark. So typically in the first 10 minutes of the game, both these guys are looking for these aggressive options. It opens up for Clid to be able to take this dragon. You're fine on the opposite side of the map. Xiaolai catching that wave under turret, and JJ not going to be able to find anything because Scout's on the Azir. So this is why in draft kind of hitting on if EDG wanted more options, could have maybe opted into a more aggressive mid lane pick coming out.
Sure.
This is kind of par for the course of what you'd expect. And especially now, where you look at the levels, level 5 across the board for the most part, Care finally hitting that level 6, this is where FPX's composition really comes online in my opinion.
I was going to say, it's only going to get worse, right? So after the early game, we've seen a nice starter, but let's see how the momentum shifts forward, especially since Flandre has no summoners up on the top side. Viper without his cleanse as well. Maker burnt the flash before. You've got quite a nice setup here, especially since we're getting towards the Herald, and we know they won't be available for even that.
And that's why I'm curious to see how FPX play this one out, because I was saying in draft, I'd kind of like to see them switch it up, play towards topside this game.
Yeah.
It feels like that's more of your guaranteed route to where, like, Xiaolai can pressure on his own. If you want to leave him by himself, just give him some vision like he's getting for himself right now and play down towards bot. Probably not now with Herald coming out in 1 minute, but it would be quite greedy to play out two sides of the map. But it is an option for FPX. So it's kind of like the easy stock and standard, just give everything to Xiaolai for the next like 5-10 minutes, or be a bit more greedy, try and win on both sides, allow Xiaolai to play his game alone, enable LWX and Hung on the opposite side.
Let's just track Clid a little bit closer to find out that answer, right? He's got a Sheen, he's pretty strong here with the first blood. It's level 5 here on the jungle. They've got a Rune Prison up. The Emperor's Divide sends them out for a glide, and FPX are negated back, but there's no ulti here from Scout right before the objective's going to spawn.
And despite the fact you were hitting on, you know, again, having the Volibear, maybe a more aggressive mid lane option could have been good. This is why, you know, you can understand the Azir coming out. 3 melee champions, and then 1 very short-range mid laner coming out in the Rise. Even Aphelios, you know, not having the highest range once you're past that Calibrum. So makes sense for Scout coming out. Is going to be very safe in this mid lane matchup. JJ going to find some counter jungling of his own. Actually, no, this is his own jungle. I'm just an idiot once again.
No, that's all right.
Clid is just playing in it.
He
like
is.
It's his own jungle.
He's sitting there waiting very patiently. I love that Clid was kind of making a JJ there. Do you remember you and I were opening up the segment talking about JJ is very patient as a jungler, and that's why you think it's his. Because Clid was sitting there for about 30, 40 seconds. He's still there, by the way. Look at him on a bit of a journey.
Yeah, Clid building a new house in enemy side.
Waiting for cement to dry. He's backing. No, wait. No, he's not backing anymore. Lyric, that is a very well-lit jungle, but Clid is still trying to make things happen.
Yeah, and Hung hanging around for now. You'd assume that they maybe should expect him to be here. I guess for ADG, you could assume he could be on Herald, considering that Xiaolai who's pushing top, but they are going to respect, they're going to know the possibility that he's here now for EDG's bottom lane. Wave going to come to a neutral point now, wanting to take Krugs, those aren't up. And LWX, my God, playing so aggressively by himself, kind of, I guess, bluffing the enemy side that, hey, you know, I still have Hung, he's around, etc., etc., you can't all in me. Mako doesn't have Flash, so I guess he is still fine for now. But
I noticed Care went into Fog of War in that play as well, so I guess adding that extra piece of respect. Hey, with Herald up and available, though, let's return to the discussion. Care still with Ultimate available. We're still expecting that. Xiaolai with Noon Quiver up in the top side as Tryndamere. No fully completed items yet, but FPX are the first ones to make the move with Hung here and waiting.
Yeah, and we now see Xiaolai getting control of topside because Flandre using his window early to try and, you know, get control over Vision. They were able to guarantee the topside scuttle. So at least if FPX start this one up, they're going to have full information of it. And both teams posturing up for this 4v4 right now. Looks like we have summoners up pretty much across the board on everyone who's here, other than top laners. Both going to be up soon, though.
Yeah, AD Carry's not even joining in, so there's going to be a 4v4 strictly. It's a flash from JJ onto Clid, but he ulties out of there. The Empress Divide, though, beautiful from Scout. Separates FPX as Care now fighting front to back. He flashes on in. Clid with a reset in the nick of time, but JJ cleaves him too. Flandre in the middle of 3, and FPX have found this fight with another good play down. Flandre with a burst, but it's a stopwatch taken through. Now with over the wall, Flandre getting out, but the Realm Warp close too. FPX seal the deal, but boy, was it close.
Yeah, 2 for 1 going over to the side of FPX, able to win out. Scout finding, a play, separating the members of FPX, hoping they could burst someone down. Not able to do it. Now FPX going to pivot back towards their lanes, try to deny a bit of CS. We'll go straight into the replay here with Clid playing so far forward. I feel like the game plan here from EDG is just, again, burst someone out very quickly on. With the 3 members you have available, you split them up, but still, Scout then left on his lonesome on the Azir. Very squishy, has to flash out immediately, and then for FPX, you hit on it. Clid getting the reset was so massive to buying more time. You can see JJ and Flandre just kind of biding time, waiting for him to come out to get damage down onto him, which allowed for the other members of FPX to find an extra kill in return.
Flandre getting away as well in the nick of time. Would have been a 3 for 1, and FPX might have the goal lead, but they didn't do the Rift Herald as we went to the replay. EDG come back, Lyric, with looks like a quicker reset.
And again, I feel like it's one of the funnier parts of League of Legends in terms of, like, if you die, you technically come back first, right? And you're first on the map. You're able to get that off to where FPX, as soon as they stayed on the map, they did deny waves. I do believe we saw Shalahoo push out on the top side. He's 6 CS ahead right now, so was able to deny that for Flandre. Care as well pushed in. I'm not sure how much of that Mako was able to hold or absorb, but FPX at least able to get a good trade on the opposite side of the map and still posturing down for now. And now we're getting to the point, hitting on what we were talking about earlier, where this will really define FPX's game plan, right? Because Flandre, once again, having no flash, you can play towards that top side, or you can leave him on his own. He'll win out by himself.
The angle,
you can do this.
The angle on JJ, the hook, Hung doing it again. You know what to spam, guys, when this man gets behind enemy lines.
And FPX are doing it, right? That they are going to try and win out on both sides of the map, it looks like. If you can keep that vision up in bottom side, you'll have full information of where JJ is if he's up towards top. You can try and match if you want, or you can just look to do what you just did. Maybe try and set up some plays on Viper and Mako. Now that Viper's at that level 7 point, though, it will be a bit harder considering he does have the ultimate available. But even just denying him off turret, denying him waves, there's only 2 plates left on the bot side turret. You can do so much.
He's 30 CS behind. I mean, 80 carries didn't move before, and LWX was already having a good time. So for FPX, it's not just the plays we see. It's just not the sneaky little movements from Hung. It's the fact that LWX is so far ahead of the curve of Viper. It's nice to see our world's AD carries going head-to-head, and in Game 2, we get a bit of a flip of the script.
And for LWX, I mean, right, it's been a lot less about this bottom lane for FPX than we expected. Like, sure, this game, we've definitely seen more focus than we did in Game 1, especially them coming out with the 2v2 kill earlier on, but still, it's been a lot about mid-jungle coming out from either side.
Yeah. Care and Clid, working together again. We talked about Care sacking waves a lot of the time. He's been keeping up with Scout in this game. He's playing a great Rise game here, even and even up so. What I'm trying to tell you, folks, is that he's got 2 kills, and he's got an Everfrost versus the Leandre he's just picked up. And with FPX, the way they've started this game, it's just been so momentum-based. It's a 3K gold lead. We're looking towards where the Herald's going to be placed from JJ to even it up. But even so, FPX hitting their condition, Lyric. We already talked about it. EDG want to stabilize this game a little bit, and JJ going up towards the top side going to do exactly that. Shalahoo about to get dove as ulti's up and available. He gets knocked into the wall, and EDG just looking to force that out with the ghost.
Yeah, so at least going to get that crucial summoner, which is very important in terms of trying to find those all-ins.
Peekaboo, yeah, Clid here. Realm Warp being used as well. Care's going to be on top of them, and EDG only have 2 members to respond as a hook. Beautifully sunk it in, and Care with his 3rd kill.
Nice by FPX to set it up. EDG went for the plan that we set up earlier in terms of, like, play towards that top side. You can at least try and deny Shalahoo either his ultimate or his ghost, which will then give Flandre some safety. But FPX waiting in the wings already. You're going to be able to get this top lane turret pretty early on and start opening up the map and, like, bring your eyes into bot lane. LWX is fine. The only place you really have any semblance of pressure is this mid lane with Scout.
With the ulti coming through, maybe it turns into a kill as Care gets phase rush and runs away. Mako can't follow through. Solar Flare out of range, and FPX's mid laner. He's going to escape from that one where first Heart Blood goes over to the Phoenix.
At least Red Turtle will come out. They should be able to get this turret, but look at the mini-map. Other members are coming.
Wait, Gale Force in the bottom lane. Ulti comes through from Viper. This is the aggression we want to see. Lyric, I'm looking mid. Scout's low. Herald gets the charge.
I was too excited.
Turret will stay standing, but for good cause, right? You're seeing that EDG are trying to bring some action back in this game, but FPX just won't let them.
No, FPX not giving them any breathing room. And right, I feel like if you have a lot of like people listening here who don't typically watch the LPL, they'll be like, oh, aggression, blah, 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 isn't that normal? No, we have a lot of teams that I feel like are on the more tame side. The BLGs, the RAs. I feel like I'm missing someone. Whatever, we'll go to the replay. EDG here
I'm trying.
Going for the dive.
We have 17 teams.
We have
trying.
We have too many teams. We have too many teams. The OMGs. There we go, they exist.
I guess so.
But I feel like FPX, EDG, JDG, and V5 really being the standouts in terms of like, these are the teams who like to play more aggressively.
Yep.
Especially the teams that we have in playoffs. Every other team kind of, I think, falling a little bit lower on the spectrum in terms of those levels, even top esports, surprisingly enough. But FPX, going back on point, are not one of them. They love to force their advantages forward. Shallahu now going to be able to make an impact on the map, having the Gale Force available. So Flandre never really going to be able to walk up. If the wave ever goes to a neutral state towards River, Flandre has to be afraid of going up there. And then even Viper and Scout, he'll have a very easy time of forcing both of them back early on.
So let's talk a little bit more about EDG, because you mentioned in draft, like, this game is about neutralizing FPX in the early game. That hasn't happened. It's a 4K gold lead. FPX have 2 dragons. There's another one up in 30 seconds, which it feels like they can force EDG towards or just take. EDG are well and truly behind, but we have Azir, we have scaling elements of range, so how does it work?
For EDG, like, okay, they're pretty much 4K gold behind, like you just said, which feels pretty hard. I don't feel like it's completely out of the ballpark just yet.
Okay.
I feel like the roughest thing for them is the fact that FPX can go pick up Dragon. They are now on Soul Point, and you will be forced to fight in 5 minutes.
There you go.
Because if EDG could have bought more time and kind of just played cross-map to what FPX are doing, it would have been a lot easier, because I don't feel like FPX have the easiest of time of brute forcing as EDG did last time, because they don't really have a true front line on their side, right? You have like bruisers in the Viego, like sure Shala who has the ultimate, but I think it's much more dangerous to try and like threaten deep into the enemy jungle or force dives, because you could give those kills back. So EDG would have an easier time of getting the defensive line, being able to guarantee their camps, and just setting up for a 5v5 where EDG, I think, wanted Sackside's first move to mid and try and have that numbers advantage to prevent FPX from walking in.
I mean, there's 4 members here right now. Flandre getting ganked in the top side, though, and FPX going deep with the numbers known. Shallow, who just returns to the side wave. It looks like for now FPX will hover around the Rift Herald. The second one being looked at here with Dragon 4 minutes away. So as Care clears the wave, EDG using those numbers advantage, you talk about at least to get some objective gold when they're so far behind.
And it just goes to what we hit on, right? EDG giving up sideways, saying, hey, we don't care.
Again, boxed down. Wait, hung again. How does he do this as Clit has to ult breaker away? LWX is poking them down, and that's scary. FPX with a bit of a health bar advantage. Clit will heal up, and that's an easy second Herald.
So they'll get second Herald, but I think we just saw the play pattern that can get EDG back in the game.
Okay.
In terms of, if you're controlling space where FPX need to try and force their way into, to control something, whether it's answering mid-turret, or again, if EDG were the ones on Herald or vice versa, you saw the amount of poke that's able to come out even at this point in time. So EDG, really about kind of cheating ways to find tempo, giving up things to make sure that you're able to get into those positions first, and forcing FPX to come in mute.
But for FPX for now, still with the gold lead here, is a Herald that comes through. Let's kind of talk about the setup for the next Dragon, Lyric. We're going to have 2 items coming through. You know what? That means we're getting to a replay. We got the little leaderboard down. We're going to go to a replay. So ignore what I'm just saying. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. I've been casting LPL for 4 years.
Say, you're kind of like Clid right now.
Oh my god, I am.
We're waiting too long.
It's a paper of fine. Flandre going in. Actually, Clid, yeah, kind of like me. You're right. He's about to die. Flandre takes him down. There's no reset, and you couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, dying. You're dying of embarrassment. He's actually dying on the rip.
Yeah.
Shallow, who now WX at least can be able to force in the mid lane and answer something back, because now for EDG, really nothing in the bot side. You can try and force on bot, but you see Hung hanging around, Care already here clearing out waves, no real camps available for you to be able to take away. And in terms of setup, I feel like there's one thing that will be very hard for EDG to deal with when we talk about sides, right? Typically, I don't feel like you have a lot of side lane matchups, as we actually do get a replay this time. And so, if you called it this one, EDG, we're going to see here, Flandre walking a bit far forward. So FPX being the aggressors, thinking that they could punish, and they set up for it beautifully. having no one in mid, so FPX not really having a good read. Does look like someone in EDG pushed out mid-wave prior to this to where they wouldn't have the information of someone showing on mid-wave regardless. But going back to my point, FPX, Shallow actually does have dive threat and like tower threat on sides. Typically you don't see that. I feel like there's a lot of top lane or side lane matchups right now that don't actually give you turret threat.
Yeah. But
with Shallow's advantage on the Trinity, he actually does have that.
And he's been pushing out waves all series long, or game long, I should say. So EDG is a group up as 4. Shallow, who used that opportunity to make a quick back, and now picks up the Noon Quiver as well. Sorry, Lyric. The Navori Quick Blades. I got there in the end. So 2 items here on the Trinity that you talk about the dive ability. However, up on the top side, the story isn't about him. It's about Scout on this turret, picking up some more objective gold. 3,000 is now the only thing that separates EDG from FPX, apart from those dragons.
But now we're going to get to a point where Soul, 1 minute, 29 seconds, looking across the board in terms of summoners being up. Up for the most part. Clid missing his flash, I mean, could be impactful in terms of once he is committed, he is committed. Flandre on the opposite side, once he's engaged on, he's pretty much dead. But at least your key carries, Scout and Viper, have those available.
Yep.
Care, Shala, who LWX, the key members on FPX, also there. And for the side of EDG, ooh, you're pointing
I'm pointing at Rylai's.
Yeah.
I'm pointing at Rylai's. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think that's a great point, because that even goes into setup in terms of items, right? Having the slow available, trying to dissuade or buy time for them to come in, where EDG have more time to get their poke down, more time to layer the DPS. For FPX, the critical thing is that we have 2 Gale Forces built for their side, so a ton of all-in potential on top of the Shirelias for Hung.
I'll be looking at that angle from Shallow, who close towards EDG's point as well. We will have a strong 2-item Flandre, who we just saw the poke through before. It is significant. Flandre now has the Muramana upgraded as Care's the one not taking too much damage, but EDG poke out nevertheless. Sun turret goes up. Clid's on an angle there.
Yeah, Clid trying to find his way in. Look, they're actually kind of pincering with Eldavix and Hung coming around the opposite side.
We want to see them poke them down. FPX are coming from the right, but they're over a ward, so EDG are picking a play. To the left side they go, but holding from LWX, locks down Mako, who flashes away to box down. And Shallow, who runs into everyone. He'll get rooted up with the Undying Rage. Pops so early. He runs out for his life with Ignite, almost getting him down. FPX have taken so much damage. A Scout runs through. Another flash burn. A hook not connecting. FPX have been outmaneuvered.
Yeah, FPX still going to try and find an angle in with the Realm Warp. But not all members here. EDG should be able to secure this dragon.
He has an ulti, goes over, but the box taken, the Dark Passage. It is an objective bounty picked up again, as EDG will deny the soul for the next 5 minutes.
And we saw EDG have the disengage tools there available to be able to poke them out from being able to come in. EDG in a space where FPX, I don't feel like they needed to force.
True.
If I'm being completely honest, they went for that of their own volition. Could have played more around Dragon. We are going to see now, though, EDG not only closing the gold gap, you know, kind of slowly, little by little, but gold means less and less as the game goes on, especially when you're EDG and you do have that scaling available. FPX are going to have to go back to playing towards those sides, because we've kind of seen them just hard force grouping up over the past 5 minutes. We haven't seen them playing around that Tryndamere or that Realm Warp that we were hitting on early on. Those were the tools that got them ahead.
That's right. And Shallow, who, look how strong he is as well. Again, you talked about sideline, the waves he can dive. Scout, Flandre, whoever it may be at this point. Shallow, who returns to bot that, though, for now. Doesn't have the teleport worth mentioning, so he is on the opposite side of the map from the Baron. But it seems like for now, EDG wouldn't dare starting that one with Scrying Ward available and some deep vision for FPX.
No, so it seems like for Shallow, who gonna just have to start rotating up and taking camps, looking for flanks. I actually really like Scout being the one to answer in Shallow, who has more wave clear available, has a disengage with his ultimate. And I think he's a lot more hard to go back to what we were saying before, hit turret against or look for these dives against rather than Flandre.
Okay, well, Hung gets the play, but doesn't get the death sentence. Mako, maybe it's his own death sentence. The reset for Cliff given over here. FPX started the fight. Look, Shallow, who is here once again. Undying Rage used, but this time into less members. FPX started off, and even though Shallow, who gets nothing achieved, they still find a big pick onto Mako.
And now for FPX, there isn't really too much you're able to do with this pick.
Okay.
You can try and get some more vision down the top side, but I don't feel like you can really follow up on any more deep wards or more aggression. If you do push further into their jungle, you still have to answer waves on sides anyway. You look at the top wave, something Care's going to go and clear right now. So you get a nice pick, you get a bit of gold in your pocket, but not translating into too much. And I feel like the game is on a bit of a cycle right now, to where we're going to see FPX consistently have Care and Shallow who push in sides. You're going to rotate towards mid to try and set up those picks. 4 or 5 minutes until Dragon comes up, and then they're pretty much banking on the fact that EDG, they can't get away with getting every Dragon, as we see here. Mako not expecting this. They have complete control over Baron.
Okay, well, we're coming back because something happened. Scout has soldiers out, and Xiaolahu, okay.
Oh, wait, more action, apparently.
Maybe it was the right move to come out. Dark Passage, nicely done from Hung. The save care, but hang on. TP's being used. 5 members are in front of Baron Lyric.
Xiaolahu has no TP either, right? He took Ghost, so they can just go for this one and burn it.
Clid's bottom side. There is no smite available. EDG, again, the word is outmaneuvering here. As Clid is still so far away, it's going to require a miracle. As Hung puts out the box, the Dark Passage over the wall. He steals it. Captain Clid reporting for duty.
That was absolutely insane. It looked like EDG had completely outplayed FPX there, but FPX, they get away with everything. Now they get to maintain the pressure they had on bot, the pressure they had in mid, not taking the Baron and now forcing this home. Hysterics, that was crazy.
That was EDG with the smart play, but FPX just said, shut up, go home. That's the best Baron I've seen in a while.
That was so sad. I feel like that is the most heartbreaking Baron I've seen because you completely understand what EDG are going for. You completely understand the thought process. Not thinking they need to commit anyone to like zoning members off, maybe wanting more damage, burning the Baron to try and get before other members can get here. But Hung on the Thresh, coming in clutch, able to Lantern over, and JJ actually didn't have smite available, it looks like, unless this is, you know, some kind of like spectator or viewer bug, but no smite on the volley bear, just allows Clid to be able to get it.
At 500 HP, Clid comes in, says thank you so much. Baron now for FPX. Scout ulti's in the bottom lane. And FPX are right back to that point, Lyric. 6K in their favor. They're hitting the side lanes as you want to see. And Baron on a team like this that you wanted to see control sides is just such a glory given.
And especially when they're the team that's been on Soul Point, right?
Yeah.
Because one thing that EDG were able to do before was you say screw sides, you move mid first, you push in that wave, and you have a guaranteed angle of walking into river. Now, they can't do that because FPX having the Baron buffed minions can guarantee push in mid and bot to set up for Soul.
EDG are matching for now. Bottom side is where all the attention's given. Flandre moving in, but the wave is pushing down this turret so fast, and Clid is always threatening. I love right now that FPX feeling confident. Good ulti from LPX. Look! 5% no HP all of a sudden. Ulti comes through, Xiaolahu threatens, and just like that, the inner turret is demanded.
Yeah, so they're going to pick this one up. They're going to be able to go back, get the soul, and there's really no response able to come out from EDG. FPX, they actually don't care. They're going to keep the push up.
Speaking of which, he returns as well. FPX with 4 members of the Baron, while Clid hits mid. FPX just do not care, you're right. EDG so defensive right now, the Dragon there, and after a quick push, Realm Walk going to be used. This is Soul that looks like absolutely guaranteed.
Yeah, there's no contest able to come out from EDG. There's just no way. Like, sure, you're even able to get some healing off from Viper in terms of HP, but not able to match your tempo. You still have waves funneling into you. I mean, the Baron is still there, so even had they, like, let's say left one member in mid or bot, you can guarantee the push still there. So for EDG, now you're coming back on the map. You're going to wait for the fight to come out from FPX, try and get some vision set up so you're taking a favorable fight on your terms, not allowing for any flanks or anyone to come from off angles, and hoping that an Emperor's Divide is enough, hoping that JJ and Mako can be those meat shields so Scout and Flandre can put off the huge amount of damage that they're doing.
I just can't believe we're into a game 2 where EDG smacked them game 1. FPX lost in 26.5 minutes. We're at 28 right now, and FPX are in the driver's seat, and it feels like this game has been a really good responsive draft. We saw the early game priority come through. We saw Clid on something that enabled the rest of FPX, and away they went.
Yeah, and now I feel like Scout will be able to start dishing out a good amount of damage with the Liandry's, right? A lot of like health being built on the opposite side for Care. Clid even having the Black Cleaver on top of the Divine Sunderer. Now it's pretty much going to be all in his court still. No anything like Sorelda's Grudge coming out for Flandre, so FPX, I don't feel like have to be too afraid. They can just look to brute force this, and they even have Xiaolahu who's putting pressure in mid.
Look, ulti comes through as well. FPX going for Mako. It spreads again. Hung with the hook. That was close, but the Solar Flare stops him in his path. Hung with the Shurelias too. This guy only wants to go in, and because his flash is available, get ready. Hung will flash in for this hook, Lyric. I am going to predict it.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No,
Wait
he's
for
not.
it. FPX are going to push towards mid for now. Topside turret comes back. You're right for now, though, and that's what bothers me the most.
Look, here's what's going to happen. EDG are going to be the ones who engage out of nowhere.
Okay.
Because they're the ones with pressure put on them right now, right? FPX pressuring them from both sides. They need to find a pick. They need to try and cut off the fight from one angle. FPX not giving them that option. So typically here's EDG or the team being pressured, right? If you have a team pushing in numerous lanes, you just have to commit 5 resources to one, accept your losses other, and try and win out that fight to rotate quick enough.
As FPX is sitting 5 strong. Okay, in front of the inhibitor, good route comes out from Viper. LWX saved by Hung here as Shock Blast hits over. Defense still comes through.
And remember, this is the kind of fight.
JJ going gold. I don't know. The box is going to layer him down. He gets slowed, but still FPX haven't found the damage, haven't found the opening.
And these are the formations that EDG want, right? EDG are happy with 5 members right in front of them. That is where EDG's damage will be able to come off for free. FPX not having a great way of forcing fights. It is really only Care flashing forward, which he doesn't have, finding a route, or Hung setting up the play. There's no way else for FPX to find it.
But EDG are now separated, and they find the inhibitor in the mid lane. Clid pushing down towards the bottom side as well. Half HP as JJ response. FPX are pulling them around the map. Care realm warped up for this one. The base broken at multiple angles for now.
And there we go. EDG trying to find the play like we said. You have to commit onto one side, but Mako's ultimate not connecting.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting it too, which is why I was giving you space to do the yelling, call the fights, but nothing able to happen. And EDG, you just got to go.
Dennisblade dodged away. At least Care doesn't move from it. And the dark passages again from Hung have been so good this game. So Lyric, EDG's base is broken, and FPX maneuver around.
I mean, FPX have been playing phenomenally, right? We're now up to an 8,000 gold lead for their side, able to keep this one up. And it goes back to that, you know, most of us predicting EDG to win, we did hit on, there are ways for FPX to win the series. This should no way be a smash coming out for EDG. The silver lining for EDG is as long as this game can last till, let's say, something like Elder, I mean, at least then it becomes a flip, assuming FPX go for that, because FPX at this point could kind of just ignore the neutral objectives, say, we're not playing for Baron, we're not playing for Elder, we're just going to look to try and play out like we were, spreading you thin, using the super minions, not giving you a chance to steal. But if FPX do flop, they do bring it to an objective. One smite from JJ can turn the game.
Even in an AK gold lead, I like that you bring it up. EDG still have ways in this game, but it looks still difficult as LWX. Ulti comes through, but doesn't hit the target. Shock Blast absorbed by the Mountain Shield and a bit of LWX's own making. We have the Baron back up and available. Lyric, EDG are moving into River, but FPX right now relying on Tryndamere in the bottom lane.
I was going to say, look at Shallahu. Shallahu pushing firm. EDG, are they just going to start this one? They are. They're feeling desperate. They know that this game is pretty much a loss right now. They need to find some hope, and they're hoping it's this Baron.
All 5 members relying on Azir too. Hung with the hook to start it off. Clid on the back of the pit wants yet another steal. He won't get it as Viper takes it. Clid looking for his pickoffs on the backside as JJ is buying time, but Shallahu is ending the game. The Realm Warp ignoring all as Hung goes one direction, Care goes the other. Scout taking him down though. The Emperor's Divide good as Scout actually will find 1. 2 kills, looking for the 3rd. FPX's Tryndamere has been silenced, and Scout holds the line strong.
And it's sad that, like, FPX are the ones moving the Baron, but it's always around the Baron where we see FPX start to struggle in the later halves of the game. They're trying to hold, they're trying to hope that Shallahu can go for the split push. The problem is, they don't really have a way of dissuading EDG from doing Baron in a 4v5. You don't have poke yourselves, you don't have any hard engage, you don't even want to take that fight without the Tryndamere. It just allows EDG to get it for free. And, I mean, we're going to get to see here all the small nuances. Again, FPX relying on Tryndamere. They're hoping they can stop this from happening, relying on Clid for a steal, because they don't have any poke. They don't really want to engage into a 4v5 with the lead they have, because they don't really have a front line. They don't have anyone who can just really soak damage. And EDG right now still hit very hard. Sure, you get JJ on the back half of the fight, but here Care's already low. He Realm Warps in, giving what looks like a free kill over to Scout, and then LWX right alongside with him. I mean, I think just very questionable decision-making coming out from FPX to all in on a side at this point in time.
I mean, it's good that you talk about how EDG can move back into this game despite the gold lead, because now with the Baron buff, with a very strong Azir at 4 items, Scout, again, looking big. Viper in this game with a bounty for a good reason. Elder starts here, Lyric, but FPX, the damage hasn't come out yet.
No, but look, Shalahoo's off on the flank. EDG, no. So you're going to have someone mark him and make sure he isn't able to come in. Or FPX will be able to just do this, but Scout still in top.
TP's coming through. It's a 4K though. Shalahoo wants to take on Flounder, who flashes away. But look, back at the Elder, Mr. Observer. I need to see it because the fight's going down. Elder's still standing. Mako's dead. Klid's now dead as well. EDG's jungler going golden, and Jeje is going to get a world of surprise. He comes out, but Scout with the Emperor's Divide Glide in the back line sends him to Viper. That's express delivery. And Scout flushing away was so clutch. Elder on FPX's side though. Shalahoo's coming back in. No ulti. Care in front of the Elder. Scout does it. Everybody's dead except for Flandre.
And now EDG able to defend. They're doing fine. No Elder going over. This game is absolutely insane. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know, but when you see two people kill each other, the mid lane is going at it, you know that this series is on a path of deliverance. Lyric, run this.
How do we break this one down? This one was insane.
Run this down.
I mean, he finds the flash at first. FPX starting off with the numbers advantage. That's why they're able to find the pick onto Mako, but we said it so many times, FPX not very tanky as a composition, not even getting too much out from that Mountain Soul, so they get brought down, especially with Scout having so much DPS going with this Leandri's build, finds Lasagna's, and then the flash was just so perfect coming out from him, reading the LWX, going to throw out the Moonlight Vigil, and then here he knows, you know, try and buy distance away from Care, able to get out that DPS still, and I mean, I was a bit surprised that he was able to win out in the 1v1.
True.
Still, Care going with the more tank-oriented
Round two.
build once again.
We're going to do it again, Lyric. That's the real question here. Jeje has ulti, but look, the rest of EDG aren't nearby. Looks like FPX come back first, and Jeje are over looking for the kill. He actually finds it.
What is this game?
The game of thieves, it seems like, is FPX. This time they're going to get flipped off.
Yeah, so you do have a 5v4. They could try and look for the push. But I mean, we've already seen how much Scout is able to deal, how quickly he can get them to those lethal points where the execute is able to come off. The nice thing for FPX is there's no flash on Viper or Scout, no cleanse on Viper as well. They do still have their defensive ultimates available, but for FPX, this one would be a little bit of a flip right now. The problem is, I feel like FPX are now scaled in this game. It's not even a feeling. We've seen that. We've seen that EDG have scaled into this game. They have Elder. They definitely should be able to win out in 5v5s. FPX don't have the range to deal with the damage. They don't have the engage to force their way onto the poke. And at this point in time, pressuring sides doesn't really mean too much when EDG are mostly just playing around their base anyway. We're going to get to see here the smite coming out from Jeje. Just gets it before Klid's able to bring out his own. And I mean, goes down to the end, but it doesn't matter.
That's rough. I mean, to be fair though, Klid stole away the EDG Baron earlier on. FPX had the reins of this game for so long, but EDG have stuck around. It was the base push as well that looked like FPX were going to take us to an even series, but even with the Mountain Soul, EDG, a full item Azir there, Lyric, 7-2 and 3. Scout so far in this series has been instrumental to the success of EDG, and Jeje as well, with just an insane performance when we're criticizing him towards the end of the split.
Yeah, now we're going to see the different dynamics come out for FPX.
Engage. They've still got the Elder, remember, on 9 people. Turn the turret off. Jeje sacrificing his life, and EDG can't get a response kill. Maybe a little bit too deep at this point as Klid in the backside.
Yeah, and I was going to say, EDG didn't look like they were on the same page there. Certain members backing off. Mako's gone. Certain members of EDG backing off to go defend against Tryndamere. Jeje going so far forward. Scout and Viper show.
I mean, they need to bring it to something here as Shalahoo runs on in, but they're only going to get zoned away. Lyric, death times at this point in the game are pretty big. I mean, FPX are channeling down mid.
Yeah, I mean, for FPX, they can just look to do this, right? I mean, 5v3 right now. Sure, you still have that Elder on the board for 10 more seconds, but for FPX, they still don't want to risk it. Instead, they just want to go for the Baron. With the lack of pushing power they have in their composition, it seems like they feel that this is necessary, right? Again, you don't have a ton of wave clear coming out. You don't have a ton of range. Get this, you can start playing out through trying to coordinate those 3 waves going into EDG all at once. And at this point in time, it's going to come down to one big fight.
Yep.
If we get one big fight, because the past few minutes has been picks all around the map.
I mean, with one big fight, even though there's only 2 turrets taken by EDG, it just feels like the death timers at this point of the game are going to be huge. And Lyric, they had Elder. They really wanted to end it.
And we see here them going in. Viper and Scout not really finding a good angle to be able to follow up. And at this point, we'd already seen Flandre starting to back to be able to stop the Tryndamere push. And LWX, how do you find Mako? Oh, just started recalling in an unfortunate position. And this game's going to all come down to one thing.
It is. It is, as you said, one fight coming through. I've already mentioned the items here for Scout. Note that Care is a full tank rise, fully built as well. LPX with a stopwatch worth mentioning here is he's getting towards, obviously, the G8 is his last item. We have Shallow who with a similar position up in that top side. So we are at the point where everyone is as strong as they're going to be.
Yes. I was going to say, on one hand, we haven't touched on items in a while, but just finally key that Flandre and Viper having those Sorelda's grudges.
Oh, LPX caught. Cleanse.
Is able to get away, but yeah, the Sorelda's grudge built on both champion Shallow getting chunked as well. And for EDG, it's kind of funny that I think EDG's comp is at their most comfortable when they're fighting here, when they're fighting in their own base, when FPX are pressuring them. Because this is when you have all members just 5-man strong in front of you. When you're the comp that needs to force, I think it's very awkward, Jeje not being all that tanky against the damage of FPX. And then you're putting yourself in range of these melee and low-range champions, giving them an angle to where they're able to off-put and find picks onto you. So it's kind of strange where it feels like who's ever the aggressor is probably the one who's going to lose.
True. I mean, FPX have been trying for so long to end the game. Just cements the point, right? EDG have held on in this game for the last 15 minutes. Now up against the Baron. Trying to break the inhibitor again. Scout's got a pick. It's on to Care. This mid lane rise. Soulblade comes down, but Scout is now in front of a Tryndamere. Protecting the President comes in, and Scout runs for his life, but Shallow who makes it happen. FPX with 2 big picks in front of the Nexus turret. Shallow who? How deep can he go? He survives, and FPX thrive. After all said and done, after the lengthy defense, the Phoenix finally finishes the job to equalize the series.
And I gotta be honest, I just don't understand the agency coming out from Scout to try and find the pick. Like, you're going in for the engage. Let's say Care dies there. Your life for EDG is more valuable than Care's to FPX, in my opinion.
That is true.
You need to survive as the Azir in these fights to be able to find it. You're fine with them walking into you. Scout just seemed to think he found an angle, felt so urgent to make this pick, and I feel like a game that was very even, like could have been decided at the flip of a coin. EDG just kind of gave, yeah, they kind of just gave FPX a 2-sided coin, and here we are. FPX, great early game. Mid-game, I think, was a lot more questionable. We were continuously hitting on, like, hey, why are we not seeing this Tryndamere and Rise in size more? Why are we not seeing maybe 2-man picks, have Care go up behind Shallow with the Realm Warp, kill Flandre, kill Scout, set up on sides, and really kind of drive your gold lead home, maybe open inhibitor earlier on? They were constantly grouping up, which almost gave EDG a way back into the game. But, yeah, EDG at the end of it, kind of throwing that one away themselves.
That was an interesting game. Once all said and done, what a banger. Scout had a really good game apart from that last play, which is kind of a shame.
I mean, Scout was you know, like, no matter what, Scout was the saving grace of EDG in that one. The fight around Elder was obviously so instrumental for the side of EDG, bringing out things, you know, again, in terms of his itemization, the Rylai's to be able to slow the opposing side, make it harder for them to come in. We saw the value of the Leandries and the long extended skirmishes later on.
True.
And he was huge. I feel like Scout is having a good series so far, but for FPX, it's great to see that they found, you know, to find their legs under them. I don't know what that saying is. I'm just throwing out random stuff because that series was so crazy.
It was. And look, in the second game, it's nice to see FPX being able to finish the job because I think their early game was incredible. It was clean. It was so much better cemented than what we saw in Game 1. They were shut out in Game 1. If they can clean up the mid-game, sure. But, you know, at least FPX adjusted the draft, and we saw that adaptation coming through to the series where EDG, in the first 15 minutes, didn't really have anything going for them.
No, not at all. I mean, and a lot of it came down to draft, right? We expected EDG to play slower. We expected Jeje to just cover. Wasn't able to do it. FPX found their advantage, and they were able to find a win.
And now we're 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the first round where the loser goes home and the winner strives forward. But honestly, at this point, who knows how the rest of the series is going to go. EDG versus FPX. We'll be right back after this.
Have the restraint to not just go for the Drake and see if they win the smite fight. If Caster can take this one, it will be a fertile soul for B5. Here we go, jumps in, it's a 50-50 and Care gets a pull it up across the team. Care goes down, Shallow Xiaolahu in the midst of everyone, trying to get the damage out, trying to throw some needles, but it's not enough. And now Rookie here for the cleanup, trying to get further into the fray. There's another one going down. V5, I don't know how they've done it, but done it they have. Xiaolahu eradicated. V5 gets the ace.
For the AD carry, and now RNG are a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place. There is the Cannon ultimate all on top of the back line. As we can finally see Bin join this fight, but look at Gala free hitting now on this backside. This Zeri is just getting so much free reign as Bin needs to use the Hexagon to try and keep himself alive. Hacker just has to back away as look at Gala go. He's getting these resets. He's getting himself ramped up and ready to go. Shousey needs to try and back himself away, but you cannot run from this massive triple kill. Gala steps up huge.
But BLG walking with the Dragon. They're ahead of the team by so far, but this fight's not ending.
Okay, they got grabbing him as well. Uzi eating up for a second. Chris will throw him out with a massive shield. He now gets reset. It's a bait. Elk walks into the trap, and Uzi and Chris deal with him, but no.
What? Wait.
Somehow, Elk gets it. Chris is going to be next. A triple kill. What the hell did we just witness?
And now Drake up in 10 seconds time. You see the whole of EDG already moving over. Leyen might just have been caught. He gets out to safety, pulls himself into the brush. That could have been disaster as Flandre has no fear, but he has no health left. Oh, Scout! That was unbelievable. Solar player onto you, Yanja. EDG, nothing happens for 30 minutes, and then they come alive. Tarzan might just go for a 50-50 smite here. He doesn't actually have that much to lose. If EDG get the strike, it doesn't matter too much for LNG. The 50-50 goes the way of Allah in the end. And now the fight ensues. Tarzan turns gold and Flandre in the middle of everyone. Maybe this is it for EDG. 2 kills, 1 for Viper. Is Dunby trying to escape, but the realm walk forwards. Can they find any more? Scout turns gold and keeps himself alive. Allah stunned against his support here, but Light charging forward, getting the resets. Bail out onto Viper. Viper falls though. JJ in the back line. Light turning it around. Mako alone, and LNG somehow find it.
Our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is a night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is a night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the
Everybody's telling you what to say and what to do. How you doing, sifting through it all? Everybody's got the dream. Some are small and some extreme. How willing are you to risk it all? And people say that it depends, but with or without all your friends, you're the one who's answering the call. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. Here's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out. Nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Won't back down today. Hey, hey, hey. Won't back down today. Not today. Won't back down today. Not today. Not today. Not today.
We're back here with the LPL playoffs for day number 2. EDG versus FPX, our 2021 Summer Finals, a remake here. And in round 1, where there are no double eliminations, where there are no second chances, FPX have fought back hard in the second game to pick up a win. It is now 1-1 here in the series. Is Hysterics, Lyric, Lyric, Hysterics, Hysterics, Lyric. As we welcome you back here, just to get the names right in case people forgot. FPX fought pretty hard for that one. To be fair, EDG put up a bit of a base defense until one sudden move.
Yeah, I feel like we saw the early game go really well for the side of FPX. You saw bot lane get a 2v2 kill. You saw them playing really well around their top side of the map. And Shallow, who's someone we don't see get pressure all too much, started to fall apart in the mid game. I feel like the coordination between the Tryndamere and the rest of the team wasn't exactly there. I think there was a lot of different map setups and picks they could have been able to find in that mid game, and then it started to give EDG breathing room to get back into the game because FPX's comp was so short range.
Yep.
EDG had so much wave clear. There's a lot of different tools to be able to deal with it, but then sadly, after Scott having a phenomenal game, kind of like one misstep for FPX, I think, in the later stages, kind of gave it right back to FPX. But hey, after such a beautiful early game, great to see. And who's our MVP?
Care's our MVP. Early game was great from Care. I mean, this Rise pick this series has been massive here in the early game. Scout in game 1, Care in game 2. And it makes sense here that in the mid lane matchup, he picks up game number 2. The new mid laner coming in over Gory. And again, it's not about the gold difference. It's not about what he finds. It's about how he sets up the rest of the map for FPX.
And that's what you want to see, right? I felt like the game 1 draft didn't really fit the way we see FPX play all too much in terms of putting Care on that Corki. Does like to play these more, aggressive, more skirmishy champions who can find a way to have an impact. This guy, top 10 on the KR ladder right now for a reason. And later on in the game, he was able to, dish out the damage, find ways to impact the map with his Realm War. And overall, just really nice performance for a guy who we've hit on, has only been on the starting roster this month.
That's right.
He came at the beginning of March.
They're literally replacing Gory last minute, and alongside Clear, they've just developed such a better duo. And it is really nice to see, considering that Care, this is his rookie split Lyric. We haven't seen him in the LPL before, so a nice little adjustment for fans to get used to, as FPX have made this series quite competitive. And Lyric, we're just getting early game after early game. Honorable mention to Hung, who I think played out of his mind on the Thresh as well.
Hung, especially in the early game, right, was able to find a lot of those key picks. Later on, his job becomes a lot harder, so I understand him not fishing for those opportunities as much.
Yep.
But FPX still able to find a bit of a winning formula, maybe for them reinforcing that top side.
He flashed forward at the end. I told you, I was like 6 minutes too early.
I was going to say, you're like a solid 10 minutes before. If I say at the start of the game, guess what? Hung is going to engage this game. Of course I'm going to be right.
Yeah, but that's what I do as a play-by-play. I get in absolute so that I look smart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. This is a good tangent because EDG versus FPX. EDG have chosen blue side yet again here, Lyric. So remember, they have 3 games of side selection. This is their final game, and we've got a very different pick ban already.
Yeah, taking away the Galio this time around, and even FPX's draft changing. FPX not banning away the LeBlanc. So I'm kind of interested to see where the side of EDG are going to go this one. Instead, just first picking the Rise coming through And now FPX time to answer. We do still have the volley bear left open. Lee Sin being something that is there as well for Clid, one of his standout picks for his whole career.
True. I mean, Clid's Lee Sin. International fans know this best. LCK fans especially. And when Clid was on JDG, when he started out in the LPL, it was also a massive one. But we also know that Volley Bear can't be missed at the moment, as we've seen in these first 3 drafts.
No, I mean, just being able to find that impact in the early game in terms of skirmishing does quite well in the matchup itself, being able to out-trade the Lee Sin with those all-ins, just out-damage him. You have the Sky Splitter shield there as well. The big damage coming from Bite. We've been seeing press the attack on the Volley Bear in the series as well, rather than, you know, the more sustained damage coming out from the Conqueror. And for FPX, I mean...
Do it again.
Yeah, just keep doing the Aphelios. It's worked out for you. LWX looking extremely competent on this champion. And for EDG, I just wonder if we're going to see maybe a throwback to something like the Jinx, which we haven't seen yet this series. Again, the early game was nerfed. The mana cost on the Rockets and the early game range as well hasn't really stopped the rest of the world from pulling it out, though.
But we know Viper as well. His champion build is extensive, right? We saw Ziggs in game number 1. We've seen Ezreal come out of him when no one else has been really willing to play it. You pull out this pick that in 12.5B has had adjustments, but even with the nerfs coming through, it looks like Viper's going to show us again if it's still too good.
Yeah, gonna just go back to it. And I think it's still solid, right? By the time you hit level 9, you are the exact same champion that you were before. So for EDG, when I don't feel like sure, they fell behind in the early game last time, but again, with like the quality of skill that their players come with, I don't feel like EDG should get shut out of a game just based off whatever cheeky shenanigans FPX have in those first 15 minutes alone. Should be able to get there. We also see the Lee Sin coming out now, so still the same aggression coming out from that mid-jungle, and now Care gonna once again be the one to answer and see maybe if he goes a different direction this time around. Champions we've seen him play in the LPL are things like the Sylas. We've had the Akali come out. The Vex really are the standouts. Everything else has been banned that we've seen. Again, huge Ahri player. Not only his most played in LPL, it's his most played in solo queue and has double the amount of games of the next pick.
Which is why you see EDG like, okay, we've got to keep respect banning this here. Always in the first phase. This game, no difference. So FPX have not gone with their mid lane pick here in the first rotation. It looks like it's going to be hung on the Thresh again. And it's exciting for me because I love the Thresh in the last game. It's so pivotal. But now for FPX, there's some mid lane bans coming their way, surely.
In 4 EDG, I wonder what they ban, right? Because obviously things that do well in the isolated 1v1, there's 3 that come to mind. Orianna's going to be one of them. Victor as well, still able to be picked, right? Even if it is a bit of a slower scaling into the mid game. Syndra is something that we've seen players who like to gravitate towards it, like Knight, will bring out in this matchup, does win the lane, has the mid jungle 2v2. So I would assume maybe some combination of those 3. Obviously Orianna already being one. And for FPX now, taking away some of these more safe support picks down the bottom side. Tahm Kench, very good, especially when FPX's composition so far have very heavily relied on single target CC engage, which Tahm Kench post 6 just counters so well.
Very, very true. On the other side, FPX, if we get a cannon ban here, Lyric, I'm going to ask you a little bit more because obviously with mid already chosen up here, getting a care on something and then maybe counter-picking for Xiaolao, who seems to be the direction here, and what would you pivot there?
So I think EDG are trying to push him into the Jace with the fact that Tryndamere is now banned. I was going to say Gnar. I think that makes my mind gravitate towards things. The Kennen ban makes me gravitate towards things like the Gnar, towards things like the Gwen, which obviously has been nerfed, but we still did see it get played yesterday. But FPX not going to fall for the bait, well, what they're assuming is a bait of the Tryndamere ban trying to force him into the Jace. Instead, going to go to the mid lane option and get a counter pick up for Xiaolao in top side.
You're thinking so far out the box of trying to follow you there. With the Veigar locked in, we get the top lane counter pick. But, you know, something that has only really been seen against the Ahri matchup most of the time.
Yeah, it's something we haven't seen all too much here in the LPL because it's not something that is able to get prio in that mid lane all too well. You do still take the Predator, so you have a bit of agency or follow-up in terms of moving to sides. And there we go. The runaround I was giving you in terms of EDG banning the Tryndamere to try and make FPX think it's a bait. FPX not falling for the bait that wasn't a bait, and EDG don't fall for it.
They don't fall for it, but they do fall for it because they also pick it up, but they don't want us to think that they've fallen for it, but instead orchestrated that. If you could follow that train of thought, you're a bigger brain than most of us, including me. We've got a Nautilus, though, and Mako, that's one of his favorite picks. I always talk about this, Ming, Mako. I think Hung is just great on Hook Champions, but you can't go past one of the OGs. So we get something as an engage tool here, Lyric, but I'm so curious about what you take up into the Jace.
Yeah, especially with things like the Graves off the table. I feel like there's two ways my mind works with this one. So you can either go towards something like a Malphite, Gragas, Scion, like these tanky champions, or what they hover just there. You could bring out something like a Camille as well. Be a bit of a more volatile laning phase. It does give you, more single target lockdown, gives you flank, gives you side lane. I feel like that fits Shallow's playstyle a lot more than the tank options that maybe you'd see a team like RA pulled it out yesterday, or a team like Weibo would love to gravitate towards.
So now how do you operate this comp from FPX? Because we have very different side laners here from Care and Shallow.
FPX definitely opting into a 1-4 setup, right? Shallow going to be playing heavily out through the side lane, and then you're going to have this 4-man unit from FPX. You do, once again, have a lot of like single target CC coming out from the Volley Bear, and heck, even Camille bringing loads of her own. Still some solid team fighting, since you do have the front line in the Volley Bear. You have front to back coming from your Aphelios and Veigar, and then Camille can come off on flank. So I feel like FPX's comp, holistically, actually does have quite a few options.
Okay, but on the other side of EDG as well, there's a lot of responses to those options when you pick Ryze.
Oh, of course. Because now for the side of EDG, like, sure, Camille went out in the side lane later on up against the Jace, but you have two side laners on the side of EDG, right? Ryze able to rotate over, try and find those picks and catch her off guard. But I feel like ultimately we're going to see it come down to those front to backs, because you still have the Jace and the Jinx set up to be able to try to outrange. Even though Veigar's Cage has, decently, like, big radius and range, overall still does struggle quite heavily against ranged champions, since you can't get your damage off against things like Jinx or Jace later on in the game.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, again, we haven't seen much Veigar here in the LPL, so it is a big pick for FPX to pull out for this third game after they struggled to close out game number 2, but in 40-minute fashion at least we do get an even series. I mean, EDG versus FPX might not be the same grand final from summer, but it still holds the same weight. Everything on the line, but this time it is for elimination and then to survive and go through. Like, I can't believe this is our round 1 matchup. Our 7th seed EDG versus FPX. We go into a game 3 at even standing. Very different drafts here as well, Lyric. And I'm going to be relying on you a lot for this one, because again, for EDG, we return to something like the Jinx here. We have Scout on his pick that owned in game number 1. And I'm curious to see what lane we pay attention to here in the early game.
Yeah, for the side of EDG, I think it's quite hard to maybe like find setup in terms of playing towards your top side early on. Flandre will have push. Shalhu, again, playing close to his turret, has the setup in the all-in available with Khalid, and I think their 2v2 is quite strong. Probably going to be looking towards mid instead. Quite an immobile mid lane champion coming out from Care. You have the setup in the root coming out from Ryze. And if you can't find the gank, you can at least try and hover to get him pressure to find those roams and, probably enable Flandre. It seems like the series, despite us coming in, focusing on bot lane, it's going to be a very top-side-oriented series today.
Strange, isn't it? I mean, LWX and Hung, in their 2v2, we've seen limited aggression there too as well. Like, even in the 1v1 Lyric, LWX and Viper kind of just farming it out through the last game when Herald play was focused on by the other 4 core. And it changes. Again, I was saying that earlier on. In the LPL, we always talk up these amazing narratives through the regular season, but it feels like when we get into playoffs, there are just these adjustments that we don't see coming.
And it's just one of those things, even going back to, like, win cons, right, in the game. I mean, FPX and EDG are watching each other's odds coming into the series, right? Like they know what to expect. They're going to change it up depending on the other's tendencies. And even if we're not going to see a whole lot of jungle pressure put down towards this bottom side, though, it does look like JJ is going to end up around a bot. We still know the 2v2 duos really like to see that action, like we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, that's right. They're going for it as well. Mako, I believe that's assist there. I'll get some clarification, but has been in the LPL since 2015, so...
Oh, game.
700th game.
I was going to say, if it's 700 assists, I wonder what the timeline would be.
Yeah.
I mean, throughout his career, he's definitely way above that. Maybe could have been split, but even that would have been really weird.
He has the most games in the LPL. Mako was 700 in total first, so congratulations. That's kind of that's a very big deal considering we have people like Uzi back in the league up until recently. So,
and we even think about when Mako came in, right, back in the day, playing with Deft and Pawn on that iteration of EDG in Season 5. So, been around now for, my God, it's crazy, 2015, 7 years. It feels like that's only a few years ago.
That's right. I mean, I still can't believe it's
I still remember the Mordekaiser Worlds meta. You're able to get the Dragon alongside you. Darius was there on the top side. Those were not the good times, according to a lot of people, but they were interesting.
One of the worst metas, as people say.
Well, I mean, the patch did come, like, right before Worlds, so You know, obviously we've taken some key learnings from those days as we can see now EDG having pressured all 3 lanes early on in the game. JJ going to try and find a way onto LWX, who's walking really far forward.
Hung doing the same as well in the brush. Mako anchoring around for a dredge line, but he's not going to pull it off. FPX have pushing wave as well, Lyric, so JJ seems like he's staying nearby, and this is what JJ does. We were talking a lot about this at the start of the day, where JJ will often hover and try and build a bridge in one of the lanes with his versatility.
Yeah, and I suspect he's playing around the spot side because of the fact that we hit on for 2v2's top. I think FPX do come out ahead. Sure, Flandre's able to get Prio by himself, having the range advantage, but if JJ pathed up there, Clid matches him. You have so much burst and lockdown.
Cage is out. Scout might have to flash this one. Clid's coming in and forces him out. Good timing there from the FPX 2v2.
FPX looking for it, and Clid, even though we do say he loves to put pressure around bottom side, I mean, Clid just loves action in general. Clid willing to gank any lane that does have the setup Scout. Not going to miss out on anything other than the flash. At least going to be able to pick up all of these minions. Will have a CS advantage over Care once this one is finished out.
Yep.
And JJ not giving up on Mako and Viper's lane.
Clid's in the river, but he won't be nearby. Dredge line a bit short. FPX playing it close, but that's what we love about them.
Yeah, not able to find it for the side of EDG. Could have been crucial. Could have at least burned some summoners. But with where JJ was, it probably would have amounted into some kills. And now defaulting back to a bit of a standard setup. And even like as we look through this early game, right, you think of things like scaling. I mean, both sides have tools. You have Camille, you have Vagar on one side. You have the Jinx on the opposite. And sure, again, Jinx nerfed. Rocket mana cost, rocket range down early. Late game, still the same massive carry that she has always been.
Still huge, so Viper will wait for that point because for now, the early game is one in contention. It's Clid waiting down in the brushes. FPX have the pushing wave here as well, and I guess just making sure that nothing happens to the bottom lane, and Clid backs away in the end as well. And Lyric, here in this early game, I want to ask a couple more questions about what Clid has to do here, because we talked a lot about the 1-4 setup. We talked about how volatile Care can be here on this mid lane matchup. Clid has paid attention towards mid. He forced out the flash from Scout. He got a summoner down early, so it feels like there are some openings.
Yeah, I still just want to see Clid put some attention around the top side.
Okay.
Flandre went for the reset, so it's fine for now. But look, Shalahu's holding the wave close to home, so can easily turn that into a setup. But EDG reading that are not going to let it happen. Jed just shows mid, helps Scout able to get the push, and now they're making their way up, potentially looking for a dive. He has
a realm warp, but he's still walking it through. Clid spotting out Jed and Scout over a ward. The wave is coming back in as well, so Flandre can't get the full shove, and EDG just have to back away.
Not able to go for it with Clid being here. I think, again, nice read coming out from both teams. EDG hoping they could find this for Clid being around this top side. I think he would have liked to look for a gank following Krugs, have this rotation not come up. But for EDG, this is what we're going to continue to see, right? JJ and Scout moving as a unit, guaranteeing each other push.
Yep.
And Care kind of being on the more reactionary end of being able to follow up. Does have boots, so does have the Predator to be able to look for this. As JJ shouldn't be able to find anything here, but looking at the minimap, Mako being on top side as well seems to be giving JJ the confidence to look for this invade, just walking in two members' face.
Classic Mako roaming. We talked a lot about it in the first game on the Leona. Here on the Nautilus as well, something we'll keep track of, especially around Herald Lyric. A minute 10 till that comes up, and we have a lot of AoE to focus on around that, so I'll kind of be curious to get your take on what we see for setup.
Yeah, still a little bit of time for the side of EDG. They've been able to guarantee push on the top side, so they at least have an easy avenue of being like, hey, we can push through top, just shove through mid, we have 3 members on the objective first, and now they'll have a window to get push in bot since Hung is roaming right now, so you could start to roam Mako up, but instead, we actually see all members of EDG on bot side. Heck, all members of both teams being around the bottom side of the map right now.
Well, let's get it going. I mean, it's JJ who's moving in without his level 6. Clid has his Stormbringer, so there's going to be a difference here. And as they move down, EDG are pushed out massively. Hung's running in. JJ still not spotted. The Dark Passage of Flash. He ends up getting JJ, and he's hit 6 off the wave too. The kick comes through. JJ, though, unable to get a response, but now as LWX had so many shurikens to count and Viper without Super Mega Death Rocket, but here comes Scout. with the Rise and having the AoE. It's a dream, a match made in heaven. EDG firing back as quick as it started.
And the difference having that prio push in mid lane can make, able to follow up with the Realm Warp, gets here, completely turns the play around. FPX had so much burst in the initial start of that fight, coming out with the W from Volibear. They're able to find the pick, but they can't translate it into anything. And now look at the minimap. EDG already were starting to make their way up towards the Herald, but the Observers say, screw the minimap. We can see the fight. Hung going in. They didn't have a read that JJ was here, but they were still able to find the kill on Nautilus. I feel like, again, mostly coming from that burst damage coming out from Clid, his ultimate. I believe he got 2 Ws off as well, but then Scout with the Realm Warp able to follow up. You hit on it, has the AoE damage, has the lockdown, and I mean, for FPX, no real room to follow up with, I mean, Veigar just being so behind on the play.
Imagine getting 2 kills here, 1 for Scout, 1 for Viper. You feel pretty nice for EDG and Lyric as we come back to the Herald. I mean, there's a 1k gold lead and some pretty big components here on EDG, so FPX are going to back away, let bygones be bygones, and really great response play when we've seen jungles hop a spot pretty much all game.
And it makes you wonder if this series is really just going to come down to who gets Rise. Who gets Rise, who has that ability to early pressure on sides. And, I mean, could just be a big boon to whichever team's on blue side if this is going to start becoming, you know, a first pick style champion for either team.
So far it's been great. I mean, Scout in game 1 dominated on pick. Care in game 2, his early game was sublime. And as we look at FPX on this minimap, it's Dragon the focus for now because Herald already went down over to JJ. Clid not going to be starting it up, and I feel like we wait for now and just see how we go.
Yeah, we keep waiting as has been pretty strange in the series. We haven't had a lot of downtime, which means you haven't been able to force your weird analogies maybe to the you know, downfall of some, happiness to others is, you know,
to most
us reading some of the feedback Munch gave us the other day of, what are you talking about here with this cheese thing?
Well,
things
I mean,
like that.
Again,
we don't need to go down that
cheese
rabbit
in the
hole
fridge.
again.
Okay, no, fair enough. Hey, there's the cage. JJ in a lot of trouble. He gets out, but you know what? I hate Veigar, Lyric. That is what a lot of people will be saying.
Yeah, Veigar just able to throw out that ultimate, point and click, find the kill for himself. Clid was already here to be able to match, and now you're at a point where this combo has, you know, burst coming off from both sides. And for FPX, I mean, we've seen Clid look for plays himself. Still haven't seen the top lane come out. Does look like pinks are coming out now to be able to look for this. Shallow now having the Hextech ultimatums to have that guaranteed lockdown on Flandre, but Flandre keeping up some vision for himself so he doesn't fall prey to these plays.
Especially with the window and Scout's ultimate as well, right? You talked a lot about Scout's movement, the Rise dominating this series so far. Scout's Realm Warp in about a 10-second window here, and Lyric, he's already moving without it.
Ooh, and isn't going to fully commit. Looks like they're waiting for JJ to be able to coordinate this play a little bit better. Hextech comes out.
And Flandre's here without his team, but he flashes towards his mid laner. Will it be in time? The answer, of course, no. Clid picks up the kill. Scout can't move, and even Care teleporting in with the flying rocket from Viper off screen.
And EDG, once again, kind of getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. Flandre trying to heavy trade, trying to force Shallahu out, expecting that they would have numbers advantage. And I guess technically they did. Care channeling TP. The other two members are closer, but it's so close to FPX's turret, they're able to commit. And with all this, LWX is not able to force Viper off from turret. Does have the Kraken Slayer. Heck, both AD carries having mythics on the board.
Yeah. It's a big moment for LWX, right? Because in last game it was the same deal. He had free time with the turret plating, and it was versus Xayah. But LWX has had a very solid series so far. And I feel like when we've looked at FPX through old iterations, LWX was always the concern. Again, a real leadership role here, considering he's the only world champion left in this roster.
We've even heard from interviews, right? The two big shot callers on the team are LWX and Hung. Other members have said that LWX being a massive voice in terms of in-game communication. And I feel like that's the reason why FPX so typically lean heavily towards bot side, because they are the most vocal members, right? They're going to be talking about their situation, what they can do down in bot. Yep. It's going to give your jungle, you know, an easier time knowing, like, hey, these are the tools I have to work with. We can just go and look for this play now. So, instrumental there is EDG going to look for a play up in top side. I mean, they get the plates down, they're going to be able to finish off this turret, and we're going to see what Flandre is able to do.
Shallow, who's just going to be backing off. But if you want to see more of Flandre here, well, we'll have a first item. So it feels like in front of the Dragon that's yet to be taken close to 13 minutes. Even in front of the second Herald, there's going to be a big Jace that FPX is going to be scared of as Herald close to getting a second charge.
And for EDG, right, I mean, they have some pretty solid tools. to be able to play out in the mid game. Again, that huge range advantage coming out from both Jinx and Jace is going to do wonders. I feel like the key thing in fights for the side of FPX is going to be Shallahu. If Shallahu can find those flanks, if he can get in onto the back line, lock Viper down, and close that distance, because the other members, it should be quite hard, which is Care. Like, sure, Care is Predator, but running forward, EDG should be able to have a good read of, you know, being able to respect and back off from that play. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to side lane control for FPX, being able to walk in from not only your jungle, but also a side lane, have vision down, and then get onto Viper or Flandre and have numbers advantage.
As Jed just starts to Dragon off, this was Sonic Wave to pull it out, but it does go over the scrying ward, so Clid is aware. Pings are getting spammed down, and the bottom lane's actually backed away, so a nice window here for Jed to pull out as Clid is still interested.
And for FPX, I don't think they should be able to get the Dragon now, but they can at least maybe get a better angle for a fight, considering that EDG are having to tank damage from the Dragon itself.
As Clid goes in anyway, the smite comes down, Clid relying on Hung. A bit of a mistake.
I was going to say, I don't feel like Clid was necessarily going in. You're waiting, you're posturing for the angle. And I mean, just really nice turn coming out from Mako to be able to find the kill. Like you said, Clid relying on Hung, not able to get there in time with the Lantern. And now EDG, it's such an easy pivot down towards this bottom side. Even if you don't kill them, you can zone them off from the wave, be able to pick up another tower for yourself. And heck, Scout covering 2 lanes of the map was just top, now able to cover mid instead of even easier for this play.
I mean, Viper's going to pick up the gold here as well, Lyric. First turret blood already picked up by EDG. Even if it doesn't go down now, as we see a Graviton with a Moonlight Vigil to lock down from LWX, but Hung won't go any further forward. EDG still hovered down here, and it's nice to see playing towards bottom lane here for EDG, and then Viper's on a champion that we know will carry towards the later game.
Of course, being the insurance policy, and I love the way that EDG are setting up with the map right now, right? Because obviously breaking down a turret early on in the side lane could open up to like Shallahu, maybe holding the wave, trying to find, you know, a bit of a CS advantage for himself. But it opens you up opportunities, as we see Flandre can start roaming around the map, giving EDG numbers advantage to force these dives, force these picks in enemy jungle, and then you just have your mid laner rotate between the 2 waves, catching CS, answering. Of course, if FPX just commit to both their laners pushing, that could counteract that. You could find an advantage somewhere, but EDG's bot lane can very easily just pivot back to mid. So I feel like EDG played that last rotation very well, and now for FPX, they're going to answer by trying to make their way down towards bottom side to punish Viper.
Look at their angle. I mean, everyone's here for the show, apart from Shallow, who FPX with the 4-man, and Viper now going to feel the wrath of Jinx. Traps a good force the flash. He burns his own in response, doing damage, but everything's thrown at him. It's not an overkill if it's worth it.
No, and this is a bit of a trade side coming out from FPX, because they know that Rift Herald's up, so they know EDG naturally going to gravitate towards that side of the map for the objective. Viper overstaying to try to get the wave out, leaves them open to being punished by the side of FPX.
So how much can they take off the back of this? The Herald from Jeje as he gets behind enemy lines. FPX soloing out this turret, and LWX gets the solo turret gold as well. So it will be shared between Flandre and Mako, but still, it's 2 turrets to 1. It's FPX down about 1,000 gold here at the 15-minute mark. Remember that EDG picked up the first dragon as well, and Lyric, it is a good point with turrets opening up, sides extending as well, to kind of come back to what you said. Whee! You talked about the side lane for FPX. Shallow, who hasn't really been focused this game. Only 1 assist to his name, but he does have the Trinity Force. And we do have a very, I guess, a longer top lane that he can play through and start pressuring.
Like, we did hit on the 1-4, which I feel like is what we've seen a lot of come out from FPX.
Yep.
But the fact that they weren't able to find him any kind of advantage in the early game, I think it makes it a little bit mute at this stage of the game right now.
Okay.
Not able to find too much of a 1v1 advantage coming out. But as the game progresses, that's when you're going to see Shallow, who I think have a lot more confidence walking up, being able to threaten Flandre with engages, give himself prio to be able to move, and then look for those flanks that we were setting on. Because I feel like this is when FPX's win condition really comes online, is the mid game from the Camille, from Clid to be able to go in and punishing the backline from EDG. And for EDG, I feel like it's a lot of the same, to where they have 2 lanes who can answer, like we said, Big Man, right? Scout able to go down towards that bot, you pull Care or some other member there to answer, and then you yourself can force in mid while the Veigar or, you know, whoever LWX is under turret in that bot side.
And I think it's important to note as well that Care has quite a lot of damage too, so he's pretty fed in this game. Worth mentioning who he matches will be quite nice for now, but Scout is unmatched in this side lane. It's a free turret from EDG, and FPX are just sitting around mid for the time being, not getting too much done.
No, and this is actually one of the characteristics of FPX in a lot of their games, is that I feel like they put a lot into making sure LWX and Hung can safely push out and take these mid waves. Scout
hovering around, Everfrost's going to be used here. Ulti from Clit as well. But Scout going golden, a bit of burst damage following through. FPX have to get out of there as Scout hits him on the return path. Herald being used as well. Look at where the rest of FPX are.
Yeah, great rotation coming out from EDG. The resets coming out. They're not going to be able to answer. This is supposed to be a free turret for the side of Edward Gaming. Even Shallow going for the back, so you're not able to pivot up towards top. Dragging up in 40 seconds, so you're able to control, the vision down towards the bottom half of the map. And for EDG, I feel like they're in a really good position where we have come pretty late into the game in terms of Drakes.
Yep.
But still, I mean, it's not going to stop EDG, especially when both sides do have some pretty decent damage going, longer into the game. But, going away from damage, Winter, picked up by Scout.
Yeah, so second item here. It's going to be fully stacked in about 60 amount of time as well. So as that turret goes down, I mean, it's nice to talk about EDG's, I guess, macros. It's an overused word in esports casting, but it does feel like pulling FPX around the map and having some very intelligent plays has pushed them into this close to 3K gold lead.
I think it's just a difference in being able to play 3 lanes in their composition versus FPXs who can really only play 2 effectively. They do get on Dragon first.
And they started up, and JJ's in the middle of the cage. Dragon goes down, Sonic Wave connects after the fact, and FPX will pick up the objective. It's 1-for-1. And there's no mid lane turret to take here, so for EDG, they just move to the inner track. It is being pinged out, though, as I say that.
This will still be nicer, right? Because you have Flandre off in the squadron in the jungle. He can throw an accelerated shot blast. Viper already having the angle.
Hurts a lot. There's a lot of damage to poke it down now. Ultra come through here from LWX. A bit of burst damage as a response as Care finds Mako, presses the ult button. Turret as a response. Support drops to the dirt.
And look at Shallow on the bottom side. So now fully committing to the 1-4, pushing on this tower, at least going to deny some CS from Scout, who looks like he's starting to roam down now. Does have the Realm Warp, so I'm wrong. Not really going to miss too much CS. And
actually, this could turn. Hook shots there, and unfortunately, I've just been watching champions that are not Camille. So Scout's not going to get him, but at the very least, stopping the turret push any further.
And very interesting, right, that FPX up in kills coming from a lot of the early aggression we've seen, or I'll even say the oversteps coming out from the side of FPX, because we've seen, I believe it was both JJ and Mako just kind of be punished a little bit from Cares and Hagar just being able to push that ultimate and find the picks. But EDG, 3,000 gold lead from the, again, pulling FPX around the map. We see here, sure, they give up Dragon, but able to get the inside track on the mid lane to get some damage down onto this turret. But Mako gets caught by the cage. It happens.
Yeah,
he goes down. EDG still got their objective.
Cares on 3 kills, by the way. I think, again, worth mentioning here with the Sonya's Hourglass, but excuse me. It has just been a turret-taking game for Edward Game. It's 5-1 on turrets, and worth to mention that is also the gold score coming through now. Lyric, we're at 20 minutes. We have a Baron buff available. We have 2 items. On Viper, the Fimbulwinter going to be fully stacked from Scout. Also with the Warden's Mail on top of that. Waiting for Flandre to get the Mirror Mana. And I'm mentioning EDG items here because we're at a point where they're ahead in gold. They are going to be doing a lot of damage. And you talked to me about how this comp operates, and I want to bring it back a little bit here, where we have Viper as the late game assurance that is in a very good place at this point in the game.
And I mean, for EDG, right, they're still able to keep control over mid-wave as long as they do have those numbers there. Flandre pushing out top 2, make sure they're able to do that. And then, again, the nice thing about EDG's comp is that they can play the whole map, and they're doing that right now with Scout answering down in the bottom side. They have the top wave set up to push now. Eventually, that'll go a bit deeper. Someone like Kara is going to have to go and answer that. You can start looking more aggressively for these picks. Or even fine in scenarios like this where you're just both staring at each other, contesting mid-wave, because of what we just saw there. Flandre able to throw out the accelerated shot blast. I feel like the agency's a lot more on FPX to be the one to look for a pick. It's not too urgent in the sense of like, hey, again, our champions don't do damage in the late game. It's like, hey, just EDG have no need to. They have the range.
But in terms of raw FPX, I mean, if you're talking about mid-game decision-making, I think Game 2 was very, very obvious for our viewers that this was a team that really struggled to make up their mind on what they wanted to do. I mean, Game 2 is almost when EDG came back in the 20 to 35-minute mark.
Oh, of course. And for FPX, I mean, they don't look incredibly decisive, right, once we get to that mid-game stage.
Yep.
It really feels like the only decisive member is Hung, but a champion like Thresh, right, still very skill shot dependent. Got to be able to find that hook on the right target. If you find a hook onto Mako and like the whole team's around, you can't follow it through. So it feels like that could be biting them a little bit with the fact that they haven't been able to find a sizable lead. If you find a sizable lead with this composition, you can't walk in as EDG. I mean, Cage to control space in enemy jungle. The vision coming them Thresh to threaten a death sentence. Camille can be wrapped around a corner, but when it's behind, it feels like it loses a lot of steam in terms of finding the engage, finding the setup.
And we can give FPX a benefit of the doubt for this game, right? Because they have shown us a really good early game in game number 2. They have challenged the world champions of last year. FPX already taking us to an even state in game number 3. However, in the game itself, EDG have an advantage still. We're a minute away from the Dragon Lyric. We've had a very slow Dragon game as well. Baron's sitting up there in live, but I want to draw your attention to the vision now. We can't do the fun stuff. I know in LEC they'll say, observers, take us up here. I'll say, chat, bring your eyes to the bottom right corner. Look at the vision around Baron. FPX have literally, you know, in the streets, when it's Christmas time, there's those special streets in like each country that have the Christmas lights going. It's literally that magical street up towards Baron.
Look, I've always had this idea to put a bunch of lawn gnomes in like one of my friends' rooms when they wake up and they get surprised. It's like that.
True.
It's just an army of lawn gnomes sat right in front of the Baron. It'd be phenomenal. I should do that to you one day.
That would be terrifying, I'll be honest. It feels like something out of... there was that David Bowie movie with all the gremlins. I forgot what that was called.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the 2000s. Even before that, I think it was a 90s movie.
It was very good.
Labyrinth. Is it Labyrinth?
Yes, I think so. I think you're right.
And I've seen a lot of, like, I've played Five Nights at Freddy. To me, that would just scare the crap out of me, I'm not going to lie. Hey, with Dragon here, Lyric, I'll give you one opportunity to tell us what's going on.
So we see that, again, EDG controls space first and bottom side. FPX cannot just walk in, especially with the fact that EDG push bot. It's Shala who can't flank. So they have to pivot up towards Baron to try to pull them away from Dragon. The sad thing is EDG didn't fall from it.
Yeah.
Andre doing Dragon himself.
I mean, everything missed, right? The blue buff contested will be taken here by Cleared, but for EDG, Mako's not going to be called out. It was Hung sending out the hook, Care with the cage. FPX can't draw them in close enough. It's the Dragon take here, and I guess a worthy attempt for FPX using their gnome advantage.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Okay. Hey,
it's nothing.
Wait. Yes, it is.
Oh,
because it's Vega. Care, nukes, Jer. Will the health advantage or disadvantage be enough to dissuade them?
Oh, I don't know. Care even having TP, they want to go for it. They don't see a better angle to try and force a fight of EDG coming into them. I want to say that pig.
Okay, Hung again. The flash comes out from Blandre and suddenly action strikes. We get into a choke though and Scout's there. Death Rocket good. Cleared on top of the cage, but it's his own. As jumping forward to Shallow, but he's too deep. Scout a tank, an absolute fridge, and Shallow, who's the magnet. As the cage goes down again, he flashes away. It's chaos, it's Chewing and Lyric. All of a sudden, they all want to fight.
Yeah, EDG, I mean, trying to force their way on a Baron. Hung finds the hook. They think they have it. But again, EDG able to dissuade. Accelerate Shot Glass coming out. The Jinx throwing out damage. They can't just walk in. Still able to pull it through with some kills. But ultimately, we end up in the same map state that we were before.
Yeah, so we're going to do round 2, round 3. A 3K gold lead still there. You're exactly right. And at the very least for EDG, after pushing them off, they will clear some of that vision that was lighting up the territory. Lyric, walk me through again. We start all the way around the wrap.
Yeah, we start with Hung throwing out the hook, but the more critical thing is, like you said, the cage coming through. They're able to burst him out incredibly fast. Follow through with the ultimate from Nautilus, and FPX have the idea of, hey, again, we need to force fight now. We need to try and find these picks, bring them into us. They do that. Hung finding a really nice hook. Blandre critically flashes the Moonlight Vigil. Could have just been deleted on their side. And then this is where it gets hard for FPX, in my opinion. Walking into this like little choke point. Nice flame chompers by Viper there, because you see Viper able to put off damage with the autos. Accelerate Shot Glass from FPX to zone them out. But Scout walking up and getting split off by the cage is what gives an opportunity for FPX to find one more kill under their belts.
Care's been playing really well this series. The most questionable member of FPX, if you didn't tune in for the start of our broadcast, remember that this is the guy that replaced Gory. Him and Cleared have been playing so well together, Care I'm talking about, and in this game has been the hold here as Cleared and Shallow, who might be called out. We've got a Realm Warp up on the top side, the kick flash, nice from Jer. Ultimatum to buy time, but it won't do anything of the sort. EDG with a proactive play, thanks to this awesome Rise pick.
And it's just been doing so much now. It looks like the other team that's going to pivot towards the Baron. Just keep trying to zone them off with that poke. And for FPX, a lot's going to be onto Clid. Care as well can do so much in a concentrated space like this. All of them grouped up, put down the cage, try and find that guaranteed damage, and sets up for a huge Moonlight Vigil from LWX.
Event Horizon available, that Primordial Burst from Care 2. Watch out, even in 4 versus 5, they're jumping in. Care with the cage down, Everfrost, but he's going to be knocked up, but not before nuking down Mako. Care jumped in on, but Jeje can't finish the job. He kites back, he puts the Horizon down again, but Scout flashes forward. FPX on the run as Viper gets a reset. and EDG turn to burn.
And you can see what FPX are going for. Again, they understand EDG grouped up in this close-knit space. Care able to throw at the cage. You have the Moonlight Vigil, but EDG still having that range to play off of and Scout. I mean, again, just tremendous performance coming out in the day. Flashing forward, guaranteeing a lot of these kills. EDG picking up the Baron. And EDG have kind of struggled, right? EDG have had a massive gold lead for the past 10 minutes.
Sure.
But finally able to find a window to translate it into something that'll really move the cogs of the game forward. We see here, Cage comes out, no one really falling for it. JJ is trapped in the pit, but Mako, the one being taken down, you wasted, you know, full Vagar combo on that. Now having no damage to follow up. Sure, you're able to, you know, get that one kill, but now for EDG having the turn potential Viper, putting down the damage the whole time. Flandre hits some really nice accelerate shock blasts, and for FPX, your kind of team fight duo lost a lot of steam after the initial burst.
As Shallahu almost gets caught out again. Further to that point, I mean, the burst came through. I just noticed that Care tried to get out with the Dark Passage. Chompers from Viper again in the perfect place. So really big props to the individual members of EDG, and that's what this was about. This team that is so individually skilled, even within these fights, showing up massive. It's a 6k gold lead, and so we have gotten past that stalemate that you were talking about for EDG. They're doing more with this gold lead now, and as they transition up the mid lane with Baron, Lyric, this is going to be an onslaught with Scout in the bottom lane as well.
Oh yeah, they're going to be able to do so much. You can see FPX are kind of conceding that they can't do anything with the fact that Shallahu is pushing up in topside. So FPX actually having a numbers advantage on the bottom half of the map with the fact that they have Baron buff means that FPX don't have the answer of just trying to all in one side unless Scout really egregiously oversteps, because you'll never outman the mid lane core coming out from EDG.
I mean, even against Care, look at that. The Everfrost for Everfrost while JJ does the Dragon. So they pull off for now, trying to get closer towards the base. At the very least, FPX hold on, but I mean, Scout is just an absolute monster, and we'll make sure that this top lane turret doesn't go to Shallahu.
I even want to point out the fact that, you know, this happened maybe 5-10 minutes ago of Mako picking up the Locket.
Yep.
Which has been nerfed, right? The shield went down, the resistances you got went down as well just from the passive, but still valuing it just because of the burst coming out from Care.
Sure.
Knowing that Care is the one who could set up a pick on one member to turn the fight into a 5v4, which could then maybe give FPX the leeway of picking up a win. I think sadly for FPX, we haven't seen them even try to set up the fights that we've been talking about in terms of getting Camille trying to wrap around from behind, fighting her way onto a key target, coordinating it with Click coming in. And I think some of that even falls down to the fact that they didn't really invest anything into him early to get him ahead.
Flandre. It was Flash Clip burned his own, but now Flandre exposed a little bit here, but EDG are working on another side of the map while FPX is still committing to mid. Realm Warp's going to be used. That brings him instantly to the Nexus turret. FPX, you have to go back.
I mean, for EDG, they're going to be able to get an inhibitor off this. Flandre has TP as well. If any action breaks out, this could just evolve into a full-on 5v5.
Okay, well, Care's back. At the very least, it's only the inhibitor for now, and EDG love playing the game of chicken that FPX were not going to win.
It's just great to see the Realm Warp usage in the series so far. We've seen a lot of really good ones to be able to ensure rotations faster, pick up neutrals like Dragon and Baron easier, and just find picks in enemy jungles. Again, both teams being very proficient with this so far. Gargoyle Stoneplate as well, coming out for Scout, so fully indexing into, I mean, the fact that, I mean, for FPX, right, having some decent mixed damage, sure, Care being the only one who's bringing out some AP, but we've already seen what Care is able to do, having things like the Void Snap already picked up.
Yeah, but a lot of tools from EDG, as you mentioned before, to deal with it. Lyric at this point, EDG still feel like they're going to be taking this one out. We've had back and forth in game number 2. We've had a stomp in game number 1. EDG returning to somewhere in between, I think, for our third game. And it is good to see that the world champions are still flexing muscles, like individual performances. I can't talk enough about. Scout and Viper, especially this series, have been pretty slick. I think even JJ returning to some of the form we saw at the start of the split too.
Yeah, I think JJ's definitely made some mistakes, especially in game 2, but he's also been able to find some, you know, key ganks in the early game to enable EDG for the success that they've been able to find. And now for EDG, they're going to keep running this one forward. Again, look at FPX's map setup, ignoring this, having Shallahu pushing aside. He does have DP, but I think this just gives EDG an easier time of sieging down these inhibitor turrets. Sadly for them, without Baron, is quite a bit hard. and it seems like maybe just going to be waiting out for this Dragon, hoping people step up, and laying down the siege with the poke that you have.
A lot of wave clear from FPX further to your point. Hung getting close to getting knocked out as well. Shallow getting some objective gold on the top side, so at least putting some more in his pocket. When he has had a pretty quiet game thanks to FPX. Look at LWX, the shock blast. What is a surprise? That is not. Flandre.
Oh, Shallow.
Scout actually flashes over the wall though, but look at the dredge line. Wait is the fight over as Viper going to be knocked here and dead. Mako can't save his life. FPX have found a big ulti, but it's still not enough. Scout is massive, and Flandre's damage, nothing to scoff at either.
They finally found the formation though, right? Bring Shallow in behind, get on top of the enemy AD carry. LWX with the massive ult. The problem is they're just too far behind. They had to look for this like 10 minutes ago.
And it's a shame because FPX, we saw how they were trying to clutch at this game, but EDG are going to finish this one off nice and easy. 33 minutes in. EDG moving to match point here in round number 1. Our world champion return into form here in the series. They try and make FPX clutch further at straws.
I mean, again, EDG, great game plan coming out. We see Rise really being the difference maker in this series so far. Both teams are utilizing the fact of, you know, the realm warps, the roams, the early game pressure you can put towards top so incredibly well. And Scout did that once again. But this time, you had the insurance policy of Viper on that Jinx in the bottom side. You had Flandre on something where, like, feels very comfortable in lane, is able to dish out a ton of damage later on as well, which even just led Scout to even more heavily indexing into the tank build with the Gargoyle Stone Plane, because he knows, hey, I already have damage on both my sides. I'm completely fine as long as I'm walking forward aggressively, laying out the CC. And for FPX, I mean, they finally saw the window. They found it, but they just got blown up. They just got, like, everything looked beautiful. When LWX went in at the end and threw out the Moonlight Vigil, I thought FPX had it. But then they were all gone.
It doesn't matter because, yeah, so far behind, too late into the play. Shallow with the Camille. You talked a lot about how this draft would operate with playing towards topside, and we never got that. We never got Care running people down and trying to facilitate this. Camille, who did as much damage, pretty much, as his jungler. Like, Shallow just didn't get to play, and it's unfortunate.
No, I mean, for FPX, I feel like you could have just opted into that more easily early on. Like, they did have to worry about Scout, right? Because EDG were consistently moving both Jijin and Scout up towards that top side. But we got to a point where, like, even when EDG were showing on bot or when EDG were looking towards mid, we're not seeing Clid go for these opportunities. A lot of the time, opting into matching EDG. And when you're opting into matching EDG, I'm sorry, you're not going to be getting, you know, the gold advantage. You're not going to be able to get on these objective first or find these flanks or get the sideline setups to bring Camille in from behind. We saw EDG knew that. They would always get on an objective, and then what do you do as FPX? You do nothing. You throw your hands up in the air, and you say,
accept.
I guess we have Care in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's right. Care, an attempt made. I think Care's still playing great here in the series, but unfortunate for FPX, we kind of return to what we saw in game number 1, which is how it all comes together for FPX. And like game number 1, draft didn't work out. We didn't see it play to fruition, and we're now at match point where EDG look to cement themselves in the first round of playoffs here in the LPL. We'll see if they can do it right after this.
Is post 6, you can start to get a lot more aggressive. That goes over the plate. Ghost actually popped there as well. Bubba really wants this fight right now. Kraken Slayer is a lot of damage. A flash for safety. Here comes TF. He's going to flash the stun.
That's it.
The last auto gets him, but Everfrost should be enough. Shen's coming. Shen's coming.
Oh!
The shield too much. No, the man is going to live.
I was raised in the struggle. All I really know is the hustle, boy. Y'all don't really want it with me. I'm self-built. I'm self-made, and I'm self-paid. Y'all don't really want it with me.
Of poke on the side of T1. Krako's staying in, not gonna get it. No charm lands either. The stun is in. Everfrost onto Keria, and he will knock them both up, and in goes Owner after a huge shock blast, and the kick is going to clean it all up. And that will be the ace for T1.
I keep it low, bro. Fab on a couple down in the meanwhile.
Sau đó Celeb cũng đang chạy tới và chiến thuật của LPC là phá nhà để endgame họ làm được điều đó hay không, vẫn chưa được cái xử lý hay quá. Các bạn ra cửa bên phía tay trái để nhận đơn xin lỗi.
Nhà cú dịch chuyển kết thúc ban đấu đến từ Chuti. Gamisport có Baron, họ bấm về rất nhanh.
DMK đang trang tới.
Đánh nhà, Chuti đánh nhà.
Là win, một phát, hai phát đủ hay chưa? Chuti đặt được hay không? Còn thiếu một phát. Đặt được và chiến thắng dập cho FPX.
I got love in LA. I got folks in NY. City to city, the operations worldwide.
Doesn't matter too much for LNG. The 50-50 goes the way of Allah in the end. and now the fight ensues. Tarzan turns gold to plunge right in the middle of everyone. Maybe this is it for EDG. 2 kills, 1 for Viper. Is Doinby trying to escape, but the realm walk forwards. Can they find any more? Scout turns gold and keeps himself alive. Allah stunned against his support here, but Light charging forward, getting the resets. Bail out onto Viper. Viper falls though. JJ in the back line. Light turning it around, and LNG somehow find it.
Y'all don't really want it with me.
視界のコントロール、スピンスラッシュ、トルツ入っていく、ダイシーも合わせるような動き、竜の怒りでワンスディスエンゲージ気味、そこに敷いてあるグラビティフィールドで動きが止まったダイシーデッド、さらにアンストッパブルフォース、4番ノックアップ、パズが決めた。あとは一人一人持っていけばいい戦国ゲーミング、エース獲得。
Give me some time, I'll be chilling and well.
看到控制飞手直接将这个闪现离开，达维斯鬼步开启，要抓吗？攻到，被留住，想留，但达维斯左边开起来，第一座，有没有看到第二座？哇，雅迪敏智的一个大绝，打出了反打效果，但达维斯还在赶第二座闪现，这里是控制665想抓，有孔道，还有吗？遇在第三座，追爆 kill， 这里是往前第四座，抓爆 kill， 哈哈哈哈，哎呦，哈哈，打控。
I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a light. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me.
You used to make me smile, you used to hold my hand, you used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart, and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me. But I'm stronger than you think, I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying
Ladies and gentlemen, it's match point for EDG versus FPX. Of course, EDG's side is what a lot of you will be expecting, but it's been hard fought. It's been back and forth in the past couple of games, and honestly, it's been a lot closer than I'm sure you've thought, that we've thought as well. I'm Asterix. This is Lyric, and he's wearing a Sheen's clothes. And they fit you surprisingly well, and we've kind of gone over this, that, you know, maybe he's not as short as you think.
Yeah, I mean, Sheen was also roasting me saying that doesn't matter. But, you know what does matter?
What?
Is the fact that this series is being decided by mid laners.
That's true.
Mid laners, every game, picking up MVPs, picking up the Rise, and both piloting it exceptionally. Both teams utilizing the tools of it very well.
Again, you said Rise itself. Scout's been massive here. MVP once again. Second one for EDG too. And, I mean, it's no surprise that he got close to the highest MVP count in the regular season. Scout is on a bit of a tear here. You said it yourself. Towards the end of the regular season, he was playing so well. And again, here in playoffs, he is absolutely shredding.
I feel like it's great to see because Scout, I feel like it's two modes. One is like sleeping, where he's not playing bad. You're just not seeing him find an impact in the game.
Yeah.
And the other one is he is the difference maker. He is the big playmaker for the squad. So many of their games I've been watching these past few days, like, EDG have a lot of players who can step up and be playmakers. Actually, anyone on the squad. You can see Mako find engage, JJ go in, like we've seen Viper, Gale Force forward, Aphelios Ultimate kill everyone. But I feel like the most consistent one is Scout, especially in this meta. For this series, it's been the Rise. But again, if he gets pushed onto a LeBlanc, if it's left open, if they don't ban the R and he has to pull that one out, I feel like Scout has so many different champions, different tools where he can find ways to take over the game. 91% kill participation is absolutely huge.
It is. Again, this Rise has been dominating the series, and I feel like we're either going to see this banned away or with FPX choosing red side. I don't know. I don't know, because it looks like the new priority needs to go up a bit.
I feel like if you're EDG, you probably ban it away.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them pivot their way of playing around it from game 2. Like, the Azir was fine. I mean, the first 10 minutes, I feel like he was a little bit too hypey going in for the engages, but bringing out more prio, I feel like for either of these teams, but EDG especially, if EDG can find a lead, FPX really struggle playing from behind. I feel like with FPX's level of aggression, FPX are so used to being the team in the driver's seat that we saw in this game, we hit on so many times, like, where's the setup coming from with Camille? Like where's this play coming from? And FPX could just never find it. FPX weren't trying any way to force it. Maybe, again, committing Klid and Care, maybe drop waves mid, play towards top. Sure, he can fall with the Realm Warp, get there first, blow someone up with the Veigar, and just ensure that you can find the setup anyway, but they couldn't, so massive pick coming out. Scout did wonders on it this game. I'd love to see EDG ban it out in the next one.
This was a fight you were saying, like, coming back to FPX. If we saw this a lot earlier, if we saw FPX being able to play with its Camille through the angle, or, I don't know, getting the perfect fight, I should say, then maybe it could have been a very different game. But Shallow, who, no resources given. FPX, the game plan there. Again, we go back to the drawing board, because apart from Game 2, it feels like Game 1, Game 3, there's been elements of their draft that they've been looking to set up that just haven't come into fruition.
Even this game, which did look close in terms of kills, I mean, we remember, like, 15 minutes in the game, EDG have a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead, so they were still the ones trading up in terms of their rotations, right? We saw the Realm Warps used quite well. We saw their Rift Heralds used to get 2 towers to answer because FPX just couldn't rotate quick enough. And now, going into this draft, actually, EDG's still on blue, so I guess us getting a little bit of the wrong read.
Well, I've been told that FPX actually chose red for this one.
Oh.
So remember EDG side selection for 3 games?
Yes.
They always chose the blue side. FPX now have side selection. They're like, we're good.
I'm sorry, sir. I just get confused easily. But
No,
Rise is banned coming out from FPX, so at least they finally have the read coming out from this one. And now EDG, where do you go with the first pick? Again, junglers have been the other things that we've seen highly prioritized. It's typically been Rise, and then like Volley, Lee Sin, I feel like being the other 2 standouts. Aphelios also being left open if they want to maybe go for the more aggressive trade in the bottom lane, having that available. But no, sticking stock and standard with the jungler coming forward.
Okay, well, the Lee Sin comes through, and we know what the response is going to be. You already mentioned the Aphelios. LPX has played that 3 games in a row in this series, and when their backs are against the wall, I mean, go back to what's been stock and standard, what has been solid for you. Klid has the volley bear here, Lyric, but thinking about something different.
Well, at least for now, the Aphelios still locked in. even though the Volibear has been such high priority, this has been Clid's most played throughout the split.
True.
It has been something where I feel like he's looked very comfortable on with how scrappy FPX is. You know, you do have a lot of fighting going on. You do have a lot of bursts typically coming out of their composition, so it can set up very easily for Viego to find the ultimate, get the reset, and just keep popping off in these team fights. So now for EDG, defaulting back to Jinx feels like an easy thing to do, but with the change to the Rise ban, actually getting the Twisted Fate let through this time, and this has been something that's been banned against EDG consistently. I think even going back all the way to summer finals. I mean, this exact matchup, right? EDG versus FPX. EDG come into game 1. They first picked the Twisted Fate away from Doinb, and they were able to take the series off of the great prep that they had. But FPX have an answer. Silas, of course, you take away the Destiny, you're able to match. You're a bit better in skirmishes and fights because of, you know, the amount of AoE, the amount of backline threat that you have.
And we kind of talked about Kez Champion Pool being different from Gory, right? We talked about the things like the Vex, the Ahri, which he loves, which is always banned against him. Things like the Silas too coming through. So we get comfort for both our mid laners while we don't have solo laners up towards the top side. Graves already been banned away, and Lyric, it feels like Flandre and Shala, who been on their islands throughout this game. Like, Flandre had a great game 1, but we haven't talked too much about them here in this series.
No, it really hasn't been all too... I mean, we had game 1, right? We had game 1, which I think was heavily topside influenced. Game 2, we saw tops influenced by mid-jungle, but tops themselves weren't really the direct path of thinking.
Yep.
On this game, once again, for FPX, if you're going to save your counter pick all the way for topside of 5, I feel like we need to see more interaction. For FPX, you expect them to just go with your typical engaged support here on 4, something like the Leona or, you know, Nautilus coming out first, I think, typically being the go-to. And then you have all your aggressive options, because FPX's composition so far only spells out one thing, go in, and I don't really expect it to change since they've really gone this way with the Silas.
Right, Trinity ban makes a lot of sense here as well for EDG. Banning away another top laner here from Shala, who we've seen the Camille in that last game, but wasn't too much success. Lyric, how do you build a composition from here, assuming that we get the support pick next, but then have a top counter for Shala?
Yeah, I mean, well, right, but that's going to depend on what EDG pick on the opposite side. Here, I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like the Nautilus or Leona come out. EDG, you probably trade going forward. So FPX Nautilus here, EDG Leona. And I think Flandre will be the more interesting one. We still have the Gnar open, which is typically the safest among the blind picks. Again, Gwen is still here. I feel like the 50 range lost after you E is very critical in a lot of matchups.
Yeah.
But, ooh, EDG... maybe don't care about safety in the top side. You have the Twisted Fate, so you can protect this and enable it quite well.
Okay, well, Flandre on, again, another piece of comfort, so forget about what you get played into it. Taking as well a comfort from Shala, who I think is a big deal.
Yeah, now for EDG, having to follow up with their support pick. This has been something that Mako has really loved to play in solo queue. He's been spamming it non-stop. I mean, gives you engage, gives you playing potential, also offers disengage with the showstopper if someone's coming in. But I'm glad to see this, because I was getting him for FPX, right?
Yeah.
You once again, I think, have two options in my mind. You go back to the Camille, or you go the other direction that we talked about in the last draft. You bring out a tank up in the top side, and you're just all in on the engage. They're playing from a range. They're trying to protect Viper and Flandre. Ensure that you can get on the back line, and you're scrappy enough, you have enough damage that you can win.
I mean, look at it. Everybody wants to go in. You said it at the first 3 picks as well. You're like, this comp wants to go in. Malphite, Leona added in as well. Everybody goes in and doesn't want to weigh out. So you identified that really nicely there. EDG looking for a range here. And if FPX get on top of them, then it's lights out.
Yeah, I feel like it feels really hard, right? Typically, if they have summoners up, maybe you can try and kite out that initial engage, right? You flash your Malphite ultimate, maybe Sauce doesn't find a flank. You then build the range to be able to play off of. But heck, their ultimates are going to come back up before your flashes.
Sure.
So then, as long as you have those timers down, you just look for another engage in the following few minutes, and they should be able to find it. So I think FPX this time have a much simpler game plan and one that is very easy to execute. For EDG, I mean, heck, even going up against Malphite, you don't have a ton of AP damage coming out. You have a Twisted Fate, and Twisted Fate typically, right, a lot of your itemization is more for enabling your team, the rapid fire cannons, the Everfrost, all of this type of stuff. So I feel like if this game goes late enough, solidly in favor of the side of FPX.
Well, for FPX, again, we talked a little bit about their mid-game, but we've seen a very strong early game. We've also seen FPX able to close it out at 40 minutes against EDG in game number 2. This series has no lifelines, by the way. If you're just tuning in, our finalists from both 2021 splits are now backs against the wall, against match point. They're a world champion of 2019, but their roster has changed completely. And here with only LWX left standing, this is going to be a big one, especially since EDG feel like they've moved into this series. They feel like they've returned to 2021 Worlds form. Edward Gaming now on match point themselves to move up to the second round. It all comes down to this to see if we go the distance or if EDG want to go for early hot pot.
On that note, I feel like EDG showed us last year in playoffs and at Worlds. They are a much more dangerous team in my mind in best of fives.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the versatility they have in being able to pretty much play around any lane that they have, their champions do have very deep champion pools that they can pull from and try and recreate that 2021 success. On the opposite side, let's not forget FPX. Both finals in 2021, they fell short. They come into this year, they lose a bunch of members, they revamp their roster, and they're trying to push further than they were able to before. This is their last chance. If FPX can't win this game, they are just gone.
They're done until summer, so that's why round one hurts so much. I mean, if you haven't seen our playoff format, you can check out our socials, but up until round 4, there are no second chances here in our best of fives. And with 10 teams in playoffs, EDG the 7th seed, FPX the very last seed, they're number 10. And they only just made it through with OMG losing to LNG. So, again, it'd be sad for FPX fans if they went out here. But as we get into this game, which could be the final one, I want to come back to compositions a little bit here because I feel like mid, with how this series has been going, with our Twisted Fate versus Silas, it is just going to be down to them again.
Oh, 100%. I think they will be the difference makers, right? Who's able to find the roam timing first? If Care and Clid can sit up for those 2v2s, because Silas much better in these early 2v2 skirmishes, having the lockdown, having a ton of AoE damage coming out from your passive, you have the sustain coming out from your W. Typically, Viego wanting to wait till that level 6 mark, but still able to follow up. If Silas lands in Abscond Abduct, you definitely have the damage to take down Scout.
Yep.
Scout, you could set up JJ, but KR having a lot of tools to be able to outplay if he doesn't just outright walk into a gold card himself.
Really impressive performance. Mako gets Facebreaker down at the bottom side. Ignite goes down. Haymaker gets true damage as well and hung down very low. EDG's bottom lane in the 2v2. I guess that's where we start our focus in this game.
I love that they're playing so aggressive when they have the set pick, right?
Yep.
Because set typically taking things like the Hex Flash, so you can just pretty much arbitrarily throw your Flash to find the all-in onto an AD carry. It's pretty guaranteed with your E. And then you having so much more early game, like burst damage, than most supports, for the fact that you're not really a support, right? You're a fighter. You're supposed to be up in that top side. And Mako already doing beautifully in this trade with Hung. Mako should have a lot of opportunities to roam on the map this game with JJ, so I feel like that will be EDG's overall plan. Utilize the early game lane priors that you have, try and set up picks, try and fight invades into the enemy jungle, and just start overwhelming FPX from early on before their comp really comes online, because their comp, in my mind, definitely much more of a mid-game composition. Silas, wanting to hit that level 6 mark, incredibly strong, I think, especially 2 items. Not only your mythic like Everfrost, but then the Zanyas to be able to get another rotation of spells off. And of course, Shalahun and Clid, both decently ulti-reliant champions.
I can't wait to see the all-in again. Everything for FPX, all about that dive, all about the engage. And you said so yourself here in the draft. And it's nice to see when FPX have been such an aggressive style of team. We know that this team versus EDG, it was going to be bloodthirsty, and seeing Clid towards mid lane, hopefully we start earlier than expected.
He also did take the press attack, right? So more early game damage available in terms of going for those ganks, right? The follow-up damage is also, you know, more damage for your allies dealing more damage. So for Clid, wouldn't be surprised to see him put early pressure up onto the side of EDG. We've already hit on mid lane. Could be a target of focus, but look at the minimap right now, getting some deep vision down bot, not actually going to wrap around. Maybe EDG's bot lane playing a bit respectfully, decides to follow up.
Well, they were pinged out, actually. This is deep from Hung. Mako with a Facebreaker. Turret close to getting a shot. Hung is a couple of shots away himself. JJ's here, but now they're focusing on LWX. It's flash for flash with the Sonic Wave missing. Grabbing him to slow it down, but the Zap almost doing the same. Clid is here, waiting for Mako to step out. This is a bait now to enemy territory.
Care's on his way.
Shackles are flushed away from, and with Care being behind, FPX want to re-engage. It's summoners for summoners across the board. Lyric, there's a bit of aggression that doesn't end in blood.
Still, LWX losing Flash could be massive, and EDG can look for repeat ganks. We're at level 5 for mid laners, so Scout soon will be able to hit level 6, have the Destiny available. LWX does still have the cleanse, but if Mako sets that one up with an E, LWX having to blow his cleanse there, you bring the Twisted Fate in with the gold card, could be very easy setup to bring down the Sibelius down in bottom side. Even though EDG haven't really been focused towards funneling resources into their bot lane this series. Shalahoo pretty close to the level 6 mark, already sitting on these 3 cloth armors.
Yep.
He's going to be quite an annoyance to try and go for these dives or ganks against. So I feel like bot lane is the obvious focal point for the side of Edward Gaming.
And Viper already has a bit of a lead here. We'll get an adjustment here as soon as the wave's picked up under turret, but
there it is.
For now, 6. Yeah, really nicely done. So Scout, you just mentioned, I know you're pointing on the screen about the 6. Scout's ulti there. Care not quite.
Yeah, very close though, right? It looked like he was only 1 or 2 minions off, so he's going to be hitting that one right now. Just did Shalahoo, who's on the top side. So FPX's composition really going to start coming online with these ultimates, and we're going to see where they're going to look for their first move. For now, EDG kind of angling up towards top. Seems like it just wanting to give some vision to your Jace so he can play safely in this matchup. He's going to farm up just fine, trying to get to a point where in the late game, his accelerated shot blast is just going to be deleting people like LWX and Clid from team fights. So once again, I want to see EDG hover down towards the bottom half of the map. FPX, I think, have more options. They can try and match in the 4v4. Silas and Viego incredibly strong, you know, at being able to go for those skirmishes. But also, Shalahoo having to set up with his ultimate. If Flandre doesn't flash or is a bit too greedy, he's a free target as well.
That's true. I mean, so many windows. This is why we talked about FPX comp quite a lot. Shalahoo has ulti. Hello, JJ. There's a gold card to help out, but it's gone to Duck now. Scout in the middle, 1v2. But Shalahoo flashes forward. That's a solo kill by the Rock Titan. And Scout now going to be ulted on from Care, but FPX have done their blood in the early game.
And FPX, I mean, really creative plan, right? We're talking about how Clid has these options of maybe playing towards top or matching EDG if they want to go for a play down in bottom side. But instead, Shalahoo being the one that moves, now going to be punished.
He's got a gold card as well. This is revenge. Best served Rocky Lyric, and Flandre's going to be given the kill 1 for 1. That's the way I like my early games.
Yeah, spamming his laugh or dance or joke or something right before he goes off with it. But I mean, a lot of the biggest tool to dissuading dives against Malphite is that ultimate coming out, having some resistances early on. Sure, he does still have some armor in his belt, but without the ultimate, EDG not being afraid of going for that play, it opens up for FPX to lean down towards the bottom side, try to set up some counter dribbling, try and set up some vision to be able to play, but nothing else gained.
But I'm also looking at the top side. Flandre is 20 CS lead, picked up turret plating, and has serrated Dirk. Talk to me a little bit about the resources gained here, because Shalahoo, although picking up the kill himself, Flandre in this matchup still seems to be in a decent position.
Oh, and it'll be huge, right? I mean, especially working his way towards things like the Eclipse, he'll be able to have some of that HP damage coming out.
Yep.
And things like the Serrated Dirk, just getting, not Serrated Dirk, I'm sorry, getting towards Sorelda's Grudge. Like items like that, you know, typically third item coming out for Jace, going to be very important up against a composition that has the Malphite, has the Leona. There's going to be eating a lot of these skill shots coming out later in the game. So, of course, accelerating your Jace, never hurting for the side of EDG. On the receiving end for Shalahoo, your Malphite, if you're set behind in resources, it actually doesn't mean too much.
Okay.
And now both teams rotating all of their members up towards topside for this Rift Herald.
Scout doesn't even have ult, but they're just going to walk it out. Shalahoo without his as well. Flandre doing a good job of battering him in back into his own turret. Be with your people, he says. But FPX start up the Rift Herald here, and look at who they've committed.
Yeah, again, everyone here, Moonlight Vigil available, Care. We're going to keep an eye on whose ultimate he is going to take away. Probably waiting to see if Mako shows to take the showstopper. Mako doesn't show. They do get the Rift Herald in the end. And for FPX, you are just chilling, going to go back to your lanes. And, you know, we're going to be keeping an eye on where Clid wants to look for this Herald play.
I'm also going to be looking at where Scout pulls his next ulti. I know you're in the Herald mode, Lyric, but I'm in Twisted Fate ulti.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's on cooldown.
Yeah, but that's
it's on cooldown
next one.
For 51 whole seconds.
Oh, that's okay. In 50 seconds time, what's up? Nothing
okay, so
until maybe closer towards Dragon.
I was going to say, so we're going to be looking at about 10:05, 10:10?
Well, actually, what's more scary is the fact that every time Scout's on Twisted Fate, these ultis matter so much more than anyone else. I'm biased towards Scout's Twisted Fate. As we've seen, it's always been banned against him for a big reason. Like, this is one of his best champions and one that's been respected.
Even going later into the game into fights, right? The nice thing about it is when you know Care maybe going to be trying to come off on flanks or just try and get a read of Shalahoo's position on where he's going to ult, pop Destiny, walk up to the Dragon, you know exactly where everything is, and you can, you know, try and play around those positions accordingly. So definitely going to come in handy as we go later on, not only right now at this point trying to gank for his other laners. That is about to come up if they want to set up for a play, but both teams now back to posturing down towards this bottom side. No Dragon for 2 minutes, but I don't think that'll stop EDG maybe from pushing in for some aggressive vision down towards this bottom side with Mako and JJ.
The moving as a two-man unit right now. I love that Hung and Clid are syncing up as well. It's all about the pings at the bottom side of the map. Scout with his ulti can move there if there's any picks to be had. Whereas Dragon's a minute 30 away. EDG control the river, but look in topside. I mean, Flandre is just having a word with the turret. It's like going to a parent-teacher interview and you're saying that, look, he's not coming to school. And this is the problem. We need to talk to you and we need to improve his attendance. What do we do here, Lyric? How do we get young Johnny to go back to school?
Wait, who's young Johnny? Is it Flandre?
No, it's Shallow. He's not coming to school. He's not attending. There's 3 turret plates down. There's a lot of gold going to Flandre. He's not attending school. Look at it. It's 30 CS down. That's a D.
I was going to say, though, but how do you know he's not, maybe taking, like, an internship down at, like, the lumber mill or something, making a living for his family?
Because you said he's always going to be relevant.
Exactly. Putting bread on the table. You don't know.
We don't know his backstory.
I was going to say, we don't even know what kind of school is he going to. He could be, like, in his, like, mid-20s, could be in uni, could have a wife and kids.
It could be like the school from Madeline where, the kids go in the chokey, and we don't like that at all. That's not very 2021 or 2022 of us, is it?
Okay, don't use the words us.
Okay.
That was definitely you.
Of me?
But, yeah, point is, Shallow has other priorities, has been pretty much shut out of this laning phase so far. FPX, once again, not really giving him anything, playing more to enabling LWX down in bot side, which, again, you don't need to give Shallow resources.
Yep.
There were setups there with the ultimate if you want to try to punish Flandre, burn his flash, and make it harder for him to play the laning phase. But Dragon coming up in 4 seconds, we see FPX are the ones who have vision control there for now, and even rotating every members over. They realize, hey, Shalhou's already so far behind.
Sure.
Start making your way over just in case EDG posture for anything, but he is going to have to go answer in the end. Flandre, though, no teleport. Shalhou does have his.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, used it to get to the top wave before. Good trading here, though. And Shalhou now moving to half HP, and the Eclipse doing work. But the Dragon sitting there live, and like the last game, we haven't seen too much priority over the Dragons in this series.
I was going to say, I'm pretty surprised that FPX committed him to roaming down. Didn't start that one up, didn't, play more aggressively to force any fights, didn't drop Rift Herald at that moment. No, they made it so he walks down, has to walk back up. He's heavily chunked out by Flandre, so now ends up missing the wave anyway because he has to be afraid of more accelerated shock blast, maybe more kills coming out from the Jace, and now has to waste his TP in the end anyway. So I feel like a bit of a missed opportunity by FPX to more aggressively force if you're going to move your Malphite over. If not, keep him top. He has the TP. He can match any time if you are going to play it a little bit more slow.
He uses TP to the top side. Dragon's going to start here, though, and he has to walk all the way down. Look, pings are going down. Flandre has moved away. Actually made a quick base, but it looks like FPX are going to be uncontested with the Dragons. So they do get that one in the end. We are going to a Cloud Soul, which, unfortunate for Malphite mains out there everywhere. We got a Mountain Soul first. Shallow once again trying to move down. So Lyric, we're in a mid game where we've only had 2 kills. We are getting out of laning phase. It's 13 minutes. Plate's almost going down. Walk me through a little bit about what Scout and Care do at this point, because we've seen one Scout ulti come through. We know what the Twisted Fate, or how the Twisted Fate wants to operate here. Run me through how we transition.
I feel like for EDG, we're already starting to see what they're going to opt into. With the fact that your top lane is won so hard, you pretty much just double down on this advantage that Flandre has, and we're already seeing it.
Great timing, great timing. I'm sorry I didn't give you a little bit more. Clid has to ulti away. Shallow under turret. Looks for Flandre, who doesn't take a turret shot, but takes so much damage. Here comes Care with his own destiny as Scout on the defensive with a gold card. Hung moves in. That's going to be a bit of a support advantage for now, as Mako himself, was also there. So we just go for a dive, but it is well negated by FPX.
Of course, and I actually feel like Mako has been, the more proactive one in terms of moving up towards mid and top side of the map. We've seen Viper and Mako able to keep pressure down in that bottom side, so that does explain the reasoning. LWX now should be able to have some pressure on his own, though, considering that the Gale Force is done. Again, this is kind of the big power spike in my mind in this matchup where Viper really has to respect from the all-in potential coming out from LWX. And now for the side of FPX, this is where we want to start seeing them, I think, making the map small, playing as a 5-man unit, starting to look for some kills. Right now, they're sticking to their lanes, right, because they're trying not to give Flandre that opening in top side, takes the turret, he's able to start moving around the map more aggressively and creating numbers advantage. But for FPX, trying and matching these skirmishes in top half, especially with Rift Herald coming up right now and LWX having first move. Yeah,
look, Viper's still in that lane, catching it away. So I love that you pull out the 80 carries here, Lyric. LWX almost halfway up the river. Mako's made the movement, though, and he's sitting there quite confident with Jer, looking to start the Herald, but it's held for now. Care taking the Twisted Fate ultimate as well. Scout doesn't have his own. which is worth mentioning.
Yeah, and they have a very thin window where Viper's still not here. They don't exactly know where he is, but they know he's behind on the rotation. You have the Destiny available. Seems like they're waiting for Shallow to get that ultimate up, and that they're uncomfortable looking for the engage.
First damage starts with Hung. They've rooted him down. He's dead. Nice and easy. Doesn't Shallow, you already said, doesn't have the ultimate available. They're going in for the fight here. Flash is already burnt, but Mako sticking around. Cares out with his own. Herald given back over. EDG say walk away.
And without the confidence of having that Malphite ultimate, they play it so slow and so indecisive. You had things like the Destiny to where maybe what you do, right, wrap Clit around Rift Herald Pit, send him up towards topside to try and find a gank on Flandre, follow up with Care, and then force your way in through topside. I feel like you had different options there as FPX if you were, even if you were so hesitant because Shallow had no ultimate. It just gave EDG the free engage.
It's always funny to me because the Shallow going to get engaged on here. FPX and EDG are two teams that never say die to objectives. Even if Malphite ulti's not up, we know that they're going to try and fight over it. In the top side, that's a bit deep from JJ. He feels the full brunt of the law. 2 kills over the Shallow.
Look. We see Clid and Care both here. It's still going to be waiting in the wings, but no. Both going to back off in the end. And I mean, like you said, JJ overstaying.
LWX may be a bit too deep. Gold card comes through here. Evercross on the turret, but he won't get the damage off again. LWX going back in on him. Scout regretting, but the gold card comes through once again. Dodges away as Viper now needs to finish it. He gets the choppers down in the perfect space. Ulti at melee range. Saves the day as FPX lose their AD carry in response for mid lane turret.
That was so close from LWX, almost able to find the damage onto Scout. Had Flash available, but maybe not wanting to commit because then he would still just be overcommitted. Viper would be able to follow up. He'd have no tools available to be able to combat the Jinx. But we do see FPX able to answer on the opposite side of the map, even now hovering up and denying some minions in the top side. And map state kind of being a bit even. EDG, of course, having the gold lead from the early game that did play out. FPX playing more for Dragons, playing more for later on in the game, and the scaling that they have with the Silas Viego as their mid-jungle combination. And right, when we talk about scaling, EDG definitely have a solid amount of damage later on. Both Jace and Jinx, I think, are going to outdamage anything on the opposing side. The only thing that makes me like what FPX have more is they have the guaranteed engage come through. The problem is we haven't seen the outright 5v5s start happening just yet, but now that we're pushing towards that 20-minute mark, I'm hoping to see FPX start playing more as a 5v5 unit.
Are they going to be allowed to? Because JJ's here on a flank. Look at Scout as well with the gold card. Sonic Wave connects, but it is just to force the turret going down. So EDG pull ahead by close to 3,000 gold in the early game, in the mid game, I should say. And in 18 minutes, Dragon's coming up.
Look at Shallow's angle. Shallow actually TP'd bot. His ulti's about to come in. He's going to try and find a flank. Could set him up for a massive ulti. But my god, the poke already coming out from EDG is
massive.
Huge.
Hung almost dead. And look at the angle. You mentioned Shallow Hung going gold, but they found the Malphite into the rest of the team. He doesn't even get to ult Lyric.
No, EDG marking their flank quite well. Expected to come. We already just saw the damage coming out from Hung. And for a composition that's pretty straightforward coming out from FPX, EDG just not letting them execute. They played that so well.
Dismantle again the individual skill of EDG. This is why they were the favorite team in the round one. This is why this team were world champions last year as Scout is going to ulti up into Care. There's a level disadvantage. Everfrost comes through. It's a twisted fade as Care takes it, but he goes in with the abscond abduct the Kingslayer. But a gold card round two as Scout's ordering this down. Kingslayer comes in again. He needs a bit of help as another gold card should just do it. Viper, help me! To the rescue, the AD carry, and the second time.
That was so close. Care almost able to make it happen. I thought Scout was so bold going for that one. Even if Care was so low, you're going up against a Silas having the heal on his W. Sure, Viper's rotating, but my god, you played it on a knife's edge. Let's say he kills you before Cheeks is able to rotate up. He's able to take your Destiny. He can just get out for free. You're just giving over an advantage. We see here, EDG, of course, having map control because they just made the play in mid. FPX can't force their way in. This is where EDG's comp is the most comfortable, throwing out the W, throwing out the Accelerate Shock Blast. But here is the more important thing. JJ knowing to go mark out on this bottom side. They have some vision down. They're able to spot out Shallow, and they finish off the kill. So EDG, very conscious of what FPX are trying to do. They had the setup down to be able to make sure that they can't find their way in and force their win condition.
I mean, it's a 4K gold lead. It's 4.5 actually, to be frank, and that Dragon picked up just delays the game a little bit longer, but more importantly, we see that EDG, with the gold advantage, have the map to themselves. Flandre with 2.5 items here, Lyric. Like this Jace, who got strong throughout the lane, is hurting FPX severely.
100%, and even though we hit on liking FPX's comp later on in the game because it's very straightforward, again, in terms of damage, in terms of this kind of stuff, it doesn't outscale EDG.
There's a solo play coming through. Can he press W in time? Mate go. Yes, he can, but he's still going to die. Shield corrupted as Shallow, who has found himself Flandre for a bit of revenge. Clid flashing in, wanting to reset. JJ helping out. The Heartbreaker not working. The kickback was beautiful. Clid is denied. And in the important matchup in round 1, EDG are skill gapping FPX.
And I mean, that was just on Clid, right? Clid smelled blood. Clid thought he could find the pick in time. If you find that pick, you keep the fight going with all your resets. Your other members are just right behind you, but ends up just giving away a kill to the side of EDG, and now EDG can keep the siege going.
I mean, Hung slowed down. Everfrost lucky not to connect here as the range from Viper starting to build up. Flandre, those blasts hit, and that's when you're going to even be more fearful. 4K Gold League continues to be massive here for EDG in what could be the final game. It's match point, and things are going from bad to worse for the Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, and again, FPX coming through at the last second, able to beat out OMG in the deciding game to be able to make sure they get the playoffs. After a wonderful early regular split, we're going to see here a lot of the byproduct of what led them to have a good early regular split. The pick potential that comes off playing this mid game as a unit, just the aggression willing to come out. Shallow, who's setting up here onto the Jace, and Clid thinking he can follow up because he has the flash, lands the CC, but not accounting for Flandre's flash himself, leads him to giving a pick over. And for, you know, with where the game state's at, with the gold lead what it is, FPX's gameplay doesn't really change.
Okay.
Like, their composition really is just so one-dimensional that you're pretty much just going to continuously look for that big Wombo combo, 5v5 coming from the Malphite, set up for the Moonlight Vigil, and then Care being a menace on the backside, and Clid trying to benefit from resets. EDG, though, even though your comp still plays out the same way, the fact that they have such a big gold lead just makes everything they do easier, right? Because now they have a lot more confidence playing out in sides, knowing that people like Care are set behind on the opposite side. It's so much harder for anyone from FPX to just try to brute force their way into your composition because you have more damage coming out. Members like Flandre, who's already sitting on that last Whisper.
I mean, that's going to be completed soon as well. He's been there for a while, so for Flandre, if you play towards this side of the map, the burst is insane. And, you know, we've seen a really good Flandre laning phase here. We've also seen EDG make sure that Shallow, who fell even further exceptionally behind than Malphites normally do. So, Lyric, I feel like in this game, they've had a really good read on what FPX have wanted to do. That's why we're seeing EDG come into such a strong mid game.
I do so want to add the caveat of, right, EDG's comp is still squishy enough that FPX are not out of it. Gold lead is huge, 5K. FPX really shouldn't be able to overcome it, but one big engage from FPX can lead to a team fight, and especially now where we're post 20 minutes. Baron's up. Can very easily pivot that into some turret-taking potential for your side. But EDG now still playing the map very wide. They have the globals to come through. They're making sure Shallow, who's not grouped with the team. And it looks like probably just going to give over the second dragon to the side of EDG. Doesn't mean too much. You can just keep trying to get gold on your carries and funnel resources in for the time where you do have to fight.
They might be trying to push it for the turret as well in the meantime. Care the only one here. Destiny used. And I think Destiny was used just to react to the mid wave while it's turret trading here, inner for an outer. EDG picking up the first one and the dragon that you already mentioned. So we come to this point where it's important that you have mentioned how FPX come back into the game, that we return to the core fundamentals of this comp and how it works. At this point as well, Lyric, I want to see how far LWX gets ahead because he's picked up the Collector. I think we don't see as much anymore on the Aphelios, but more importantly, the damage lagging a little bit behind when we're already seeing the third item from Scout. The Chemtech Putrefy coming through. We also got in the top lane Flandre. We've been waiting for this one. Serelda's Grudge third against the Malphite. That's massive.
Yeah, huge coming out from Flandre. Again, just the amount of armor being on the opposing side, I feel like is going to be able to do so much. Heck, even look at Viper's inventory. Last Whisper coming out for him as well.
Yeah.
This is really the power spike I think EDG are looking for, to where they could just have full domination over the side of FPX.
Well, Baron's up. That's what I'm looking towards now. Vision control is spread wide here as Care goes at half HP. That's just Flandre's damage. They know Shallow who's coming in. He's got flash, he's got ulti, but Clid has started walking up. As he walks towards the wave, I'm just waiting, guys. There's a showstopper taken by Care, but he won't get to use it if he walks into Flandre. Ulti from Shallow who in. They use everything against the wall. Care risks it, and it pays off massively.
Nice to see this from FPX this time around, though, because this is something we were begging for last game.
Yeah.
Commit both your solo laners to the side, opens up potential for the pick, and this time around you have... that was close.
Hitboxes in the game. I'm surprised that actually didn't connect.
And this time around, right, you have double TP, so even if EDG try to do anything cheeky on top side in terms of Baron, they do have the TP to come through. But earlier on, you were hitting on the Chemtech Putrefier coming out from Scout.
Yep.
I think just going with it because it is a cheaper item overall compared to like something like the Morello. You still get the nice Grievous Wounds coming through. You get the mana regen, a solid amount of AP at 55, and just going to go for that earlier power spike in terms of how EDG are hoping to play out this game. Just snowball forward. They already have a huge gold lead as well, so could just look to just brute force. Again, kind of like the theme of the day.
Kick flash comes through. Destiny once again teleport on the backside. Cleared. Has been found out. The jungler looking for blood has brought it upon himself. The Shallow who used the ulti to get the engage before. And now with jungler down, I mean, EDG do this again. The pick opens up their windows.
I was going to say, and luckily, I mean, right, Flandre back up, TP's in, they're able to start this one off. It's all going to come down to Care.
Okay.
Care having the Lee Sin kick. Shallahu having the ultimate. You really need a good combination here. Shallahu and LWX, they are the big difference makers.
Good luck vision with the right guns, but Scout's got a gold card on the Shallow, he's rooted up again. Finds the ulti, which sets up the LWX. Maybe the window continues to open here. There's Care with the Dragon's Rage on the backside. FPX to stay in this series, relying on the mid laner once again. Dodges the Zap Maker, runs towards him. Dragon's Rage still there. Solar Flare buys time, but Care is still in no man's land. EDG turn and burn the Phoenix, who are turning to ashes at this point.
EDG doing out the fight, they find the kills, but good thing for FPX, they kill JJ. So no Baron able to come out from EDG just yet. They at least buy themselves some more time. The problem is, we just keep seeing Shallow who dies so fast. What can he do now? Not only Sorelda's grudging top, Lord Dominic's finally finished by Viper. There's just so much damage coming out from the side of EDG. We're gonna go straight into the replay. We said here all on Shallow and LWX in my opinion. Gets rooted down early on by Scout. Mako chaining CC and he goes down. Luckily, LWX finds a really nice Moonlight Vigil, which brings down JJ. And I mean, now, right, it's just about can Care get away or not. I don't feel like it matters too much to the side of EDG. We see the support trying to enable him. Hung with the Leona ultimate. Still goes down in the end. Still, EDG couldn't do Baron at the time. I feel like that is the key takeaway.
Well, at the very least, we're going to reset then and wait and see if EDG can force them again, because in front of the Baron, they've cleared away all vision completely. The river belongs to Edward. And FPX are still on the defensive path. Hung moves in by himself, but EDG grouping up and clearing away the vision. Look how blind it is.
Yeah, they're going to really struggle to find a way in. This is where their comps are really going to come in live.
Oh! Comes through. They go in. Cello, who finally! We finally get it from FPX and a reset from Clit as well, but look at Scout in the back line. Everfrost usage and Viper's free hitting. Lyric, they get off their combo, but it's still shaky. Care goes gone, but Viper's waiting out, and Flandre blows them all to hell. The Phoenix is down.
And the key thing is, look, LWX wasn't able to utilize the Moonlight Vigil. That is the big thing of damage for the side of FPX. EDG completely blowing him up. You said Scout playing on the flank. Flandre so much at this point in time. And now Baron for the side of Edward Gaming. Clid is still up, though.
All right.
Has Flash, has Smite.
So no Smite coming through from EDG. Scout has now appeared without the Destiny Clid. Getting vision. 4K, they cannot contest this with Smite available. Zap comes through and he ain't over the wall. Again, the poke huges. Viper wants to send him to the dirt. Lyric, Baron taken, 9K gold lead, and the fight looks so good for FPX.
It's once again feels like a little bit of last game, right? Where you find the opportunity, but you're so far behind at this point in time. They go in, find the CC, and bam. 4 members locked up. Sadly, actually 3 members, sorry, but Viper not being one of them. LWX, looks like his ultimate just wasn't available at this point in time for the fight to be able to throw it out. Think about it, Malphite ultimate into a huge Moonlight Vigil.
Yep.
Could have been multiple members down. You're now able to run forward onto Viper, the key member for EDG, bring him down. But instead, EDG find the fight, they get another dragon, they can push this one home.
And while we saw amazing performance from Flandre and Viper in the fight, I mean, Scout this series. It has been all about this mid laner. It's been about the mid lane matchup, Care versus Scout, and in this game, 1-0 and 8. The kill participation there once again with the Destiny. Knock up from Shallow, but here's the man on a mission. Scout returns, and the mid laner of EDG carrying them towards victory. Shallow, who again is separated from the pack. It looks like EDG want to be the round 1 kings.
EDG gonna push this one through. They have the poke and siege to be able to win this one out. It is a surprise that the 2021 World Champions started in round 1. But this is not where they are going to end up.
Well, Shallahu with 30 seconds, 4 versus 5. They're going to try and make it difficult. FPX are, but EDG are on a mission here. They don't want to stop in the round number 1. They want to make the run here. As one Nexus turret goes down, it is only the start of playoffs, but EDG brought their A game. They heard us talking trash as FPX look for their last defense in the series, but Hung is caught out on the backside. Can't do anything. Mako with the engage. The Nexus Bear. EDG trying to finish it all now. It's Edward Gaming with the run to start playoffs off.
Yeah, and EDG, again, win LPL 2021 Summer. They won Worlds. It was looking shaky, looked like the World Champion curse, kind of staying true in terms of going into your league and struggling, but able to come out in this first round, able to show us with enough prep, with enough time to get everyone on the same page. They are still the same team we know and love. And again, they looked pretty terrifying today. I'd say 2 relatively clean game wins, one a bit more back and forth, but still overall, EDG, once they get Scout on something where he can really influence the map, are just terrifying.
I mean, this is a great form from Scout, a great form from EDG. This is what we came to expect when EDG started the split off, and they're off to the races. But as the split went on, it slowed down. EDG were a massive question mark coming into the series. FPX struggled in a lot of the games, and we kind of saw that the individual strengths we outlined here, the brute force nature of EDG, and with a composition like this, how easy is it to execute?
Oh, of course, and I mean, it's just nice to see them set Shala, who's so far behind, to where they were just bursting him out very early on, right? We saw the early last whispers coming out from both Flandre and Viper, and then they just turned onto the Malphite. He's gone. They were marking their flanks, which is incredibly important, knowing that those are coming, and FPX just said no way, and I think it goes to what we said in the last game, that if FPX is a team fall behind, I mean, they're not used to that. FPX, in their wins, really do just kind of brute force themselves. I feel like these teams, some parallels, not exactly the same, but very much relying on a lot of their aggression and their skill to outmaneuver the teams that they play against. For FPX, typically it's in that bot lane, where, like, sure, again, one of the games with the 2v2 kill, I believe that was in game 2, but they weren't able to do it to the same level that we see them, like when they play against WE, and they're fighting numerous 2v2 kills, Hung's everywhere on the map, and just able to blow open the game for their side.
And respectfully, like for FPX, there was a lot of times where they couldn't focus towards bot, or they couldn't get their normal game plan off. EDG had such a good read into the series. Top side was a big focus in games 1, game 4. I feel like a lot of the time, Flandre outmaneuvering Shallahu. And on top of that, I mean, mid lane is affecting the map.
Yes.
Which is the biggest thing.
I feel like that one was huge, right? And we came into today, and I remember us talking about the series yesterday and saying, like, hey, I feel like if EDG win, it's going to come off of mid lane. Because I feel like the biggest contrast in terms of FPX and EDG is their mid laners. I feel like Scout and JJ, I mean, obviously now having all the synergy, but Scout, just, I mean, such a prolific player, so insane at being able to influence the map. And we talked a lot about FPX's win cons, about like, hey, like, the Camille getting playing towards top. Well, EDG very well, like, force jungle mid, get prio first, start making your way up there before FPX can find a play, and they were constantly doing things like that. The rotations, many times, out-trading them in terms of 2 turrets to 1, or just outright taking 2 turrets for none on the side of FPX. Just really clean game from the side of Edward Gaming.
And now we go to this point where we're like, okay, well, EDG, kind of realize what I said. EDG have started their run in the playoffs, but at the very least, it feels like they've started off sprinting. It's a run where EDG are, one of the best teams in the league when they're in form, and it looks like this is exactly how they've started playoffs. You have to start thinking, who are we coming up against next? And the top side, top esports. Weibo in the bottom. Oh my god, that's going to be good.
Yeah, that one's going to be, I mean,
Bloodthirsty.
again, Viper Huanfeng. I mean, the Shy up against Flandre, Scout versus Angel. For EDG, again, I'll be honest. I favor EDG, I think, against a lot of teams in playoffs and best of fives. I really do feel like they're so incredibly dangerous. You can't underestimate them. They've shown time and time again that, like, a lot of their draft priorities can adapt. That JJ can be pretty flexible in who he can play around. And we saw that here in this game. Instantly, Flandre finds an advantage in top side. Early game, maybe playing a bit more towards spot with the aggression coming out from Mako and Viper with the set in that bottom side. But the second Flandre finds the advantage, they all start pivoting up towards top, enabling the Jace even more and more, shutting Shallahu out. And from there, FPX weren't able to do anything. Feels like the most underwhelming game across the board from their side. Klid not able to find any great opportunities. Care, he was trying to find his way in onto the back line, but again, EDG were just pushing the pace so much that it didn't really matter. And LWX and Hung not really getting a chance to play the game with how much the opposite side of the map was impacted. When your whole plan, I feel like, hinges on the Malphite and the Sylas. Like, that is the most important thing to FPX's comp, and EDG never let it even get off the ground.
And part of that reason, again, when we come back to mid, like, I want to say that Scout, there's a reason this Twisted Fate is constantly banned. This was a huge pick for them, and they knew that Scout was going to dictate the pace. I think as well, like, Rise this series, Scout's Twisted Fate, these are champions that can affect the rest of EDG. And Scout does so well in lane that he often ends up moving to a side lane with an advantage himself.
And I feel like for the last few years, I've preferred Scout on either champions that have early agency or champions that could side lane over, let's say, stock and standard like late game control mages.
Yep.
Like, he's not bad, as we saw in that Azir game. Again, there were some bad moments, but overall was still the big carry for EDG.
True.
We've seen him on things like Orianna look very well. But Scout is just so good at finding those pivotal moments to be able to find impact in the game. Flandre, a player we didn't really talk about too much this series. Again, a lot of influence put towards top in that first game, where I feel like Flandre played really well, especially with JJ and Scout enabling him. But this game, once again, phenomenal. I mean, finding the degree of an advantage he did by himself.
Yeah.
That was with no setup where he was already forcing Shallow to back early on, and then, you know, make the key choice of, oh, do I just rotate down now or do I stay up top? And then again, finding the angles to trade and just force it home even harder. Nice to see when. Honestly, Flandre, in my mind, was the biggest offender of why EDG were struggling so heavily early on the split. He was not in good form. I think it was completely reasonable for Xiaosheng to be subbed in. But Flandre, again, finding himself now that we're in playoffs.
Yeah, again, like, you know, some good laning this time around, which is a big deal. I think for EDG, from this point as well, like, building themselves up to Weibo Gaming, we now have a much better idea of what this team looks like. Again, there are a lot of concerns coming into playoffs because unlike teams like, say, FPX, where we knew kind of where they were going to be at. Like, this is a reasonable level, right? The same issues kind of persistent. They have improved over the split. EDG were a massive question mark because at the start of the split, this team was insane. This team was coming off the back of a Worlds win, and JJ was playing well. But it was a line of regression where now we're obviously kind of back towards closer to the split. We're now back to a better EDG.
Oh, of course. And there's just so many teams with the amount of moving parts this split where, like, I feel like before we had very few teams where you look at every role and you're like, okay, like, this is a solid performer literally everywhere on the map.
Yep.
Now across the board, I feel like we have that in the LPL with all the roster swaps we had coming into 2021.
Sure.
And the thing is, there's a lot of variance in those rosters, right? Because, I mean, something as small as like one player's form going into a day can completely affect the whole map. So I feel like EDG definitely falls into that category of, I mean, again, they've been struggling so heavily when even Viper and Scout, I feel like for the most part of the split, have been playing incredibly well. So it'll be cool to see them going forward. I do feel like Weibo is actually a pretty solid matchup for both sides, which is weird to say because EDG are aggressive enough to punish their nothing early game, but Weibo also are reactive enough to punish EDG's mistakes.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, Weibo, like, at least with the individual skill, right, we can talk about Angel and the Shy.
Whoa.
To some degree.
I was going to say, I feel like we could, but I feel like we're going to take everything Everett could talk about on the day of the series.
That's also true. Especially since Twisted Fate, if we start talking about that, man, both those guys.
Zillion, hey, we saw some Zillion last night in LCS.
We
Angel
did.
plays Zillion, but that was support. Angel plays mid.
We'll get it in mid lane, don't worry, one day. The old Bjergsen Classic. We are waiting on our MVP for the final game, and I will say the series, like, it's probably going to be Scout.
I feel like last game, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if it is Flandre or, like, I guess even Viper, but I feel like Flandre would definitely be the big one that stands out to me. Series-wise, I think it's definitely Scout. No doubt in my mind. Even in the game they lost, he was the big performer.
Yeah, Big Scott was pretty big in this series. If you're just tuning in, I mean, 3-1 for EDG over FPX. Flandre does get MVP. It is about the damage, I'm sure. But
I think he had a great game.
He had an amazing game. He had an amazing game, and you know, that's why we're giving honorable mentions to Scout for setting him up. But Flandre also built his own bridges this game too.
Exactly. I think that's a great way of putting it. Like, Flandre built his own bridge in the early game. He found the trades. He was the one forcing that advantage.
Yep.
And then Scout and Ginger like, oh, hey, there's a bridge here. Woo! Let's
walk the bridge.
And sadly for Shallow, who, you know, he's the one on the opposite side of that bridge. And
did he spam laugh there?
I told you he was spamming like joke or laugh or dance or something, and then he finished it off in the end. Flandre being a little bit of a gangster in this last matchup, and I think well deserved. Again, huge damage coming out from him in all these team fights. All of it off the back of that early game. Someone who has struggled in form heavily. Someone who plays a lot of fun champions in solo queue that I want to see. The Jace, the Aatrox, the Akshan, the Akali, the Sion. I got a list right here.
I mean, he's always been a fun player. Like, we saw Lucian for the first time in the Summer Finals last time.
Of course. And that's his nickname.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it
St.
took
Gunbro.
that long for him to bring it out. As if you are just tuning in again, 3-1 to EDG. Bring up the results because yeah, the pointing stopped. All right. So our first round in the LPL, it's always a 4-game series, if you know. It's like we don't get 3-0. It's always a 3-1.
And I also want to say, right, you look at this, there's some parallels compared to, like, on paper, BLG and EDG should be out against RA and FPX. But both RA and FPX, I think, were bigger surprises in the split in terms of, like, I mean, RA had that massive run in the middle of the split where they were great. FPX as well, early on in the split where they were just popping off, none of us expected. But still, as the split's gone on, I feel like kind of experience, tenure, just overall player skill, being able to get back on track has prevailed.
Yeah.
And now our 2 matchups tomorrow, Top Esports, BLG. That was going to be a little bit crazy because, again, I feel like the player quality on both sides is cool. But in both of these matchups, Hysterics, the thing that stands out to me is you have like 2 more aggressive teams, Top Esports and EDG, going against 2 more kind of paced, more team fight, more well-versed.
Yeah, in the other side, right? Like, so we're in a round 2 starting tomorrow. And remember, playoffs only began yesterday, and we are going back to back to back to back to back to back to back, all the way up until V5 and RNG. So we'll not have a break. And the biggest thing is as well that we are seeing some pretty household names as of recent years, like Top Esports, EDG, you know, FPX is one.
JDG back on form.
Right. They're getting up there. But also some of these household names that are going to be eliminated.
Yeah.
In our early rounds.
I mean, heck, the fact one of our non-household names is in first place.
Yep.
V5, one of the kind of the new kids on the block coming in 2019, not really faring well until 2020 summer. And then every split other than that has been a bust. So it's kind of cool that, you know, again, kind of cementing their own legacy, being in not only top 4, but being in the first place position right now, being at the head of the table, being the Don. V5 are the Don.
But they were 0-16 last split.
They were.
They're literally like the Mafia story where he's just, you know, someone who shoots people and then rises up to the top. Not sure if we should say this on broadcast. My name is Hysterics. This is Lyric.
Get us out of here.
You are you, and you can't be nobody else. Thank you for tuning in. EDG versus FPX was a doozy, but tomorrow we continue and go into round 2. Top Esports versus BLG. Be there or be square. Bye for now, but not forever. Almost forgot. Good outro.